Should I read it straight away?
No, just gavel to take the seats. Order.
Order. The plenary meeting, the 10th plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. The Assembly will continue its consideration of Agenda Item 8 entitled General Debate. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Benjamin Netanyahu, Prime Minister of the State of Israel. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly. Please, order in the hall. 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 Please, order in the hall, and please be seated. Please, order in the hall.
Mr. President, the families of our dear hostages languishing in the dungeons of Gaza, ladies and gentlemen, last year I stood at this podium and I showed this map. It shows the curse of Iran's terror axis. This axis threatened the peace of the entire world. It threatened the stability of our region and the very existence of my country, Israel. Iran was rapidly developing a massive nuclear weapons program and a massive ballistic missile program. These were meant not only to destroy Israel, they were meant also to threaten the United States and blackmail nations everywhere. From Gaza, Yahya Sinwar dispatched waves of Hamas terrorists. They stormed into Israel on October 7th and committed acts of unspeakable savagery. From Lebanon, Hassan Nasrallah had launched thousands of missiles and rockets at our cities, terrorizing our citizens. In Syria, the murderous dictator Assad hosted Iran's forces, tightening a noose of death around our throats. In Yemen, the Houthis launched ballistic missiles at Israel while choking global trade at the mouth of the Red Sea. So what's happened over the past year? We've hammered the Houthis, including yesterday. We crushed the bulk of Hamas's terror machine. We crippled Hezbollah, taking out most of its leaders and much of its weapons arsenal. You remember those beepers, the pagers? We paged Hezbollah. And believe me, they got the message. And thousands of terrorists dropped to the ground. We destroyed Assad's armaments in Syria. We deterred Iran's Shiite militias in Iraq. And most importantly, and above anything else that I could say to you or that we did in this past year, in this past decade, we devastated Iran's atomic weapons and ballistic missiles programs. So here's where things stand today. Half the Houthi leadership in Yemen, gone. Yahya Sinwar in Gaza, gone. Hassan Nasrallah in Lebanon, gone. The Assad regime in Syria, gone. Those militias in Iraq, well, they're still deterred. And their leaders, if they attack Israel, will also be gone. And for Iran's top military commanders and its top atomic bomb scientists, well, they're gone too. Israel's 12-day war with Iran, which I renamed Operation Rising Lion, that's from the Bible. This 12-day war will go down in the annals of military history. Our daring pilots neutralized Iran's missile defenses and took control of the skies over Tehran. And you saw this. Israeli fighter pilots and American B-2 pilots bombed Iran's nuclear enrichment sites. I want to thank President Trump for his bold and decisive action. President Trump and I promised to prevent Iran from developing nuclear weapons, and we delivered on that promise. We removed an existential threat to Israel, and a mortal threat to the civilized world. We lifted a dark cloud that could have claimed millions and millions of lives. But, ladies and gentlemen, we must remain vigilant. We must remain absolutely clear-minded and vigilant. We must not allow Iran to rebuild its military nuclear capacities. Iran's stockpiles of enriched uranium, these stockpiles must be eliminated. And tomorrow, UN Security Council sanctions on Iran must be snapped back. Thanks to the resolve of our people, the courage of our soldiers, and the bold decisions we took, Israel rebounded from its darkest day to deliver one of the most stunning military comebacks in history. But we're not done yet. The final remnants of Hamas are holed up in Gaza City. They vow to repeat the atrocities of October 7th again and again and again, no matter how diminished their forces. That is why Israel must finish the job. That is why we want to do so as fast as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, much of the world no longer remembers October 7th, but we remember. Israel remembers October 7th. On that day, well, I'll tell you, you can remember October 7th too. You see this large pin here? It's a QR code. What I ask you to do is hold up your phones, zoom in, and you too will see why we fight and why we must win. It's all in here. On October 7th, Hamas carried out the worst attack on Jews since the Holocaust. They slaughtered 1,200 innocent people, including over 40 Americans and foreign nationals from dozens of countries represented here. They beheaded men. They raped women. They burnt babies alive. They burnt babies alive in front of their parents. What monsters. And these monsters took more than 250 people hostage. And those included Holocaust survivors, grandmothers and their grandchildren. Who takes hostage grandmothers and grandchildren? Hamas does. So far, we've brought home 207 of these hostages, but 48 still remain in the dungeons of Gaza. 20 of them are alive, starved, tortured, deprived of any daylight, deprived of humanity. These are the names of the 20 living hostages. Matan Angrest, Gali and Zerv Berman, brothers, Elkanah Buchbot, Rom Braslavsky, Nimrod Cohen, Ariel and David Cunyo, another pair of brothers, Guy Gilboa Dalal, Eviatar David. You saw the picture of Eviatar David, emaciated, forced to dig his own grave. Maxim Herkin, Eitan Horn, Segev Kalfon, Bar Cooperstein, Omri Meran, Eitan Moore, Yosef Chaim Ochana, Alon Ohel, Avinatam Or, and Matan Tsengarker. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to do something I've never done before. I want to speak from this forum directly to those hostages through loudspeakers. I've surrounded Gaza with massive loudspeakers connected to this microphone in the hope that our dear hostages will hear my message. And I'll say it first in Hebrew and then in English. אחינו הגיבורים, מדבר ראש הממשלה בנימין נתניהו. אני פונה עליכם מעל בימת האו"ם. לא שכחנו אתכם, אפילו לא לשנייה. העם כולו איתכם, ואנחנו לא נשקוט ולא נרפה עד שנחזיר את כולכם הביתה. החיים והחללים כאחד. Our brave heroes. This is Prime Minister Netanyahu speaking to you live from the United Nations. We have not forgotten you, not even for a second. The people of Israel are with you. We will not falter and we will not rest until we bring all of you home. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks to special efforts by Israeli intelligence, my words are now also being carried. They're streamed live to the cell phones of Gazans. So to the remaining Hamas leaders and to the jailers of our hostages, I now say, lay down your arms. Let my people go. Free the hostages, all of them, the whole 48. Free the hostages now. If you do, you will live. If you don't, Israel will hunt you down. Ladies and gentlemen, if Hamas agrees to our demands, the war could end right now. Gaza would be demilitarized, Israel would retain overriding security control, and a peaceful civilian authority would be established by Gazans and others committed to peace with Israel. And of course, you understand that the war in Gaza has affected every Israeli. But I'm sure there are people in New York or in London or in Melbourne and elsewhere who are probably thinking, what does all of this have to do with me? And the answer is everything. Because our enemies are your enemies. So let's do something else. So first at the UN, let's do a pop quiz. And raise your hand if you know the answer. Here's the first question. Who shouts death to America? Is it A, Iran, B, Hamas, C, Hezbollah, D, the Houthis, or E, all of the above? All of the above. Correct, all of the above. Second question. Who has murdered Americans and Europeans in cold blood? Is it A, Al-Qaeda, B, Hamas, C, Hezbollah, D, Iran, or E, all of the above? All of the above. Correct. Again. So here's the point I wanted to make. Our enemies hate all of us with equal venom. They want to drag the modern world back to the past, to a dark age of violence, fanaticism, and terror. I think many of you are already feeling in your own societies the radical Islamist surge. You know, I'm sure you do, you know deep down that Israel is fighting your fight. So I want to tell you a secret. Behind closed doors, many of the leaders who publicly condemn us privately thank us. They tell me how much they value Israel's superb intelligence services that have prevented time and again terrorist attacks in their capitals, time and again saving countless lives. General George Keegan, former head of U.S. Air Force intelligence, once said, if the United States had to gather on its own the intelligence that Israel gives us, we would have to establish 5 CIAs. 5 CIAs. This past June, when Israel struck Iran's nuclear facilities, German Chancellor Merz admitted the truth. He said, Israel is doing the dirty work for all of us. President Trump understands better than any other leader that Israel and America face a common threat. He showed the world that when Iran and its proxies murder Americans, take Americans hostage, shout death to America, burn American flags, and try to assassinate the President of the United States, not once, but twice. He showed them there is a price to pay for all that. But regrettably, many leaders who are represented in this hall, they send a very different message. Sure, in the days immediately following October 7th, many of them supported Israel. But that support quickly evaporated when Israel did what any self-respecting nation would do in the wake of such a savage attack. We fought back. Now just imagine, just sit back for a second and imagine an attack against America proportioned to the attack against Israel on October 7th. Imagine a regime, a terror regime, dispatching thousands of terrorists to invade the United States. They massacre 40,000 Americans. They take 10,000 Americans hostage. What do you think America would do? You think America would leave that regime standing? You don't think that. No way, not a chance. The United States would wipe out that terror regime and ensure that such savagery would never threaten America again. This is precisely what Israel is doing in Gaza. We're wiping out the terror regime of Hamas and ensuring that this savagery will never threaten Israel again. That's what we are doing. That's what any self-respecting government would do. Yet, and it's a yet that I'm sorry to say here, yet over time, many world leaders buckled. They buckled under the pressure of a biased media, radical Islamist constituencies, and anti-Semitic mobs. There's a familiar saying, when the going gets tough, the tough get going. Well, for many countries here, when the going got tough, you caved. And here's the shameful result of that collapse. For much of the past 2 years, Israel has had to fight a seven-front war against barbarism, with many of your nations opposing us. Astoundingly, as we fight the terrorists who murdered many of your citizens, you are fighting us. You condemn us, you embargo us, and you wage political and legal warfare, it's called lawfare, against us. I say to the representatives of those nations, this is not an indictment of Israel. It's an indictment of you. It's an indictment of weak-kneed leaders who appease evil rather than support a nation whose brave soldiers guard you from the barbarians at the gate. They're already penetrating your gates. When will you learn? You can't appease your way out of jihad, and you won't escape the Islamist storm by sacrificing Israel. To overcome that storm, you have to stand with Israel. But that's not what you're doing. As the prophets of Israel foretold in the Bible, you've turned good into evil and evil into good. Now I want to drill down on this. Take the false charge of genocide. Israel is accused of deliberately targeting civilians. Ladies and gentlemen, the opposite is true. The head of urban warfare studies, Colonel John Spencer, he's perhaps the world's greatest expert on urban warfare. And he says, Israel is applying more measures to minimize civilian casualties than any military in history. And because we're doing that, the ratio of non-combatant to combatant casualties is less than 2 to 1 in Gaza. That's an astoundingly low ratio, lower than NATO's wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, especially when you consider that Gaza is one of the most densely populated urban areas on Earth. It has hundreds of miles of terror tunnels underground, and it has countless terror towers above ground, and thousands of terrorists embedded in the tunnels and in these towers in civilian areas. If you want to see what measures Israel takes to avoid civilian casualties in this war, just look at what we're doing now in Gaza City, the last Hamas stronghold, one of the 2 last strongholds. For 3 weeks, Israel dropped millions of leaflets, sent millions of text messages, and made countless phone calls urging civilians to leave Gaza City before our military moves in. At the same time, Hamas implants itself in mosques, schools, hospitals, apartment buildings, and tries to force those civilians not to leave, to stay in harm's way. And it often threatens them at gunpoint if they try to do so. For Israel, every civilian casualty is a tragedy. For Hamas, it's a strategy. Hamas uses civilians as human shields and as props in its sick propaganda war in Israel, against Israel, a propaganda war that the Western media buys hook, line, and sinker. Now, despite Hamas's threats, close to 700,000 Gazans, almost 750,000, have already heeded our calls and moved to safe zones. Now I want to ask you a simple question, a simple, logical question. Would a country committing genocide plead with the civilian population it is supposedly targeting to get out of harm's way? Would we tell them, get out, if we want to commit genocide? We're trying to get them out. And Hamas is trying to keep them in. And this charge is so baseless. The comparison to genocide, wholesale slaughter of populations. What, did the Nazis ask the Jews to leave, kindly leave, go out? Did others, you want me to name all the genocidal leaders of history? Just go one by one. Did anyone do this? Did they say, get out so we can come in? Of course not. So the truth has been turned on its head. Hamas, a genocidal terrorist organization whose charter calls for the murder of all Jews on the planet. This genocidal organization is given a pass. It's barely mentioned. While Israel, which does everything it can to get civilians out of harm's way, Israel is put in the dock. What a joke. You want to hear another one? Israel is accused of deliberately starving the people of Gaza when Israel is deliberately feeding the people of Gaza. Since the beginning of the war, Israel has let into Gaza more than 2 million tons of food and aid. That's 1 ton of aid for every man, woman, and child in Gaza. Nearly 3,000 calories per person per day. Some starvation policy. If there are Gazans who don't have enough food, it's because Hamas is stealing it. Hamas steals it, hoards it, and sells it at exorbitant prices to fight its war machine. Last month, even the UN, not exactly a supporter of Israel. You're supposed to laugh, by the way. Last month, even the UN admitted that Hamas and other armed groups looted 85% of the trucks. That's why you have deprivation. Those who peddled the blood libels of genocide and starvation against Israel are no better than those who peddled blood libels against the Jews in the Middle Ages when they falsely accused us of poisoning wells, spreading plague, and using the blood of children to bake Passover matzahs. Anti-Semitism dies hard. In fact, it doesn't die at all. It just keeps coming back with its libelous lies, refurbished, regurgitated over and over again. And I want to tell you something else. These anti-Semitic lies, they have consequences. In recent months, Jews have been assaulted in Canada, Australia, Britain, France, the Netherlands, and elsewhere. Here in America, an elderly Holocaust survivor was burned to death in Colorado. And a beautiful young couple from the Israeli embassy in Washington was brutally gunned down right in front of the Holocaust Museum there. Thankfully, President Trump's administration is forcefully fighting the scourge of anti-Semitism, and every government here should follow its lead. But instead, many do the opposite. They actually reward the worst anti-Semites on earth. This week, the leaders of France, Britain, Australia, Canada, and other countries unconditionally recognized a Palestinian state. They did so after the horrors committed by Hamas on October 7th. Horrors praised on that day by nearly 90% of the Palestinian population. Now, let me say that again. Nearly 90% of Palestinians supported the attack on October 7th. It's not supported only, they celebrated it. They danced on the rooftops. They threw candies. That's both in Gaza and in Judea, Samaria, the West Bank, as you call it. And it's just the way they celebrated another horror, 9/11. They danced on the rooftops. They cheered. They threw candy. You know what message the leaders who recognize the Palestinian state this week sent to the Palestinians? It's a very clear message. Murdering Jews pays off. Well, I have a message for these leaders. When the most savage terrorists on earth are effusively praising your decision, you didn't do something right. You did something wrong, horribly wrong. Your disgraceful decision will encourage terrorism against Jews and against innocent people everywhere. It will be a mark of shame on all of you. But wait a minute, Mr. Prime Minister, they tell me. Wait a minute. We believe in a two-state solution where the Jewish state of Israel will live side by side in peace with the Palestinian state. There's only one problem with that. The Palestinians, they don't believe in this solution. They never have. They don't want a state next to Israel. They want a Palestinian state instead of Israel. And that's why every time they were offered a Palestinian state, but were required to end the conflict with Israel and recognize the Jewish state, every time, over the decades, they turned it down. And that is why every time they were given territory, they used it to attack us. In fact, they effectively had a Palestinian state in Gaza. So what did they do with that state? Peace? Coexistence? No. They attacked us time and time again. Totally unprovoked. They fired rockets into our cities. They murdered our children. They turned Gaza into a terror base from which they committed the October 7th massacre. So here's the uncomfortable truth. The persistent Palestinian rejection of a Jewish state in any boundary is what has driven this conflict for over a century. It is still driving it. It's not the absence of a Palestinian state. It's the presence and existence of a Jewish state. And I find it amazing, that the foreign chancelleries and the ministries and all those who pontificate about this, and the leaders, how can they not see this basic truth when it is repeated again and again and again ad nauseum? And I want to say something else. This rejection of a Jewish state not only applies to Hamas, it also applies to the so-called moderate Palestinian Authority. You should know that the Palestinian authorities pays terrorists to slay Jews. The more Jews the terrorists slay, the more the Palestinian Authority pays. The Palestinian Authority names its government buildings, its public squares, its schools, after the mass murderers of Jews, which they glorify as martyrs. They pay and glorify not just the killer of Jews, but also killers of Christians. Christians like Taylor Force, an American veteran who was brutally murdered in Israel by Palestinian terrorists. But, that I hear from the Western leaders. They tell me, the PA promised us it will reform. And I know this time, Prime Minister, it will be different. Yeah, right. We've heard these promises for decades. They always promise. They never deliver. Because you see, the Palestinian Authority is corrupt to the core. They haven't held elections in 20 years. They use the same textbooks as Hamas, exactly the same textbooks. They teach their children to hate Jews and destroy the Jewish state. And Christians don't fare much better. When Bethlehem, the birthplace of Jesus, was under Israeli control, 80% of its residents were Christians. But since the PA took control, that number has dwindled to under 20%. These are the people you want to give a state to? What you're doing is giving the ultimate reward to intolerant fanatics who perpetrated and supported the October 7th massacre. Giving the Palestinians a state 1 mile from Jerusalem after October 7th is like giving Al-Qaeda a state 1 mile from New York City after September 11th. This is sheer madness. It's insane, and we won't do it. So here's another message to those Western leaders. Israel will not allow you to shove a terror state down our throats. We will not commit national suicide because you don't have the guts to face down a hostile media and anti-Semitic mobs demanding Israel's blood. And I want you to grasp something else, which is also distorted in the media. I say this not only in my name or the name of my government, but on behalf of all the people of Israel. Last year, there was a vote in the Knesset, our parliament, whether or not to oppose the imposition of a Palestinian state. You want to guess what the results were? Out of 120 members of our parliament, 99 voted against and only 9 supported. That's over 90%. It's not a fringe group. It's not the prime minister who himself is extreme or he's held hostage by extreme parties to his right. It's over 90% of Israelis. My opposition to a Palestinian state is not simply my policies or my government's policy. It's the policy of the state and people of the state of Israel. Western leaders may have buckled under the pressure. And I guarantee you one thing, Israel won't. Israel's victories over the Iranian... Thank you, I know you won't too, that's good. Israel's victories over the Iranian terror axis have opened up possibilities for peace that were unthinkable 2 years ago. Take Syria. For decades, the very idea of peace between Israel and Syria seemed unimaginable. Well, no more. Today, we have begun serious negotiations with the new Syrian government. I believe an agreement can be reached that respects Syria's sovereignty and protects both Israeli security and the security of the minorities in the region, including the Druze minority. From the founding of Israel, Jews and Druze have been brothers in arms. We have fought together, we've bled together, we built our lives together. When I was a young commander in Israel's Special Forces, my own life was saved by the invaluable advice given to me by a great friend, Salim Shufi, a heroic Druze IDF veteran. And that's why I couldn't sit idly by, nor could Israel sit idly by, while the Druze were being slaughtered by jihadists. And I instructed our forces to stop the massacre, which they promptly did. Peace between Israel and Lebanon is possible as well. I call on the Lebanese government to also begin direct negotiations with Israel. I commend it for its declared aim to disarm Hezbollah. But we need more than words. If Lebanon takes genuine and sustained action to disarm Hezbollah, I'm sure we can achieve a sustainable peace. Of course, until that happens, we will take whatever action we need to defend ourselves and to maintain the conditions of the ceasefire which was established in Lebanon. Our goal is not merely to monitor Hezbollah's actions, but to prevent them from violating the ceasefire and attacking us at any time. But I'm sure that if the Lebanese government persists in its goal of disarming Hezbollah, peace will come very speedily and very readily. Victory over Hezbollah has made peace possible with our two Arab neighbors in the north. Victory over Hamas will make peace possible with nations throughout the Arab and Muslim world. Our victory would lead to a dramatic extension and expansion of the historic Abraham Accords, which President Trump brokered between Arab leaders and myself 5 years ago. And I took note, as I'm sure you did too, of the encouraging words spoken here by the President of Indonesia. This is the country with the largest Muslim population of all nations. And it's also a sign of what could come. Forward-looking Arabs and Muslim leaders know that cooperating with Israel will provide them with groundbreaking Israeli technologies, including in medicine and science, in agriculture and water, in defense and AI, and so many other fields. I believe that in the coming years, the Middle East will look dramatically different. Many of those who wage war on Israel today will be gone tomorrow. Brave peacemakers will take their place. And nowhere will this be more true than in Iran. The long-suffering Iranian people will regain their freedom. They will make Iran great again. And our two ancient peoples, the people of Israel and the people of Iran, will restore a friendship that will benefit the entire world. Ladies and gentlemen, the horrors that happened on one dark day, October 7th, those horrors happened countless times during the centuries of my people's exiles among the nations. Jewish blood was cheap. Jews were killed with impunity. We had to beg others to defend us. The rise of Israel did not mean that the attempts to destroy us would end. It meant that we could fight back against those attempts. And that is exactly what Israel has done since October 7th. Our sons and daughters fought like lions. Our brave soldiers donned their uniforms and rushed into battle. They were armed with the dreams of the 100 generations of Jews who came before them. The dream of living as a free people in the land of Israel, our beloved homeland for more than 3,000 years. The dreams of living in our own independent state. The dream of having an army to defend ourselves. And the dream of being a light unto the nations, a beacon of progress, ingenuity, innovation for the benefit of all humanity. On October 7th, the enemies of Israel tried to extinguish that light. 2 years later, the resolve of Israel and the strength of Israel burned brighter than ever. With God's help, that strength and that resolve would lead us to a speedy victory and to a brilliant future of prosperity and peace. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the State of Israel,
There's a pen also.
The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Muhammad Shehbaz Sharif, Prime Minister of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम लैसल बिर्रा अन तवल्लु वजूहकुम क़िबलल मशरिक़ी वल मग़रिबी वलाकिन्नल बिर्रा मन आमना बिल्लाहि वल यौमिल आखिर वल मलाइकति वल किताबि वन नबिय्यीन व आतल माला अला हुब्बिही ज़विल कुर्बा वल यतामा वल मसाकीन वब्न सबील वस्साइलीन फिर रकाब व अकामस सलाता व आतस ज़काता वल मुफ़ून बि आहदिम इज़ा आहदू वस्साबिरीन फिल बअसाई वद्दर्राई वहीनल बास उलाइकल लज़ीना सदकू व उलाइकल
Those who believe in God are those who are on the side of good and not evil.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning. I wish to congratulate Her Excellency Annalena Baerbock on assuming the presidency of the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I also commend Secretary General Antonio Guterres for his bold leadership of the United Nations in testing times. Ladies and gentlemen, our world is more complex today than ever before. Conflicts are intensifying, international law is being brazenly violated, humanitarian crises are multiplying, terrorism remains a potent threat, disinformation and fake news undermine trust, climate change threatens our very survival, and more so countries like Pakistan. Today, multilateralism is no more an option, it is need of the hour. Excellencies, Pakistan's foreign policy, guided by the vision of Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah, is based on peace, mutual respect and cooperation. We believe in the peaceful settlement of disputes through dialogue and diplomacy. Last year, from this very podium, I had warned that Pakistan would act most decisively against any external aggression. Those words of mine proved true. I hope it didn't. But then that is destiny. When in May this year, my country confronted unprovoked aggression from our eastern front, the enemy came shrouded in arrogance. We sent them back in humiliation, delivering our bloody nose. Excellencies, India sought to extract political gains from a human tragedy by spurning my sincere offer of an independent international investigation into the Pahalgam incident. Instead, it attacked our cities and targeted our innocent civilians. When our territorial integrity and national security were violated, our response was in accordance with the right of self-defense under Article 51 of United Nations Charter. Our valiant armed forces, under the stellar leadership of Field Marshal Syed Asim Munir, mounted an operation of stunning professionalism, bravery, and acumen, repulsing the enemy's attack under Air Chief Marshal Zahir Babar Sidhu. Our falcons took flight and etched their answer across the skies, resulting in 7 of the Indian jets turned to scrap and dust. A decisive response. A decisive response to the aggressor that will echo through the annals of history. To the fearless architects of this victory, to every officer and soldier, heirs of our martyrs, their names are forever engraved in glory. To mothers of our martyrs, their courage guides our path forward, and their sacrifice shall never be in vain, inshallah, God willing. And to every Pakistani, you stood as one unbreakable wall, a bunyanum marsus. Excellencies, though in a position of strength, Pakistan agreed to a ceasefire facilitated by President Donald Trump's bold and visionary leadership. We express our deep appreciation to him and his team for their active role in bringing about the ceasefire. President Trump's efforts for peace helped avert a more threatening war in South Asia. Had he not intervened timely and decisively, the consequences of a full-fledged war would have been catastrophic. Who would have lived to tell what happened? And therefore, in recognition of President Trump's wonderful and outstanding contribution to promote peace in our part of the world, Pakistan nominated him for Nobel Peace Prize. And I think this is the least we could do for his love for peace. And I think truly he's a man of peace. Ladies and gentlemen, we're also grateful to our friends and partners, including China, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Azerbaijan, Iran, UAE, and of course, UN Secretary General for extending their diplomatic support to Pakistan at this crucial time. Excellencies, we have won the war, and now we seek to win peace in our part of the world. And this is my most sincere and serious offer before this August Assembly of the World Nations. Pakistan stands ready for a composite, comprehensive, and result-oriented dialogue with India on all outstanding issues. South Asia requires, ladies and gentlemen, proactive rather than provocative leadership. India's unilateral and illegal attempt to hold the Indus Water Treaty in abeyance defies the provisions of the treaty itself, as well as the norms of international law. Pakistan has made it abundantly clear, and let there be no doubt once again in anybody's mind, as I said last year in this hall, from this podium, we will definitely and ardently defend, inshallah, the inseparable right of our 240 million people on these waters. To us, any violation of this Indus Treaty represents an act of war. Ladies and gentlemen, through this august House, I wish to assure the Kashmiri people that I stand with them. The people of Pakistan stand with them. And one day soon, inshallah, India's tyranny in Kashmir will come to a grinding halt. Kashmir will gain its fundamental right to self-determination through an impartial plebiscite under the auspices of this very organization, United Nations. Excellencies, the plight of the Palestinian people is one of the most heart-wrenching tragedies of our times. This prolonged injustice is a stain on the global conscience and our collective moral failure. For nearly 80 years, the Palestinians have courageously endured Israel's brutal occupation of their homeland. In the West Bank, each passing day brings new brutality, illegal settlers who terrorize and kill with impunity, and nobody can challenge them and question them. And in Gaza, Israel's genocidal onslaught has unleashed unspeakable terror upon women and children in a manner we have not witnessed in annals of history. In blind pursuit of its nefarious goals, the Israeli leadership has unleashed a shameful campaign against the innocent Palestinians, which history will always remember as one of its darkest chapters. But speak we must, Madam President, we must speak and speak loud and clear. Our words are too little, too late for Hind Rajab, a child, nay, a little baby. We have all heard her trembling voice on that phone call, which little Hind made as she struggled to stay alive under Israeli onslaught and atrocities. Can you imagine that little girl, Hind Rajab, as if she was our daughter? Can you imagine not having the compassion to spare her life? My agony and the agony of the entire Muslim Ummah, indeed, I think, the agony of all the nations on the planet is that we failed Hind Rajab, and she will not forgive us in this world and the world hereafter. As they say, ladies and gentlemen, the smallest coffins are the heaviest to carry. I, for one, would know, for I too carried the tiny coffin of a 7-year-old Irtiza Abbas during the recent confrontation with India. He was only 6 years old. Therefore, we cannot and we must not fail these children of Gaza or any child anywhere in the world. We must find a path to a ceasefire now and just now. Pakistan firmly supports Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan firmly supports the demand of the Palestinian people for the establishment of a sovereign Palestinian state with pre-1967 borders and Al-Quds Sharif as its capital. Palestine can no longer remain under Israeli shackles. It must be liberated, and liberated with full commitment and with full force. Excellencies, as far as Pakistan is concerned, we were among the first to recognize Palestinian statehood in 1988. And now we welcome the recognition of the state of Palestine by a number of countries recently around the globe, and urge others to also follow suit, because time and tide wait for none. We are further grateful for President Trump's timely initiative to invite Arab Islamic states 3 days ago here in this building for a consultative session at the United Nations. And I was also part of that consultative process. And I think, and I hope and pray to God that it has rekindled hope for a ceasefire in the nearest future, for which the credit must again be attributed to President Trump for this peace initiative. Excellencies, Israel's recent attack on Doha and its continued violations of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of numerous countries is reflective of its rogue behavior. Pakistan stands unwaveringly with our brothers and sisters in Qatar. We also support all efforts for a peaceful resolution of the We also support all efforts for a peaceful resolution of the Ukraine conflict in line with the UN Charter to end human sufferings and global turmoil caused by this protracted war. Madam President, Pakistan condemns terrorism in all its forms and manifestations. For over 2 decades, Pakistan has been at the front line of global counter-terrorism efforts, having suffered over 90,000 people. We lost 90,000 people of our country, babies, children, mothers, sisters, brothers, elderly people, doctors, engineers, and also suffered economic loss of $150 billion. Please tell me, put your hand on your heart, that what can be a bigger manifestation of our commitment to fight terrorism and erase it not only from the face of Pakistan, but from the face of this global world. And I believe a man killed in New York is a man killed in Lahore, a man killed in Islamabad is a man killed in London. It's a global village. So I think unless and until terrorism is defeated hands down, this world will not be a peaceful place to live. And for that, Pakistan's sacrifices are probably the biggest around the globe. It must be respected and appreciated because we are a bulwark. Had these terrorists not been encountered by us, they would have been roaming on the streets of New York and London and God knows Far East. So I think this is our humble contribution, not only for the people of Pakistan, but the people all over the world. Today we face externally sponsored terrorism, particularly from foreign-funded groups such as the TTP, Fitna al-Khawarij, Fitna al-Hindustan, BLA, and its Majid Brigade. Operating from Afghan soil, these groups are responsible for some of the most heinous attacks inside Pakistan, including the dastardly Jafar Express train incident earlier this year, the train was hijacked and 400 people were kept for days and weeks. And mercifully, by Allah Almighty's grace, our armed forces and law enforcing agencies were able to recover them. Now, as an immediate neighbor and a brotherly country of Afghanistan, Pakistan has a direct stake in a peaceful Afghanistan. We believe that the key to development and prosperity lies in regional stability and connectivity. Pakistan continues to engage with all partners to extend humanitarian assistance, promote economic recovery, and encourage inclusive political framework in Afghanistan. The interim Afghan government must, however, uphold human rights, including women's rights. Above all, we expect that Afghan interim government to take effective action against terrorist groups and to ensure that Afghan soil is not used for terrorism against any country. Ladies and gentlemen, there must be no space for hate speech, discrimination or violence against any person or against any religion. Hate-driven ideologies such as India's Hindutva driven extremism pose a danger to the entire world. While there is growing recognition of the dangers posed by Islamophobia, the imperative of effectively combating this menace can hardly be overemphasized. Pakistan welcomes the appointment of a UN Special Envoy to combat this scourge. Ladies and gentlemen, while we are confronted with the climate crisis, it demands the most urgent collective action. In 2022, Pakistan faced massive floods of humongous proportions that caused huge losses amounting to $34 billion and many valuable lives lost. This year again, we are dealing with another mega flood with thousands of villages washed away from the face of the earth, millions of people displaced, more than 1,000 killed, and billions of dollars of crop, livestock, and property washed away, lost to flood waters. Our nation stands united in these testing times, and we are dealing with this natural calamity with remarkable resilience by the grace of God. I have declared a climate emergency to cope with this challenge. The catastrophic floods of 2022 and 2025 this year are glaring examples of loss and damage caused due to climate change. Pakistan, to the contrary, my honorable guests in this hall and through the cameras around the globe, Pakistan contributes less than 1% of global emissions annually, yet it continues to face the relentless brunt and muddy waves of climate change. And then we are told to borrow loans and add on to our debt, huge debt pillars we have over the period of time. This is not fairness. This is not equality. This is not justice. This is not fair play. How can you expect a country which is a developing country facing humongous flood challenges every year due to climate change and no fault of ours, and yet we are told to borrow more loans? I think borrowing loan would be destroying your economy. We will be better off than not borrowing loan and standing on our own feet, working hard, tirelessly, blood and sweat, and we will, inshallah, make Pakistan a great country, inshallah. Ladies and gentlemen, while we deal with climate change, I bear good tidings on the domestic economic front. Socio-economic development and the welfare of our people are among my government's foremost priorities. We have successfully implemented deep-rooted structural macroeconomic reforms, modernized and broadened our taxation system, intensified efforts to mobilize productive investment, and embraced digitization, AI, and crypto as the tools of the future. Strategic partnerships, including our all-weather cooperation with China through the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor under President Xi Jinping's landmark Belt and Road Initiative, are contributors to our progress as I speak. I admire the vision and foresight of President Xi Jinping, whose recently launched Global Governance Initiative, along with other global initiatives, offers a comprehensive framework for a more just, fair, and inclusive development. Excellencies, as a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council, Pakistan is playing its constructive role in conflict prevention. The unanimous adoption of Resolution 2788 under our presidency of the Council has renewed our collective commitment to multilateralism, respect for the UN Charter, and effective implementation of UN Security Council resolutions. Excellencies, at the end, let me assure you that Pakistan will always stand for peace, justice, and development, for a revitalized United Nations, and for cooperative and multilateralism that is fair and inclusive and delivers for all. Therefore, let this 80th anniversary not simply commemorate history, let us make history and chart a future for the next 80 years with these United Nations as enduring hope for global good. Let us truly strive to become better together. Thank you very much. United Nations, long live. God bless you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Li Qihang, Premier of the State Council of the People's Republic of China. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, this year marks the 80th anniversary of the victory of the World Anti-Fascist War. It is also the 80th anniversary of the founding of the United Nations. 80 years ago, fascism was defeated in fearless battles by countless heroic men and women around the world. And the United Nations was created upon their ideal of a world free of war, marking the beginning of an extraordinary journey of building the post-war international order and pursuing peace and development. The past 80 years have been tortuous but purposeful. Today, the UN is the world's most universal, representative, and authoritative intergovernmental organization. With an international system centered around the UN and an international order based on international law, human society has realized overall peace and achieved unprecedented levels of development and prosperity. The past 80 years have witnessed tectonic changes in our world. Straddling 2 centuries, this period saw human society leapfrog from the age of electricity and computers into a digital intelligence era. While the world we live in has changed enormously, the ideal of making it a better place remains unchanged. Looking back, we can draw a number of valuable inspirations. First, peace and development are the strongest aspiration shared by the people of all countries. Having gone through 2 world wars, we must never forget the bitter lessons learned through bloodshed and loss of lives. For 80 years, a generally peaceful international environment has led to remarkable growth in the global economy. Today, as the desire for peace and development grows even stronger around the world, it is incumbent upon our generation to further strengthen the force for peace and development. Second, solidarity and cooperation are the most powerful drivers for human progress. In the ferocious years of the World Anti-Fascist War, countries with different social systems, histories, and cultures rose above their differences, fought side by side, and prevailed together. In the 80 years that followed, they weathered a succession of vicissitudes, such as the Cold War standoff, financial crises, and global pandemics, by staying connected and working together. All this proves a simple yet powerful point. Solidarity lifts everyone up, while division drags all down. The road ahead might be hard and bumpy, but when all countries unite as one and collaborate in good faith, our strengths will converge into a mighty force with which we can withstand any headwind and cross any hurdle. Third, fairness and justice are the most important values pursued by the international community. History keeps reminding us that when might dictates right, the world risks division and regression. Should the era of the law of the jungle return, and the weak be left as a prey to the strong, human society would face even more bloodshed and brutality. As members of the global family, we must uphold justice while pursuing our own interests. This is particularly true for the major countries. Only when all countries, big or small, are treated as equals and true multilateralism is practiced, can the rights and interests of all parties be better protected. At present, the world has entered a new period of turbulence and transformation. Unilateralism and Cold War mentality are resurfacing. The international rules and order built over the past 80 years are under serious challenge. And the once effective international system is constantly disrupted. The various problems induced are distressing and worrying. Humanity has once again come to a crossroads. Anyone who cares about the state of affairs in the world would want to ask, why couldn't we humans, having emerged from tribulations, adopt a greater sense of conscience and rationality, and treat each other with kindness and coexist in peace? How could we, in the face of deplorable incidents such as humanitarian disasters, turn a blind eye to atrocities that trample blatantly on fairness and justice and sit on our own hands? How could we, when confronted with unscrupulous acts of hegemonism and bullying, remain silent and submissive for fear of might? And how could we let the ardent passion and dedication of our forefathers in founding the UN simply fade into the pages of history? We Chinese people often say, never forget why you started, and you can accomplish your mission. Arriving at the UN headquarters this time, I saw over 190 national flags lined up in front of the building and fluttering in the breeze. I saw the sculptures, "Let us beat swords into plowshares," and "Nonviolence," with their time-tested message ever so loud. And I saw staff members from different regions, of different races, and with different skin colors, working in collaboration for the common goals of humanity. What I saw got me thinking. Those people, objects, and scenes that embody peace, progress, and development are exactly why we choose to commemorate victory. They are also what inspires us to forge ahead, hand in hand. While we may not be able to go back in time and relive the victory, we can definitely create a better future together. As a founding member of the UN, China has all along taken an active part in global affairs and worked for the betterment of humanity. Over the years, President Xi Jinping has put forward the vision of building a community with a shared future for humanity, the Global Development Initiative, the Global Security Initiative, the Global Civilization Initiative, and the Global Governance Initiative, sharing China's wisdom and solution for navigating global transformations and overcoming pressing challenges. In particular, the Global Governance Initiative, proposed at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Tianjin Summit at the beginning of this month, underscores the principles of adhering to sovereign equality, abiding by international rule of law, practicing multilateralism, advocating the people-centered approach, and focusing on taking real actions. It points the right direction and provides an important pathway for building a more just and equitable global governance system. China is ready to take coordinated and effective actions together with all sides to offer more concrete solutions and promote world peace and development. First, amid the volatility and turbulence in the world, we must work together for peace and shared security. All countries belong to the same global village and rely on each other for security. We should uphold the vision of common, comprehensive, cooperative, and sustainable security, and respect the legitimate security concerns of all countries. We should settle differences and disputes peacefully through dialogue and consultation. Persisting in camp-based confrontation or willful resort to force only drives peace further away. China has all along acted as a staunch defender of world peace and security. China is the second largest contributor to UN peacekeeping budget and the largest provider of peacekeepers among the permanent members of the Security Council. China has been working actively to promote peace talks on hotspot issues such as the Ukraine crisis and the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. China will continue to play a constructive role in promoting the political settlement of hotspot issues. Second, amid sluggish global growth, we must reinvigorate cooperation and pursue win-win results. A major cause of the current global economic doldrums is the rise in unilateral and protectionist measures, such as tariff hikes and erection of walls and barriers. We should collaborate more closely to identify and expand convergence of interests, promote universally beneficial and inclusive economic globalization, and help each other succeed by moving forward in the same direction. China has always been a key driver of global common development. Over the years, the Chinese economy has maintained steady development, contributing around 30% to global economic growth. China has consistently opened its door wider to the world. It has lowered its overall tariff level to 7.3% and remained the world's second-largest importer for 16 consecutive years. China has also advanced high-quality Belt and Road cooperation with over 150 countries. Currently, China is taking solid steps to promote high-quality development at home. with a focus on expanding domestic demand. China has the confidence and capability to keep its economy on an upward trajectory and continue to provide important support for global economic growth. Third, amid dynamic interactions among civilizations, we must champion dialogue and mutual enlightenment. Every civilization has its unique value and heritage, and deserves acknowledgement and respect. Obsession with so-called civilizational superiority or ideology-based circles only breeds more division and confrontation. Adopting an inclusive attitude and engaging in exchange and mutual learning is a sure way to build more consensus and collective strength. China has all along engaged in active civilizational exchange and mutual learning. Over the next 5 years, China will carry out 50 development cooperation programs in the field of culture and civilization for fellow developing countries, and host 200 thematic training and seminar programs, contributing its part to inter-civilizational dialogue and the progress of civilizations. Fourth, amid emerging challenges, we must respond with concrete efforts and protect our shared home. Climate change is a major challenge confronting all of us. We should uphold the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities, promote the effective implementation of the Paris Agreement, and enhance international collaboration on the green economy. In recent years, technologies such as artificial intelligence, network communications, and biomanufacturing have advanced rapidly. Along with the benefits, they also bring potential risks. We should adhere to the principles of people-centered development, technology for good, and equitable benefits, improve relevant governance rules at a faster pace, and strengthen global governance cooperation, so that technological progress could bring real benefits to humanity in a better way. China has always been a responsible stakeholder in addressing global challenges. Committed to green and low-carbon development, China has established the world's largest and fastest-growing renewable energy system, built the most extensive and complete new energy industrial chain, and announced China's 2035 nationally determined contributions that cover all economic sectors and all greenhouse gases. China has proposed the Global AI Governance Initiative and advocated the establishment of a World AI Cooperation Organization. This time during the 80th session, China will present to the UN the lunar soil samples collected by Chang'e 6 from the far side of the moon. Going forward, China will take more proactive actions and work with all parties to advance global governance in relevant areas. Colleagues, China stands ready to work with all members to uphold the standing and authority of the UN, safeguard the purposes and principles of the UN Charter, support UN reforms to improve its efficiency and capacity to fulfill its mandate, and advocate greater representation and voice of developing countries. China will work with the UN to set up a China-UN Global South-South Development Facility and provide it with $10 million in budgetary support. China will also partner with the United Nations Development Program to establish a global center for sustainable development in Shanghai to accelerate the implementation of the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The tide of history surges forward, and the Great Way remains smooth and steadfast. Going forward, China will continue doing its best to contribute to global peace and development. China hopes to work with the rest of the world to uphold the ideals of the UN, carry forward the spirit of multilateralism, actively implement the 4 major global initiatives, advance toward the lofty goal of building a community with a shared future for humanity, and make our world a more harmonious and beautiful place. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Premier of the State Council of the People's Republic of China. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Ralph Gonsalves, Prime Minister and Minister for National Security, Legal Affairs and Information of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Excellencies, the condition of today's world is more complicated, more dangerous than ever, more uneven in its human development, more integrated, yet more disparate and desperate. At the same time, much progress and advancements have been made by humanity, and there's an enduring hopefulness amidst despair, a persistent sense that a better tomorrow is possible, even as catastrophes loom and dangers lurk. Your Excellencies, big power rivalries interlaced with personal vainglories and hubris are gravely unsettling the world, to the advantage of not one single nation state. Civilized discourse, tempered with patience and calm, has given way to a bellicosity of language shouted across continents and oceans, designed presumably to satisfy nativist longings in the breasts of those who think that, despite their good fortune, relatively, they have been grievously wronged by some dark and hidden forces. Can none of these persons pause and reflect upon the question posed and answered by all the world's great religions, but in particular through the words of the Hebrew prophet Micah? What does the Lord require of us? To do justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with our God. The intractable problems facing humanity cannot be solved by any one nation unilaterally. A mature multilateralism is required to address satisfactorily rampaging climate change in the age of the Anthropocene, to resolve the threats posed by nuclear weapons and their further spread, to pursue peaceful coexistence rather than conflict, terrorism, and war, to reform the system of financing for development, inclusive of a just climate financing, to tackle successfully the growing challenges of artificial intelligence, to achieve the 17 Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, be guided by the Global Digital Compact and the Pact for the Future, and to reshape global governance more inclusively. It is thus of the highest importance for this august body, the United Nations, and the overwhelming majority of nation states within it, to continue our efforts to persuade the powerful to act equitably, honorably, and multilaterally, to tackle efficaciously the extant and looming challenges facing the global community. Oftentimes, it is frustrating and disheartening to those of us who are committed to this necessary and desirable path of mature multilateralism, because our Herculean efforts seemingly deliver correspondingly negligible results. Nevertheless, we cannot give up. We cannot afford to get weary. We have no choice but to persist in this ever more urgent multilateral solidarity and cooperation as we pursue the political and economic spaces to make this world a better place for all humanity. Your Excellencies, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, like all countries globally, have been shaped by our history and geography, our nature and neighbors, our extant circumstances, and our dreams for a better future. For example, we carry the benefits and the burdens of our geographic location, near to the greatest economic, military, scientific, and culturally dominant power the world has ever seen. St. Vincent and the Grenadines is where it is. It cannot be lifted up and taken to Vladivostok or the mouth of the Amur River. Yet, as a free and independent people, we have the right to pursue peacefully and securely our quest for shared prosperity without domination, interference, or intervention from any of our neighbors or from any power that comes from afar. Today, as I speak, my government and my people have another challenge from the nefarious activities of the agents of a rising or risen hegemon from another hemisphere, and from some greedy, unprincipled, non-state operators in Europe, acting in concert, seeking to pollute and interfere in our democracy, our free and fair elections, which are scheduled to be held later this year. Their conduct is unacceptable and hugely injurious to our people. Your Excellencies, the raging genocide and neocolonial oppression being committed against the Palestinian people in Gaza and the West Bank before our very eyes on global television and are continuing affronts to the elemental rights of the Palestinians, to civilized conduct, and to international law. How can one state, a member of this august body, act with such impunity against defenseless men, women, and children? Surely, the hottest part of hell is reserved for those perpetrators of genocide and those who are complicit in it. Over 200 years ago, the British committed large-scale genocide against the indigenous people of my country. And we are still suffering, enduring the historical legacies of underdevelopment therefrom. Similarly, the genocidal enslavement of African bodies in our Caribbean, in our hemisphere. It will take centuries for the pain, suffering, and legacies of the current genocide of the Palestinians to be repaired. We in the Caribbean are today demanding justly reparations for native genocide and the enslavement of African bodies, which occurred centuries ago. This tragedy, this madness that has been unfolding unabated in Palestine must stop. Israel's recent expansion of this war against the Palestinian nation in the state of Qatar is unacceptable. We stand in solidarity with Qatar. Your Excellencies, St. Vincent and the Grenadines calls urgently for a lasting peace across the Taiwan Straits and the participation of Taiwan in the specialized agencies of the United Nations. It is a continuing absurdity that this country of 23 million people, a functioning democracy with a settled yearning for self-determination, a legitimate institutional expression of the Chinese civilization, with first world living standards, a land of peace and ingenuity, cannot be properly accommodated in the global bodies concerned with health, climate change, civil aviation, policing, and so forth. Similarly, it is long overdue that the fractured relationship between the United States of America and Cuba be made whole in mutual respect, in accordance with international law and consistent with the interests of both neighbors for peace, security, and shared prosperity. St. Vincent and the Grenadines implores the great American nation, and it is a great nation, to listen and act upon the near unanimous advice of this General Assembly, which has repeatedly called for an end to the oppressive, unlawful embargo against Cuba. I am calling for a mature conversation between the United States of America and Cuba. Likewise, the recent ramping up of tensions between the USA and the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela is most unhelpful to peace and stability in our Caribbean and Latin America. St. Vincent and the Grenadines calls for the scaling back of actions and rhetoric which are so inimical to cordial neighborly relations. In particular, we find the foreign militarization of the waters around Venezuela exceedingly troubling. Repeatedly, the countries of the Caribbean and Latin America have unanimously declared our area a zone of peace. We urge our American friends to abide by this declaration. By all means, let us cooperate in combating drug trafficking and allied transnational criminal activities. But a unilateral militarization is decidedly not the way to go. Also, again, I'm imploring my American and Venezuelan friends to sit down maturely and talk through these problems so that we can have a resolution. In Haiti, matters political, economic, and social continue to deteriorate. Gang violence continues unabated, and a veritable Hobbesian state of nature exists in which life is nasty, brutish, and short. Haiti's political and economic elites have been found wanting, but it is true, too, that the international community with the means to assist has not as yet summoned up the will to do so. A solution is required in accord with the Haitian people's deepest longings for peace, security, and a normal civilized life and living. The UN Security Council, with CARICOM's full support, is seized of this matter, but an insufficiency of resources and will have attended it. So too, the pain and suffering in South Sudan demand immediate relief and more. Your Excellencies, in November this year, the Conference of Parties under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change gathered once more, on this occasion in the great nation of Brazil. The issue of climate change is urgent and existential. The science is clear, and there has been a growing, even overwhelming global consensus as to what is required to be done. But sadly, some powerful and other influential countries are backsliding and reneging on their earlier commitments. Excellencies, just over a year ago, on July the 1st, 2024, a Category 4 Hurricane Beryl devastated my country.
lives were lost, and damage and loss amounting to 1/3 of our gross domestic product was incurred. In particular, 20% of our houses were either severely damaged or destroyed. We have been rebuilding and recovering stronger and better than ever. We thank our regional and international partners, including worthy non-governmental entities, for their solidarity, without which our tasks of reconstruction would have been even more onerous. We thank, too, our diaspora. But to tell the truth, we have had to rely mainly on our own efforts at home. There's much, much more left to be done. And I again plead for the enhanced support of our friends, our allies, and Good Samaritans. Our people's resilience, creativity, and disciplined endeavors have been a marvel to behold. This is a testimony to our people's genius and the coming to the fore of our people's hidden rationalities, their hitherto submerged resources and abilities, a renaissance of their spirit, and the reaffirmation of the idea of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Madam President, I concluded 5 reaffirmations for those from the dominant metropoles of the West and the East who may possess the good sense to listen to some friendly advice from a spokesperson from the periphery. First, do not think ever that our mouths would be muzzled by the food that we eat to live. Secondly, know it well that while some sleep to dream, the rest of us dream to change the world for the better. Thirdly, we have a voice, and this voice will never be stilled. Fourthly, we are not better than anyone, and no one is better than us. And finally, we too have a history of civilized life and living with a trajectory for further advancement and ennoblement. We are not appendages of any other nation. We are a free and independent people made in the image and likeness of God. We are the embodiment of the idea of St. Vincent and Grenadines. We are friends of all, and we strive for a better world. We are a small nation, demonstrably like other small nations, capable of mighty deeds. Excellencies, we are small states, but we have an important role to play in global affairs to the betterment of all. Imperial giants and hegemons, whether from the West or the East, must not hold us back. Together, we have an obligation not to desecrate our future. Thank you. I'm obliged.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister for National Security, Legal Affairs and Information of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Luc Frieden, Prime Minister of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Secretary General, the Second World War was the deadliest conflict in history. It took the combined efforts of 50 nations to resist the Axis powers and end their seemingly unstoppable campaign of conquest and subjugation. But in the course of their struggle, Allied countries, including my own, found a second, even bigger purpose. They would end the war, and they would seek to end war itself. They were driven by a dream of a world in which conflict is replaced by cooperation, oppression by freedom, and misery by prosperity. They were driven by hope, not fear, unwavering in their belief that the world could be changed for the better. A world of peace in which war would be prevented not just for their generation, but for all those to come after them. A world of justice in which the relations between the nations would be governed not by force, but by law. A world of freedom in which people do not face oppression, but enjoy fundamental rights without distinction as to race, sex, language, or religion. These ideals go hand in hand. Peace, justice, freedom, dignity, human rights, international law. Looking back, and indeed at the current state of world affairs, it is painfully obvious that we are not always living up to those ideals. The last few years have seen an unprecedented erosion of international norms and violations of humanitarian law. The international order is at a breaking point. Too few defend it. Too many have lost faith in it. For Luxembourg, the United Nations still represents the highest of mankind's ambitions. As much as the United Nations represents these ideals, it represents a different method, a paradigm shift in the way countries deal with each other and their common challenges. Words, not weapons. Diplomacy, not warfare. Solidarity, not confrontation. The establishment of the United Nations 8 years ago was not the end of the journey to peace. It was the beginning. That journey must be made anew every single day. One that Luxembourg will always be ready to pursue. That journey of dialogue and cooperation, together with all others willing to work for peace. Because war, with all its horrible results, is nothing but the final expression of that radical unwillingness to compromise at the root of all human conflict, that stubborn refusal to even listen to the other side. It is this uncompromising spirit that starts wars, creates divisions, and hinders progress, leaving all of us worse off. The United Nations, however, represents the opposite spirit. It stands for the relentless pursuit of compromise, for the formidable power of reconciliation. But the United Nations as an institution cannot work wonders. Its success depends on all of us. It will work, its ideals can be achieved when we adopt this spirit, in all our decisions. When we work for comprehensive, just and lasting peace in Ukraine, respecting Ukraine's sovereignty, self-determination, and territorial integrity. When we work for an immediate ceasefire and full humanitarian access in Gaza, as well as at the same time for the immediate release of all hostages. When we work for the implementation of the two-state solution, with the State of Israel and the State of Palestine living side by side in peace and security. To maintain that objective, this week Luxembourg formally recognized the State of Palestine. When we work to ensure equal rights, to educate all children, to eradicate hunger and disease, and to protect our cultural heritage. And when we work for a United Nations that is fit for purpose, with a more effective and more representative governance, and with the necessary resources to keep pushing us towards our ideals. Luxembourg will be a reliable partner in all these efforts, because we know the value of a stable, multilateral world order. We knew it 8 years ago when our predecessors signed the Charter, and we know it today as one of the largest per capita donors to official development assistance, consistently contributing 1% of our gross national income. Just this week, Luxembourg signed 4 new strategic partnership frameworks with crucial UN agencies. Because the sad lesson of history is that, in the end, when war ends and the dust settles on ruined cities and unnecessary cemeteries, that uncompromising spirit must still give way. And we must still live together. We must still talk and work with each other. We still share a common planet and a common humanity. That realization lies at the origin of this great institution, giving those who lost the war the opportunity of a new start was one of the most far-sighted, even if the least intuitive decision of the 20th century. So I call on all countries to honor the promise made to mankind in San Francisco, that humanity would work together to abandon war and seek peace by taking a new approach, by following a different spirit, the spirit of the United Nations. One that puts dialogue first and makes every effort to settle differences by peaceful means, through mutually acceptable compromises. Let's do it to honor those working here and across the world in the interest of all of humanity, for food security, for refugee protection, for global health, for our environment. Let's do it to honor those generations before us who built this institution, giving us the opportunity to turn their legacy of hope into reality. And above all, let's do it to honor the generations yet to come, who have every right to expect growing up in a world of peace, freedom, and prosperity. Let's recall this spirit today, and let's remember it every day. Every day is a new opportunity to match our words with action, because ultimately, history will judge us by what we do. The United Nations can continue to count on Luxembourg in word and in deed. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of Grand Duchy of Luxembourg. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Micheál Martin, Taoiseach of Ireland. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
President of the General Assembly, distinguished heads of state and government, Secretary General, Excellencies, friends. It is important to remember what brings us together every year. 80 years ago, the world was emerging from the most savage conflict in our history. 80 million people lay dead. A deliberate industrial-scale genocide aimed at obliterating Europe's Jewish population saw 6 million people murdered, a monstrous crime that remains unsurpassed in human history. People were targeted for death because of their ethnic identity, their sexual orientation, their disability. Cities were laid waste, throttled by siege, firebombed into oblivion, or pulverized by the first and only use of atomic weapons in war. Humanity had descended into the abyss. This United Nations was the phoenix that rose from that darkness the highest expression of our commitment to unite our strength to maintain international peace and security. It was the best attempt by those who had seen the worst of humanity to offer a different path to future generations. Dag Hammarskjöld, UN Secretary-General in the 1950s, captured the reality of that vision best when he stated, "The United Nations was not created to take mankind to heaven, but to save humanity from hell." Since Ireland joined in 1955, the United Nations has been the cornerstone of our foreign policy. There is no member state more committed to its ideals. There is no member state more determined to ensure it succeeds in its mission. And like all member states, we depend on the UN Charter and the protections of international law for our security and well-being. At a time when the world risks slipping back into an order in which might is right and some voices count more than others, it is up to us as leaders to reassert and to insist on the primacy of international cooperation. President, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights states that the recognition of the inherent dignity and of the equal and inalienable rights of all members of the human family is the foundation of freedom, justice, and peace in the world. I am deeply concerned by the constant pushback on human rights norms that has accelerated in recent years, against women's rights and gender equality, against LGBTQ+ rights. I call out the brutal Taliban for their denial of the most fundamental rights of Afghanistan's women and girls. Ireland continues to work tirelessly to oppose all attempts to dilute existing international commitments and human rights standards. We reaffirm our commitment to honour and comply with the universal nature and the individuality of human rights. To demonstrate that commitment, we will run for a seat on the Human Rights Council from 2027 to 2029. President, conflict is always and everywhere a sign of human failure. Conflict destroys lives. It devastates economic development. It leaves scars and divisions that take generations to heal. We in Ireland know that from experience. On Friday of last week, the Irish and British governments agreed a new framework for addressing the legacy of the conflict in Northern Ireland. The Good Friday Agreement would not have been possible without the support and engagement of the international community, and we are ready to offer the same to others. The Irish people are enormously proud of our 67 years of continuous UN peacekeeping, especially our engagement with UNIFIL and close connection to Lebanon. We remember the members of our defence forces who paid the ultimate price. Continued support for UNIFIL will be essential over the next 15 months to support the efforts of the Lebanese authorities, given the complexity and scale of the challenges in the region. President, in Sudan, a grave humanitarian catastrophe is unfolding. It is more than 2 years since war broke out, and it has unleashed the most unimaginable human suffering on the civilian population. More than 150,000 people are already dead. 12 million people displaced. Vicious sexual violence against women and children. Famine declared throughout the country. The world has failed Sudan. To our collective shame, we have not given this most destructive of wars the same focus and attention as conflict in other parts of the world. But a child in Sudan has the same value, the same right to life and a peaceful childhood as a child born anywhere else in the world. The conflict in Sudan is a human catastrophe that risks wider stability in the region. It must be stopped. And Ireland fully supports the work of the Secretary-General's personal envoy for Sudan, Madame Ramtane Lama Madama, to achieve a negotiated ceasefire, an immediate humanitarian response, and a durable peace. The perpetrators of war crimes in Sudan must be held to account. The jurisdiction of the International Criminal Court should be extended to all of Sudan. 80 years ago, Europe had more reason than most to say never again. Yet today, brutal and bloody war has returned to European soil. In February 2022, Russia, a founding member of the United Nations and a permanent member of its Security Council, launched a full-scale illegal invasion of Ukraine in defiance of international law, in defiance of the UN Charter. It has prosecuted the war with a willful and reckless indifference to its human consequences. Tens of thousands of Ukrainians have been killed and maimed. Millions have been forced to flee their homeland. Millions more internally displaced. Russia has deliberately and cynically targeted civilians and civilian infrastructure. It has caused immense environmental devastation. Cities such as Mariupol, Kharkiv, and Bakhmut have been bombed to rubble. Prisoners have been mistreated, children abducted. President Putin has thumbed his nose at every attempt to bring about a ceasefire and negotiations, including those led by President Trump. There are no signs whatsoever that he is ready for peace. He has refused to meet President Zelensky. He has again intensified Russia's attacks on civilians and civilian infrastructure in Ukraine. He has sought to test the resolve of Ukraine's neighbours, sending drones into Polish and Romanian airspace. He should know that it will not work. He should appreciate how strong the people of Ukraine are and how unbreakable their resolve to defend their country and its independence. And those of us proud to be part of the coalition of the willing in support of Ukraine will stand with them, shoulder to shoulder, for as long as it takes. If Russia chooses not to come to the table, the world must increase economic and political pressure on it until it does. With our European Union and international partners, we will strengthen and tighten our sanctions. And we will also work to increase support for Ukraine. We will put in place the security guarantees that Ukraine needs to underpin any future peace agreement. Ireland strongly believes that Ukraine is part of the European family and that its future lies within the European Union. We will continue to work with our EU partners to ensure its journey towards membership advances as quickly as possible. President, come now to Gaza, a catastrophe of the most monumental and consequential kind. It is not possible to describe the scale of the physical and psychological suffering endured by the Palestinian people for 2 long and brutal years. Ireland stands in full solidarity with them. We acknowledge those who have worked in the most unimaginably difficult circumstances to preserve and sustain life, to treat the injured, to prevent the displacement and destruction of a people and their rich and irreplaceable cultural heritage. At the heart of this vital effort have been UN agencies and workers, most especially UNRWA. And we remember those among them who have lost their lives. And we pay tribute to the extraordinary bravery of the medics. We honour the journalists who have worked tirelessly and without regard to their own safety to ensure that nobody can ever say, "We did not know." What is happening in Gaza cannot be justified or defended. It is an affront to human dignity and decency. It is an abandonment of all norms, all international rules and law. We are witnessing hunger being used as an instrument of war. Babies starving to death while aid rots at the border. People shot while desperately seeking food for their families. The deliberate targeting and destruction of schools, hospitals, mosques, cultural institutions. The killing of doctors, aid workers, journalists. Dislocation and displacement over and over. We are all witnesses to the immense wrath of one of the world's most modern and best-equipped armies brought to bear on a trapped and defenseless civilian population. Last week, the Independent International Commission on the Occupied Territories called it out for what it is. Having examined carefully Israel's conduct of the war since 2023, as well as the actions and statements of senior Israeli military and political figures, it concluded that Israel is responsible for the commission of genocide in Gaza. Genocide, the gravest of crimes in international law. All signatories of the Convention on Genocide are obliged to act to prevent, and to punish it. We cannot say we were not aware. In January of last year, the ICJ put all states on notice of the plausibility of the State of Israel committing genocide in its military operations in Gaza. And the court has been clear. Where state parties are able to contribute to the prevention of genocide, they are obliged to employ all means reasonably available to them so as to prevent genocide as far as possible. As Navi Pilar, chair of the Independent Commission, said last week, the prevention of genocide is not a matter of discretion of states. It is a legal and moral obligation, and it admits no delay. All members of this United Nations must reflect on what more they can do. And I especially call on those who have influence to use it urgently to maximum effect. I call on those who have provided and who continue to provide Israel with the means necessary to prosecute its war to reflect carefully on the implications of their actions and the consequences for the Palestinian people. There cannot be business as usual in the face of genocide. As Navi Pilar has made clear, to do nothing is not neutrality, it is complicity. Ireland has intervened in the South African case at the ICJ. We have recognized the state of Palestine. We are legislating against the import of goods from the occupied territories. We will act to prevent those members of the government of Israel who have been instrumental in fomenting the unfolding disaster in Gaza from entering our country. We will continue to work with like-minded partners across the world to bring this human catastrophe to an end. There must be There must be an immediate ceasefire, the release of all remaining hostages, and unimpeded access for humanitarian and aid workers to Gaza. Those responsible for war crimes must be held accountable. There can be no impunity. We also need to hold to account those responsible for the attack on Israel of the 7th of October 2023. That too was a monstrous war crime. I appreciate the profound and continuing impact the trauma has had on the people of Israel. Hamas, not the Palestinian people, were responsible. Hamas must answer for its crimes. Hamas can have no role in the future governance in Palestine. But no crime, however heinous, can justify genocide. We also need to recognize the crimes being perpetrated in the West Bank. The scale and pace of appropriation of Palestinian land by illegal Israeli settlers. The open backing this receives from the Israeli government. The harassment, imprisonment and abuse of the Palestinian population. The withholding of tax revenues from the Palestinian Authority. It must not be allowed to continue. In its advisory opinion published in July 2024, the ICJ was clear that all states are under an obligation not to recognize as legal the situation arising from the unlawful presence of the State of Israel in the occupied Palestinian territory and not to render aid or assistance in maintaining the Palestinian territory. The world knows what drives this illegal activity is a determination to render the possibility of a two-state solution impossible. It must not succeed. A two-state solution remains the only prospect for a peaceful future in which the people of Israel and the people of Palestine can live in peace and security side by side. I welcome the decision to recognize the state of Palestine taken by France, Belgium, Luxembourg, the United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, and others. I commend France and Saudi Arabia for the leadership they are providing in working towards a political process that can deliver a just, lasting peace and security in the region. They have my full support. President, as it marks its 80th anniversary, the United Nations has never been more necessary. Today's challenges are ever more complex and ever more interconnected. They cannot be solved by any country or region acting alone. The threat to the future of our planet and the wonder of its biodiversity, the need for development, leaving nobody behind, the health and well-being of our people, the protection of our shared cultural heritage in all its magnificent diversity, the stability of our economies and our ability to trade fairly, the immense opportunity of the digital revolution, but also the potential consequences for our shared humanity. The United Nations is not perfect, and it needs to reform to reflect a very different world. I pay warm tribute to the role that Antonio Guterres has played as Secretary General during his term in office in that regard. The UN continues to represent the best of humanity. If it falters, it is not because it is no longer relevant, it is because we as leaders have let it down. Let this be remembered as a time when we reaffirmed our commitment to multilateralism, to the rule of law, to a reformed United Nations fit for purpose and for the future. As we did in the Charter, let us seek to save this and future generations from war. Let us reaffirm our faith in fundamental human rights, the dignity and worth of each human person. Let us work to establish conditions in which justice and respect for international law can be maintained. And as we pledged in the Charter, let us never cease to promote social progress and better standards of life for all in ever larger freedom. Thank you very, very much indeed. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Taoiseach of Ireland. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Muhammad Yunus, Chief Advisor of the Interim Government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh. I request protocol to please escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Madam President, I congratulate all member states on the 80th anniversary of the UN Charter. This session is especially important both for looking back at our journey and for shaping the road ahead. Over the past 8 decades, the UN has steadily expanded its scope of work and deepened its engagement in many areas. It has played an indispensable role in advancing peace and security, in promoting human rights, in improving lives across the world, and in upholding justice, fairness, and equality. Because of the UN, today more than 130 million vulnerable people in 120 countries receive urgent food and humanitarian support. Nearly 45% of the world's children are immunized through its efforts. Its agencies stand by those in distress, delivering food, clean water, sanitation, vaccines, and other life-saving services in every corner of the world. At the same time, we have also witnessed the limitations of the UN in resolving conflicts between states and in confronting major global challenges. Yet, on the whole, its role has been overwhelmingly positive and beneficial for humanity. Madam President, last year, in this August Assembly, I spoke to you from a country that had just witnessed a popular uprising. I shared with you our aspirations for transformation. Today, I stand here to tell you how far we have come on that journey. Out of every 100 people on this planet, nearly 3 live in Bangladesh. But our story is not important because of our numbers, nor because of our geopolitical location. Our story matters because it is a reminder of the extraordinary power of ordinary people. It matters because it inspires hope among nations everywhere that no matter how deep the crisis, no matter how impossible the solution may seem, the path to renewal is never lost. Madam President, Bangladesh was born in 1971 through a bloody struggle for equality, for human dignity, and for social justice. Yet the very rights for which we shed blood so much, the very freedoms for which we sacrificed so much, have been denied again and again over the past 5 decades. Time and again, spearheaded by our youth, the people of Bangladesh have risen, endured sacrifice, and reclaimed those rights. This year, we mark the first anniversary of the July uprising. It was our youth who stood up. It was our youth who defeated tyranny, and it was our youth who opened the path to a new journey of building a just and equal society. The responsibility to carry that vision forward was placed on my shoulders and those of my colleagues. Rebuilding a devastated economy and state demanded nothing less than profound institutional reforms. We could have chosen the easy path, reforms imposed by executive order. But we chose the hard path, reforms built through inclusion and sustained through consensus. We chose the path that endures. Our goal is clear: to create a democratic order where power is balanced, where no autocrat can ever return, where no elected leader can destroy democracy, and where those who are meant to protect the people can never again prey upon them. To realize this vision, we established 11 independent commissions on governance, judiciary, elections, public administration, law enforcement, anti-corruption, women's rights, and other vital areas. These commissions consulted citizens, studied deeply, and produced detailed proposals for reform. To anchor these reforms in permanence, we created a National Consensus Commission, which brought together more than 30 political parties and coalitions. Its aim was simple yet historic: to forge a collective pledge that transcends party line. That effort succeeded. On the first anniversary of July uprising, we stood together on one stage and announced the July Declaration, a time-bound commitment to reform. That commitment means that no matter who wins the next election, the reform process will not stop, will not reverse, and will not be undone. Now, as we prepare for next elections in February next year, we remain steadfast in carrying forward reforms that place citizens at the center. Our focus is unchanging: transparency, accountability, and the rule of law. Madam President, within weeks of assuming office last year, I invited the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights to Bangladesh. The task was clear: to investigate and document human rights violations and atrocities committed by the fallen autocracy. Their team carried out field investigations and submitted a detailed report. Along with their findings, they made important recommendations to ensure that such crimes are never repeated. We have incorporated those recommendations into our national reform process. Even before the last General Assembly session, Bangladesh acceded to the International Convention for Protection of All Persons from Enforced Disappearance, We are now drafting necessary legislation to give full effect to its provisions at the national level. This year, we joined the optional protocol to Convention Against Torture, and we are working to establish an independent national mechanism to prevent torture in line with its requirements. To strengthen our transformation from a repressive authoritarian system into a democratic order that protects human rights, we have also authorized a 3-year mission of the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights in Bangladesh. This mission has already begun its work, providing technical support to help us build strong and lasting safeguards. All these steps and commitments reflect the aspirations of our people, and those aspirations are clear: to build a democratic, inclusive, and pluralistic society. Madam President, at the heart of our development strategy lie 3 guiding principles: good governance, social inclusion, and sustainable development. From the bitter lessons of the past decade and a half, we know this truth. Without accountability, development is temporary. Without accountability, development is fragile. Infrastructure projects driven by corruption and narrow political interests not only burden the economy, they fail to serve the people. When we assumed responsibility, we uncovered the vast scale of corruption and theft of public resources and the severe economic vulnerability it had created. We are determined to put an end to this so that development is never again used as an excuse to plunder the wealth of the people. To stabilize the fragile economy, we have taken difficult but necessary reform decisions. Among the most important reform is the revenue collection system. For the first time, legislation has been enacted to separate policy-making body from the implementing authority. This ensures transparency and accountability, and it will expand our revenue base. These measures are fully aligned with the severe commitment adopted at the recent FFD4 conference. Just as Bangladesh is striving to implement reforms in line with the severe commitment, we hope that the developed world will also honor their responsibilities under that collective pledge. We also believe that reform of decision-making and governance in global financial institutions is urgently needed. Equally vital are an inclusive framework for international tax cooperation, coordinated global measures against illicit financial flows and corruption, and stronger international cooperation for the recovery of stolen and illicit assets. Madam President, recovering the illicit assets stolen from our country is now one of our highest priorities. In the past 15 years, billions of dollars were siphoned abroad through corruption. We are working tirelessly to bring this wealth back. Yet, legal processes in the concerned countries and different other obstacles are hurting our efforts. Without sincere political commitment from the countries concerned, we will not be able to recover these assets. The current global financial system has failed to prevent the illicit transfer of resources from developing nations. In some cases, the very rules of international financial institutions have enabled the movement of vast sums of illegal money into tax havens around the world. I call upon those countries and institutions that shelter such stolen assets: do not be complicit in this crime. Return the wealth to its rightful owners, the farmers, the workers, and the ordinary taxpayers. I propose the adoption and enforcement of strong international regulations to prevent the plunder of resources from developing countries and to ensure their return when stolen. Madam President, alongside historic reforms in revenue, we have introduced a market-based exchange rate, brought discipline and stability to the banking sector through asset quality reviews, a new bank resolution ordinance, and a forthcoming deposit protection ordinance. We have modernized capital market oversight with a reformed task force and a strengthened investigative system. In public procurement, e-tendering is now mandatory and conflicts of interest must be disclosed. A new public accounts audit ordinance has reinforced accountability. Our aim is not only financial stability, but also an investment-friendly environment. The Bangladesh single window now integrates 19 agencies to simplify customs procedures. Specialized commercial courts have been established to expedite dispute resolution. The Investment Development Authority has set up a coordination committee to ensure smooth, one-stop services, bringing regulators under one roof and easing visa and work permit processes. An FDI heat map and a national semiconductor task force now provide transparent information on high potential sectors. Trade logistics are also improving. Year on year, container handling at Chattogram port grew by 27.6% in August, a striking sign of new efficiency. These initiatives strengthen economic governance and make investment safer. Bangladesh is now entering a new phase of sustainable and inclusive growth. This progress would not have been possible without the extraordinary contribution of our migrant workers. Month after month, they send record remittances home through their hard work abroad. Their contribution is not only vital for Bangladesh, it is equally valuable for host countries, where they provide essential services in high demand. Migration is therefore mutually beneficial, good for us, good for them. We are also advancing human labor rights reforms in line with our commitments. A committee has already been formed to implement the recommendations of the Independent Labor Reform Commission. Amendments to the Bangladesh Labour Act are at the final stage, including easier trade union registration, longer maternity leave, and expanded social protection for workers in both formal and informal sectors. Online trade union registration has been introduced, and further simplification is under review. As a sign of our commitment to workers' rights, we have also signed the Charter of the OIC Labour Center. For these reasons, we strongly support safe, orderly, and regular migration. We call upon all countries that receive migrant workers to ensure empathy and protection for them. While developed nations struggle with aging populations, Bangladesh is blessed. More than 60% of our people are under the age of 35. If migration pathways are opened, it will be mutually beneficial. By harnessing the strength of our youth, we can help meet labor needs in developed countries while creating opportunities for our own people. Madam President, the young generation of Bangladesh has already shown that they are the driving force of social change. We are investing in their skills in information technology, artificial intelligence, renewable energy, and green innovation. Our goal is clear: to shape every young person not only as a job seeker but also as a job creator. To this end, in partnership with the UN, we are launching a permanent platform to connect young people at the grassroots with senior policymakers of the government. Across the country, consultations have already begun. Today's youth want to be directly connected to their representatives from the local to the national level through online and offline forums, surveys, and campaigns. They demand greater opportunities for leadership, skills development, and digital literacy. They call for accountability in this process with regular progress reports and continuous dialogue. Above all, they insist that the process be inclusive with equal space for women, minorities, persons with disabilities, and marginalized groups. This year is especially significant for youth policy as we celebrate the 30th anniversary of the World Programme of Action for Youth. It is not only a moment to address the challenges of today's young people, but also to anticipate the crisis they will face tomorrow and to begin shaping the solutions. In this fast-changing technological era, one of our deepest concerns is the widening digital divide facing youth in developing world. Quantum computing, artificial intelligence, large language models, modern communication systems, these must not be biased, and their benefits must be shared fairly with all. If not, we risk creating an entire generation who will see themselves as excluded, marginalized, and treated unjustly. Such a generation will be vulnerable to every harmful temptation. We believe that to shield young people from this risk and to spread the benefits of technology to all, technological innovation alone is not enough. We also need social innovation. Almost half a century ago, we introduced the idea of microcredit. It was then a radical experiment against conventional wisdom. Today, it is a globally recognized tool that has lifted millions out of poverty. In the US, for example, Grameen America has disbursed more than $6.2 billion till date to low-income women entrepreneurs with repayment rates close to 100%. Today, in Bangladesh and across the world, we are advancing the idea of social business. It is a form of business where profits are entirely reinvested for social good. Social business has shown that the entrepreneurial spirit of every human being can be harnessed for the welfare of society and the solving of social problems. This gives humanity a creative method to address every challenge, whether environmental degradation, concentration of wealth, healthcare, unemployment, or poverty. It is a path that can be applied and sustained everywhere. Madam President, in confronting the climate crisis, the goal of limiting global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius has already slipped beyond our grasp. The annual pledge of $100 billion in climate finance has not been met. Worse still, the small sums that are dispersed are often shown on paper as many times larger than what they really are. This is unacceptable. For the sake of our children's future, we must act now. The Loss and Damage Fund must be made fully operational. Efforts to mitigate climate change must be intensified, but adaptation must be given equal priority. And adaptation must be locally determined, locally led, and locally managed. Bangladesh has already embraced locally led adaptation as a guiding principle. At the upcoming COP30 conference, we will announce our third nationally determined contributions, which will include both mitigation targets and adaptation actions, with special emphasis on protecting mangrove forests and restoring wetlands. At the same time, we expect the global community, particularly the high-emitting countries, to meet their responsibilities with sincerity. Madam President, another great challenge of our time is the rise of protectionism in global trade. In our own lifetimes, we have seen how trade and globalization lifted almost 1 billion people out of poverty in just 3 decades. If we now turn back, our children will lose that opportunity. It is undeniable that in trade, every nation's sovereign interests must be safeguarded, and no country should be forced to bear burdens beyond its capacity. But for the sake of global peace and prosperity, there is no alternative to open, fair, and rules-based trade. We must also expand the role of social business in global trade. A growing share of development assistance must be directed towards spreading social business worldwide. My generation has witnessed how a system of interdependent economies made conflict too costly and helped preserve peace. Today, more than 120 armed conflicts are raging across the globe. If economic interdependence collapses, these conflicts will only multiply, development will falter, and peace itself will be destroyed. Madam President, the ongoing conflict in our neighboring country Myanmar has created a situation of deep concern for the entire region. It threatens not only regional stability, but also the prospects for the safe return of the forcibly displaced Rohingya sheltered in Bangladesh. 8 years on, the Rohingya crisis continues without any solution in sight. Moreover, Bangladesh faces a slow but regular flow of the Rohingyas seeking protection. Evidently, deprivation of rights and persecution of the Rohingya rooted in cultural identity-based politics continue in Rakhine. Reversal of the process of marginalization of the Rohingya cannot wait any further. Most of the discriminatory policies and practices that made them vulnerable can be reversed, and remedial measures can be advanced without waiting for a comprehensive national political settlement in Myanmar. There must be a political solution to the problems in Rakhine involving the ethnic stakeholders there so that the Rohingya become part of the Rakhine society with equal rights as equal citizens. Towards this end, a sustainable repatriation in safety and security must lead the process for restoration of their rights and their ultimate reintegration with dignity. Bangladesh has been drawn into this crisis as the second victim after the persecuted Rohingya. Yet, we must remember that the Rohingya crisis is not a bilateral issue with Myanmar. Bangladesh has been realizing its part of obligation as a responsible neighbor and a committed member of the international community. But our collective goal of maintaining a minimum standard of living in the camps face a situation of potential collapse given the funding crunch. The World Food Programme warns of a critical funding shortfall for its emergency response. Without urgent new funding, monthly ration may have to be halved to a paltry $6 per person, pushing the Rohingya deeper into hunger, accentuating their malnutrition, and forcing them to resort to desperate measures. Further cuts will no doubt intensify protection and security risks transcending much beyond the camps. Hence, I call upon existing donors and to come forward with enhanced contribution and potential donors to make announcements of generous contribution to prevent this catastrophic situation. The international community, beyond new and enhanced funding for humanitarian assistance, must apply pressure on Myanmar or the non-state actor in Rakhine to bring positive changes there and to seek political solutions urgently. The neighboring countries must assume their responsibilities. Bangladesh will remain available for any assistance or contribution needed towards stabilization of Rakhine that the international community collectively agrees. Bangladesh expects that the upcoming high-level conference on 30 September will galvanize global resolve and generate concrete international support for the Rohingya, with the topmost priority of diversified and additional funding. Parallelly, It must agree on a process with time-bound deliverables as part of a globally accepted roadmap towards seeking permanent solutions to the Rohingya crisis. Madam President, this year, conflicts have scarred almost every corner of the globe, in Europe, in South Asia, and in the Middle East. We live in the most densely populated region of the world. Nowhere else do so many nuclear-armed states exist in such close proximity. That is why we in Bangladesh deeply understand the urgency of disarmament and the prevention of nuclear proliferation. We call for the revival of global arms control treaties that have grown weaker with time. We renew our call for the establishment of nuclear weapon-free zones, particularly in the Middle East and South Asia. At the same time, we reaffirm the right of every nation to use nuclear energy peacefully, with full transparency. As a responsible nation, even before commissioning our first nuclear power plant, Bangladesh this year acceded to the Joint Convention on the Safety of Spent Fuel Management and on the Safety of Radioactive Waste Management under the IAEA. By doing so, we reaffirm our commitment to the highest standards of nuclear safety and transparency. Madam President, I have always spoken the language of hope. I have never believed in frightening people into action, but today I must depart from that habit, for the truth before us is frightening. I must warn, extreme nationalism, geopolitics that thrive on suffering of others, and indifference to human pain are destroying the progress humanity has built through decades of struggle. Nowhere is this tragedy more visible than in Gaza. Children are dying of hunger, civilians are being killed without distinction. Entire neighborhoods, including hospitals and schools, are being wiped from the map. We do agree with the UN Independent International Inquiry Commission that we are witnessing a genocide happening live. Unfortunately, on behalf of the humanity, we are not doing enough to stop it. If this continues, neither future generations nor history will forgive us. On behalf of the people of Bangladesh and of conscientious citizens across the world, I once again make a strong appeal. The two-state solution must be implemented now through the establishment of an independent state of Palestine with East Jerusalem as its capital. Only on the basis of the pre-1967 borders, with Israel and Palestine living side by side in peace, can justice be done. Madam President, in Bangladesh, we believe that we must build a culture of peace, one that rests on the values of tolerance, non-violence, dialogue, and cooperation at every level of society. For more than 3.5 decades, Bangladesh has stood among the leading contributors of UN peacekeepers. This is living proof of our enduring commitment to global peace and security. Even today, nearly 6,000 Bangladeshi peacekeepers are serving in some of the world's most volatile regions under the UN flag. And 168 of our peacekeepers have made the ultimate sacrifice in line of duty. Research has consistently shown that UN peacekeeping missions are more sustainable and effective than unilateral interventions. We therefore call for clear and achievable mandates and adequate funding for peacekeeping operations. We must also give the highest priority to the safety of peacekeepers and ensure accountability for crimes committed against them. Bangladesh also actively promotes multilingualism, both at home and internationally, because we believe that linguistic and cultural diversity deepens mutual understanding. In the 21st century, there is no place for hatred, intolerance, racism, xenophobia, or Islamophobia in any society. Yet today, disinformation and hate speech have become matters of grave concern. In the aftermath of the last year's popular uprising in Bangladesh, certain vested groups deliberately spread false narratives, and such disinformation continues even now. The problem has been compounded by the deliberate use of fake news and artificial intelligence-driven deepfakes, which make the situation even more dangerous. We must work together to confront these distortions before they erode trust among people and weaken the bonds of social harmony. Madam President, one of our top priorities is the empowerment of women. In the words of our national poet Qazi Nazrul Islam, whatever in this world is great, whatever is good and everlasting, half of it has been created by women and the other half by men. In reality, in many important fields today, the contribution of women is greater than half. This month, for the first time, Bangladesh published the Unpaid Household Production Satellite Account. It shows that women perform more than 85% of unpaid care and household work, with a value equivalent to over 16% of our GDP. Despite many obstacles, our girls are succeeding everywhere, from classrooms to boardrooms, from laboratories to sports fields. Recently, our women's football team won a regional championship, qualified for the Inter-Asian competition, and inspired millions across the country. My government's efforts to ensure women's safety, dignity, and equal opportunity continue. This year, we celebrate the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration. On this occasion, we have strengthened our commitment to women's empowerment by announcing 4 national pledges under the Beijing Plus 30 Action Agenda to be implemented in the next 5 years. They include enacting a law to prevent and protect against sexual harassment, recognizing and valuing women's unpaid care and household work, increasing women's participation in politics and public life, and strengthening gender-responsive budgeting. Madam President, Bangladesh is committed to regional cooperation based on mutual respect, transparency, and shared prosperity. Through initiatives such as BIMSTEC, BBIN, Asian Highway, SASEC, we are advancing regional connectivity and trade. At the same time, we have expressed interest in joining effective regional forums like ASEAN, and we are working toward that goal. We also call for the revitalization of the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, SAARC. Established 4 decades ago, SAARC achieved notable progress in its early years and laid a strong foundation for regional cooperation. Despite political deadlock, its institutional structure remains intact. We believe SAARC still holds the potential to deliver welfare to the hundreds of millions in our region, just as ASEAN has done in its own. For shared development, there is no alternative to regional cooperation among neighbors. And when it comes to the use of shared natural resources, fairness and compassion must guide us. Bangladesh is firmly committed to peaceful regional cooperation in this area. That is why, as the first country in South Asia, we have recently joined the UN Water Convention. Madam President, centuries of political exploitation, plunder of resources, and structural inequalities have created today's stark realities of uneven development. A decade ago, when we agreed on the 2030 agenda, we were filled with hope that the world would change course and move toward the right path. Yet the reality today is sobering. Progress toward the SDGs has fallen dangerously behind. The gap in development financing continues to grow, while the flow of official development assistance is shrinking. We urge donor countries to reverse this trend and to honor their commitments. We are in the process of graduating from the category of least developed countries to that of developing countries. Enhanced cooperation from the international community, in particular the relevant entities of the UN, is essential to ensure a smooth and sustainable transition. In this regard, we commend the work of OHRLLS and other relevant UN entities. We call for further strengthening of this office to enable more effective support to the LDCs and other vulnerable countries. At the same time, alongside grants and loans, we call for a massive expansion of social business through both public and private initiatives. This new approach can bring benefit to both donor and recipient countries alike. It can inspire, it can encourage, and it can take human creativity to new heights. Madam President, we acknowledge the contribution of UN to Bangladesh's progress and development. We reaffirm our full confidence in its three pillars: peace and security, development, and human rights. At the beginning of my statement, I said that over the past 8 decades, the UN has shown time and again that multilateral diplomacy helps humanity live together in greater harmony. Yet, on its 80th anniversary, we must acknowledge that multilateral diplomacy is under strain. The tensions of unequal bilateral relations have once again proved that multilateralism remains our last and best resort. To keep the UN, the custodian of multilateralism, alive and vibrant, we call for full transparency and sincere dialogue among member states. The United Nations must continue to evolve and adapt if it is to meet today's challenges and fulfill our collective aspiration for multilateralism. In this spirit, we welcome the Secretary General's UN 80 initiative, but we must also insist reform must not weaken multilateralism or silence the voices of developing countries. Reform must have one goal only: to bring about real and positive change on the ground. Madam President, last year our people proved that injustice in this world is not eternal. They proved that change is not only possible, it is inevitable. We must remember that the challenges ahead cannot be met by any single country alone. And we must also remember that in today's world, where one nation falls into crisis, when crisis erupts in one corner of the globe, the security of the whole world is put at risk. We must move forward with the dream of building a world of 3 zeros. Our young generation will grow as the soldiers of that dream. Before them will stand 3 goals: zero carbon, zero wealth concentration, and zero unemployment. On this foundation, they will build their world. Let the dream of a 3-0 world be the dream of all nations united in this assembly. With this hope, I conclude my statement. I thank you all.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Chief Advisor of the Interim Government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Robert Asamblea, Prime Minister of Republic of Malta. I request protocol to please escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and dear friends, we are gathered here just a few weeks shy of the 80th anniversary of the foundation of this United Nations. Unfortunately, even a glance at the global headlines is enough to produce the depressing thought that perhaps it should be less of a birthday party and more of a wake-up call. But firstly and firmly, I want to reject the idea that the need for the United Nations is any less imperative today than it was 8 decades ago. Then, as now, you could be forgiven for losing hope. In 1945, at the end of that global conflict, the world seemed to be in ruins. Thankfully, in 2025, our world isn't in ruins, but too much of it is in flames. 80 years ago, the leaders owed it to the millions who had lost their lives over 6 years of slaughter to never lose hope. So do we, as leaders of today, owe it to every citizen that we serve to similarly never lose hope, to never lose sight of the founding principles that brought the countries of the world together, to never allow that which divides us to obscure the much greater values that unite us, to never give in to pessimism or cynicism about what the future can hold. Now, don't misunderstand me. I am not blind to the magnitude of the challenges that our world faces. I know that fine words here in New York won't by themselves end conflict, hunger, or deaths by malnutrition. But I remain convinced that the resolution we show and the resolutions we pass here can make a real and tangible difference on the ground. We must never lose sight of the power of collective will and that of collective action. Because while the 8 decades of the United Nations have seen far too much conflict and suffering, they have also seen human progress on a scale even the most optimistic of the founding fathers, who dared to dream that working together could work to transform the lives of ordinary people, would never have imagined themselves. Let me cite just one example. In 1945, global life expectancy, war aside, was in the mid-40s. Children born this year, in 2025, can expect to live in their mid-70s. Now, that didn't happen by luck or by accident. It happened by will and resolve. It happened by effort. And it happened also because of the positive work being conducted by the agencies of this United Nations. And it is not just in terms of life chances that the United Nations has had a positive, transformative impact. The values inscribed in the founding charter had a profound effect on the journey to self-determination of so many nations, like my own, Malta. In 1945, Malta was still a colony, a British military and naval base. In 2025, Malta is a proud republic since 1974 and independent since 1964, playing its part at the pivotal crossroads of 2 continents. So, the country I am honored to lead will never turn its back on the possibilities that the principles of our United Nations offer to deliver solutions to even the gravest of challenges. Perhaps the gravest of those challenges that the world faces is division. Barriers are being built when they should be coming down and dismantled. And those barriers really are already proving obstacles to the exchange of trade, innovation, ideas, of hope that our world needs. In thinking about this throwing up of barriers, I thought of some words of the late US President, Ronald Reagan. In his 1985 State of the Union address, he had said, there are no constraints on the human mind, no walls around the human spirit, no barriers to our progress except those we ourselves erect. And who can forget the 4 simple words which changed the course of history that President Reagan himself delivered 2 years later when he stood in front of the Berlin Wall and dared to say directly to the Soviet leader, Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall. So I say to each and every one of my fellow leaders, let us tear down the walls together. Let us dare to say the seemingly unsayable. Let us dare to achieve the seemingly unachievable. Let us dare to make the changes needed, no matter how seemingly overwhelming the odds. We must not be afraid also to make those changes closest to home in the very way this United Nations works. The biggest threat to the future of our United Nations doesn't come from those who want to tear it down, but it comes from those who say that in the face of that pressure, we should barricade ourselves in and reject the idea of change and reforms. It comes also from those who say that to admit imperfections and weaknesses in the way that we work is to give comfort to those who decry and belittle the very idea of the United Nations. That couldn't be more wrong. What empowers the opponents is any hint of an organization with its head buried in sand. A bunker, a fortress mentality would be fatal. The status quo simply isn't an option. We need to deliver a United Nations that is smarter and, of course, fairer. And we need to accelerate the pace of change to do just that. The change has also to begin at the top. I want to take this occasion to pay tribute to the Secretary General and his unwavering commitment and dedication to the cause of peace. Thank you, Antonio. But no one can say that the big power horse trading that has marked every single election of a Secretary General has been an edifying sight. We often reach the right outcome, and that is good and positive, but we certainly go the wrong way about it. We need to do better. The process to find a worthy successor to Secretary General Guterres must be a step change in the way that we work. The selection process must be transparent, inclusive, and based on merit, not political bargaining. The decision must be taken out of the corridors of this building and become a truly global conversation involving all member states, as well as civil society. As for the Security Council, its makeup reflects the world as it was in 1945, and not as it is in 2025. Malta begs the clamor for expansion and fairer regional representation. But it isn't just the composition that needs to change. The role of the Security Council needs to be elevated. It must serve as a greater counterbalance to the dominance of the larger powers. It must also be a genuine platform for all the nations of the world to have our voices heard. And change needs to come not just to political structures, but to the way the United Nations works. All around the world, including in Malta, my country, citizens are rightly pressing governments to do more with less, better value for money. The United Nations, like any other publicly funded organization, needs to make sure that it ruthlessly focuses not on protecting the way things are not done now, but on the way things can be done differently to deliver better outcomes for the same investment. No area of the United Nations can remain untouched. No vested interest left untackled. The United Nations must embrace digital diplomacy for the artificial intelligence age. Every system must be streamlined, every process scrutinized to ensure it delivers for the front line. Every program assessed against its actual impact. We shouldn't be afraid to ensure that the United Nations stops doing things it does badly and starts doing those things it does well even better and even more efficiently. Too often, global relations, like much of life, can seem merely a numbers game. Of course, the biggest states will always have the loudest voices, and that is understandable. But there can be no doubt that small states and developing countries are often underrepresented and underheard when key decisions are taken and made. Unless our unique experiences are taken into account and our needs, we won't put in place solutions that can actually deliver across the whole world. It is a self-defeating mistake for the big boys club to crowd out the added value that small nations can bring to the table. We bring innovation, credibility, and moral authority to any concerted global action. To exclude the small is to damage the big. We all lose, which is why, although Malta may be one of the United Nations' smallest members in terms of geography, we have always been determined to be one of the UN's biggest voices. Malta remains as committed to the goals of peace, dialogue, diplomacy, and global cooperation as we were on that day in 1964 when we took our seat for the first time in this United Nations. As we've grown as a nation, found our feet on the European and world stage, and developed a fast-growing economy, so too have we found our role in the work of the UN. Small nations, like ours, have to be realistic about how we can add value. But I firmly believe that Malta has a combination of two major factors that makes our country an asset to the global conversation. Firstly, Malta has a deep commitment to the power of multilateral engagement. We bring to the table the recent experience of both chairing the OSCE and serving on the UN Security Council, alongside the insight gained from our current presidency of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe. I am particularly proud that Malta's presidency coincides with the 75th anniversary of the Convention, of the European Convention on Human Rights, rising, like the United Nations, from the ashes of the Second World War, guaranteeing for hundreds of millions of Europeans and other peoples the fundamental human rights for which so many people lost their lives in their fight for them. Secondly, Malta offers a unique platform for peace. We offer a unique mix that leaves Malta particularly well placed to host dialogue and discussions between parties, between countries, no matter how far apart they are. Our geography at the crossroads of two continents, our neutrality enshrined in our constitution, our diplomatic tradition as a respected and knowledgeable fair broker. Together, they make Malta the ideal location to come together to try and find solutions to even the most intractable of disputes. So, today, I renew my open offer to the warring parties of the world and those working to bridge those divides. Malta stands ready to welcome you, to facilitate, and to support you in finding ways forward. Now, nobody disputes how deeply entrenched are the barriers to peace, but that doesn't mean that the search for solutions should ever be paused. Thinking back and going back to President Reagan when he dared to call for the walls, physical and political, that were dividing Europe to be torn down, many had dismissed it as an impossible dream, unrealistic, never going to happen. But it did. The seemingly intractable Cold War came to an end. As global leaders, we must equally never give up, never say peace can't be achieved, never give in to defeatism, even the most outwardly unresolvable of conflicts. Sadly, on Malta's doorsteps, two such conflicts, wars, are raging. Ukraine and Gaza. The world must not turn its back on either, or tackle them with double standards, as this would undermine our credibility and effectiveness. We must never wring our hands and consign any conflict to the too difficult to deal with pile. It is now 3.5 years since Russia's unprovoked and illegal invasion of Ukraine. Malta remains resolute now as it was then in demanding a lasting and just peace that guarantees Ukraine's sovereignty. This is the only solution which will adhere to the spirit of both the UN Charter and international law. But that can only come about following a full and unconditional permanent ceasefire and the full participation of Ukraine in any future peace talks and decision-taking. Malta stands firmly with our fellow EU members in believing that we must keep the strongest possible pressure on the Russian economy to force the Russian government to see sense and engage in genuine and constructive dialogue. Slava Ukraini. So too must there be an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Gaza. The suffering of so many thousands of innocent civilians must come to an end now. It must come to an end now. Yes, the remaining hostages must be released immediately by Hamas. International humanitarian aid must be allowed to flow in Gaza without impediment. It is so morally wrong and inhuman that so many innocent people are dying of hunger and severe malnutrition. These atrocities must stop now. We cannot allow the further killing of thousands of innocent people, babies, children, youth, the elderly, and the frail to continue and turn our heads the other way because of improper considerations. We cannot remain silent. Decisive and effective action needs to be taken without any further delay. I cannot bear to see anymore the physical and psychological pain and suffering in the eyes of the young children we bring over to Malta from Gaza to give them a better future. Children, young children with mutilated bodies who are supposed to be celebrating the innocence of their youth and the best period of their lives. The parents who have lost their young children. And I ask, why? When leadership should be about humanity and empathy, and not about who can inflict maximum damage to win a war or wipe out a nation or its people. I was proud this week to stand with other world leaders and add Malta to the growing list of allies recognizing Palestinian statehood. After tens of years of discussion in Malta, we took decisive action and did the right thing to do. I owe this to Ibrahim, a 15-year-old icon of the resilience and strength of the Palestinian people. Ibrahim is now receiving the best medical care and prosthetics in Malta after having both his legs blown off and severely injured by a missile fired from a drone in Gaza. His friends were killed in the same accident. These are the daily realities in Gaza, and we have to stand up and be counted. Not doing so would mean that we are complicit in what is happening. Now, a viable two-state solution, no, isn't a reward for Hamas. It is the exact opposite. It is the only way, in actual fact, to finally banish evil of Hamas. It is the only solution that can deliver the sustainable and peaceful future that both peoples wish for and deserve. Of course, the road to a fair two-state solution is a long one, fraught with difficulties. But just because something is hard doesn't mean it is impossible. The world owes to Israelis and Palestinians alike to pursue this path to peace. Indeed, the world faces a stark choice. In too many areas of life, too many barriers are being erected. When too many countries pull up the shutters and turn in on themselves, it is small island nations like Malta that pay the highest price and take the biggest hit. Let me be clear, security is the first duty of any government. Being against barriers doesn't equal being against sensible safeguards. Every nation has the right to take necessary steps to protect itself, but isolation doesn't make anyone safer, because as all the evidence of history shows, the greater the cooperation across borders, the greater the protection we can afford to our citizens. And a threat to global prosperity is a threat to global security. So, I urge the United Nations to redouble its efforts to safeguard the connectivity that trading nations like Malta have to rely on. It is incumbent on all of us to resist the trend to protectionism and fight for open markets. The alternative of a world of trade barriers will only make us all poorer. Of course, it is equally important that we work to tackle the downsides of globalization to ensure that none of our citizens are left behind. But there can be no turning back of the clock. We can secure our borders without building fortresses. Addressing legitimate concerns about migration is not the same as pulling up the drawbridge. Clearly, the current growth of irregular migration is not sustainable. Yet, it will only be truly addressed by a truly global solution and response. A coordinated response that is both humane and sustainable, that acknowledges the fundamental truth that migration is driven by poverty and conflict, driving migrants to risk their lives at the mercy of criminal human smugglers in search of a better future for themselves and their families. Every country has a right to secure its borders, but every country equally has a duty to play its part in tackling the root causes of irregular migration. You might say, tough on irregular migration, tough on the root causes of irregular migration. Underpinning all this is the need for every member of this United Nations to recommit to the primacy of international law and the value of international cooperation. No country, however large, however strategically important, is above the rule of law. Might does not automatically equal right. Small states like Malta cannot afford the risks of a world where some ignore the laws when it suits them. Upholding the charter upon which this United Nations was born 8 decades ago isn't wide-eyed idealism. For nations like Malta, it is about our very survival, equally vital. For the survival of small island nation states is the absolute necessity of stemming down the impact of man-made climate change. It would be too easy for a world waylaid by war to shrug its shoulders and claim it lacks the bandwidth to keep taking the actions needed to keep down the Earth's temperature. Malta, however, will keep working to amplify the voices of the small islands across the globe. As a small island state, we are at the front line of rising temperatures and rising sea levels. This isn't some theoretical threat. It is a challenge to our very existence. So Malta will continue to support indices like Corvi that bring home just how vulnerable small island states are to climate change. And we will maintain pressure for greater support to be given to those developing small island states where the threat is highest and fastest. But the cost of preparedness and adaptation is disproportionately high. They must be given the resources that they need to adapt. And the adaptation must not cause a financial burden on their citizens, to our citizens. Otherwise, we will lose their buy-in. And whilst reaching our climatic targets should, of course, not be put on the back burner. The competitiveness of our economies must also not be put on the back burner in the pursuit of those targets. Otherwise, we will miss the wood for the trees. Dear friends, let me conclude my remarks from where I began today. Yes, our world faces unprecedented challenges. In an age of instant communications, we are all exposed to the threats we all face like never before. They can seem utterly overwhelming. But as a world, we face two choices. We can give up hope, give up trying, or we can double down, step in and step up and never give up. Multilateralism is more important today than it was even in 1945. We won't keep our people safe, our planet protected, or our prosperity preserved unless we work together, listen to each other, and act in concert. So I say to my fellow leaders of all states, of all sizes, tear down these walls. Let us stop erecting new barriers. Let us knock down those existing walls, physical and metaphorical, that are standing in the way of progress. No more posturing, a lot more partnership. We owe it to those who had the vision 80 years ago. We owe it to the people who put their trust in us to lead them. United Nations isn't perfect, but it is indispensable. So let us commit loud and clear to making it better. Better focused, better value, better at tackling the challenges of the next 80 years. And let that commitment start today. Thank you all.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Malta. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Kyriakos Mitsotakis, Prime Minister of the Hellenic Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madame la Présidente, heads of state and government, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to address this assembly for the 7th time as Prime Minister of Greece. And as many other speakers have pointed out, this year carries a special weight as we celebrate the 80th anniversary of this United Nations. 80 years of hope, of struggle, of progress. And this milestone coincides with a very important moment for Greece, our 3rd tenure as a non-permanent member of the Security Council. And we accept this responsibility with honor and with a deep sense of duty as a nation that stood at the birth of this organization. And like so many other nations, my country came here devastated by the horrors of the Second World War. The Charter of the United Nations was not just a legal document, it was a commitment that never again should force prevail over the rule of law. And for 8 decades, the United Nations has defended peace, has advanced human rights, has expanded access to health, education, and equality for all. It has stood as a custodian of international law, safeguarding the rules and principles that make international cooperation possible. The United Nations was at the epicenter of a historic turning point. It gave voice to the hopes of people long denied freedom. Decolonization brought new nations into this assembly, and they brought with them their histories, their culture, their aspirations. And their participation helped redress historical injustices and transform the organization into a true reflection of the world's diversity. These achievements are real progress. They have made our world safer, fairer, and more prosperous, but they should never be taken for granted. They were won through effort and sacrifice, and they remain fragile. Ladies and gentlemen, a new global order is on the rise. Multilateralism is under strain, and fundamental tenets of the post-1945 world are being questioned. We witness attempts to revive the imperial ambitions of previous centuries. Revisionist narratives are resurging. And some leaders, unfortunately, remain trapped in the past, chasing illusions of a bygone glory. Might over right risks once again becoming the norm in international relations. A norm the international community has sought to overcome for more than 80 years. And this trend is strengthening at a time when global challenges continue to multiply. Climate change, migration, the advent of artificial intelligence. Our world is changing. We must meet this change with courage and responsibility, but never, never at the expense of the principles that form the very fabric of the international community represented in this assembly. Most important of them being respect for territorial integrity and the peaceful resolution of disputes. Being situated at the crossroads of three continents, Greece is a pillar of stability and a reliable partner in a turbulent region. We uphold the principles of international law. We seek dialogue and peaceful coexistence with our neighbors. Some claim that these principles are irrelevant in today's world. We believe the opposite. They are the source of strength, the only path to lasting peace. And we are certainly not naive. We remain fully aware of the threats and the risks of instability in our wider neighborhood. This is why we're strengthening our economy, enhancing our deterrence capabilities, and deepening our alliances, so that we stand ready to defend and uphold our values. For us, this is not just words. Greece is already allocating more than 3% of its GDP to defense, and we're ready to do more. Security is the very foundation of prosperity. After all, our paramount obligation as leaders is to keep our people safe. And we do this not in isolation. We are firmly anchored in the European Union, the most successful multilateral project of our age. It's born from the ashes of the Second World War. The European Union has secured peace and prosperity in Europe for generations. But today we must go further. And in the European Union, we are determined to take on a stronger role in our own defense. With war returning to our continent, I'm afraid there is simply no other option. Greece has long and consistently advocated for strengthening the European Union's strategic autonomy. We firmly believe that the time has come for joint European borrowing to finance critical European defense projects, such as missile and drone defense. And beyond that, it is imperative that we make Article 42, paragraph 7, which enshrines into European law the mutual assistance clause, truly operational. One of the founders of the European Union, Jean Monnet, famously once said that Europe was forged in crisis and will be the sum of the solutions adopted for those crises. He was right. What started as a project of economic cooperation needs to evolve into a union that safeguards our citizens' security and safety. Ladies and gentlemen, today we're witnessing the highest number of armed conflicts since the end of the Second World War. These are conflicts that claim tens of thousands of lives each year, conflicts that leave behind mass destruction, shattered societies, and conflicts that have displaced millions. And the prospects, if we fail to act, are even grimmer. A future of escalating violence and deepening instability. And nowhere is this urgency more evident than in Gaza. Greece has, from the very first day after the heinous attacks of October 7th, 2023, advocated for Israel's right to defend itself against a terrorist organization that rejects Israel's right to exist. We have called for the immediate release of all hostages and a comprehensive ceasefire. But we have, at the same time, made it very clear that no military targets, no matter how valuable they are, can justify the death of thousands of children, the forced displacement of over 1 million Palestinians within the Gaza Strip, and the humanitarian suffering of the Palestinian people. Greece maintains a strategic partnership with Israel, but this does not prevent us from speaking openly and frankly. The continuation of this course of action will ultimately harm Israel's own interests, leading to an erosion of international support. And I tell my Israeli friends that they risk alienating all the remaining allies if they persist on a path that is shattering the potential of a two-state solution. Greece will continue to advocate for a two-state solution which envisions the creation of a sovereign, democratic, and viable state of Palestine, building its future in peace and security alongside the state of Israel. But we should be lucid about the roadmap towards achieving this elusive goal. Israel's action in the West Bank risks creating irreversible situations on the ground. And at present, the most necessary is to stop the unnecessary killing and ensure a large-scale and sustainable delivery of humanitarian aid to Gaza. Greece remains committed to working with all our partners towards a roadmap that will achieve that goal, and that will revive the peace process, that will offer hope to a region which has suffered so much. Ladies and gentlemen, the war in Ukraine is already in its 4th year. Ukraine's courageous resistance to Russia's aggression stands as a testimony of unparalleled bravery and remarkable resilience. The war in Ukraine is not just another regional European conflict. It's a fight for freedom, for democracy, for dignity itself. It's, above all, a defense of the rules-based global international order. We stand firmly and unconditionally with Ukraine in this struggle, and we will continue our unwavering support to the Ukrainian people who have the right to live in peace, in security, and freely determine their own future. And we appreciate President Trump's effort to reach peace, and we reiterate that the genuine peace process cannot begin without an immediate ceasefire. Let us be even clearer, there can be no peace formula without Ukraine at the table, and there can be no acceptance under any circumstances of borders redrawn by force. Gaza and Ukraine have monopolized the interests of this Assembly, but another humanitarian catastrophe is unfolding, and unfortunately, it does not receive the attention it deserves. And I'm referring to Sudan. 2.5 years into a devastating war, civilians are paying the highest price. Millions are left without safety, dignity, or protection. And the figures are horrifying. Almost 12 million people have been forced from their homes, creating the world's largest displacement crisis. More than 30 million could require humanitarian aid. Famine is spreading. And civilians must be protected. Humanitarian aid must flow freely and without obstruction, and those responsible for atrocities and war crimes must be held into account. There's only one path forward: silence the guns and renew a coordinated political process. The world must not forget the people of Sudan. And we owe them nothing less than peace and the chance of a future built on hope, not despair. And as Europeans, it is also in our interest to take an active role in resolving the Sudan crisis. Otherwise, we risk facing a migration crisis of unimaginable proportions. Ladies and gentlemen, the Eastern Mediterranean is an area of strategic importance. It's Europe's southeastern frontier, a vital crossroads of trade and energy routes. Greece, at the heart of this region, holds a key geostrategic position. And we aspire to become an energy security provider, linking Europe with North Africa and the Middle East. And by exercising our sovereign rights, always in full respect with international law, we are strengthening our footprint and shaping developments in the area. Connectivity projects, such as the Great Sea Interconnector and the Greki project that links Greece to Egypt, are projects of mutual benefit advancing stability, and ensuring that our electricity grids are better connected. They will diversify Europe's energy supply, accelerate the green transition, and above all, bring our region closer. Renewables are the future, and in Greece we have already made significant strides in this field. But we also remain pragmatic. Fossil fuels will continue to play a role in an energy mix, with natural gas serving as a bridge in this transition. And that is why we're investing in infrastructure that will make Greece an LNG hub, and at the same time, together with our American partners, we're advancing the exploration and potential exploitation of our offshore gas reserves, a resource of strategic value, not just for Greece, but also for Europe. Yet the Eastern Mediterranean also faces profound challenges: climate change, migration, persistent conflict. The only way to meet them is through cooperation built on leadership, political will, but also a shared sense of responsibility. In all our relations with our neighbors, Greece is guided by a single unwavering compass: respect for international law. This is a cornerstone of our foreign policy and the basis upon which we seek dialogue and genuine cooperation. Let me begin with our relations with Turkey. Greece seeks peaceful coexistence with our neighbor. And in recent years, yes, we have succeeded in maintaining low tensions. And this is a positive development that we should not underestimate. However, the calm seas we have witnessed over the past 2 years must not be fleeting. They must allow us to build trust, find common ground, and pursue solutions in the interests of both our people. The way forward lies in dialogue, in respect for international law, and in the vision of a region defined not by rivalry, but by shared prosperity. And as I've repeatedly stressed from this podium, we are ready to work towards settling the only major outstanding issue between us: the delimitation of the continental shelf and the exclusive economic zone in the Aegean and the Eastern Mediterranean. Turkey must remove the threat of war against Greece that still hangs as a dark cloud over our relations. After 30 years, this casus belli has to be revoked. It has no place in relations between friendly neighbors. Our path forward must be one of diplomacy, not the language of weapons. Let me say a few words about the Cyprus problem. For 51 years, Cyprus has endured the consequences of Turkey's illegal invasion and continued military occupation. It's a blatant violation of international law and a constant strain to regional peace and security. Our commitment to Cyprus's sovereignty, territorial integrity, and a solution of one state based on a bizonal, bicommunal federation is steadfast. It's a matter of credibility and determination to defend the core values and principles upon which the United Nations are based and fully aligned with all the decisions taken by the UN Security Council. And Greece fully supports the efforts of the Secretary General and his personal envoy to give a new impetus to the resumption of negotiations. And a just and viable settlement will serve the interests of the Cypriot people and contribute decisively to the stability of the wider region. Turning to Libya, our two countries share maritime borders. We are neighbors. It is therefore in our common interests to reach a fair and lawful delimitation agreement in line with the provisions of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. The true stability in our neighborhood also depends on Libya itself being united and sovereign. The Libyan people must be free to determine their future without foreign interference, and Greece stands ready to assist constructively in a UN-led efforts to achieve a political solution and reunite the country. When it comes to Syria, after 14 years of bloodshed, last December brought a moment of change and a new hope for the Syrian people. The future of the country must be built on tolerance, dialogue, and full political representation for all religious and ethnic communities. Only then can Syria's diverse society find peace and prosperity, free from sectarian violence and external interference. I made it clear to the Syrian president that our support regarding Syria's rapprochement with Europe is conditional upon the protection of religious and ethnic communities, in particular, the Christian Orthodox minority, which has been repeatedly targeted by Muslim extremists. At the same time, we expect Syria and its authorities to act in full accordance with international law, including the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. Finally, let me turn to the Western Balkans, our immediate neighbors, our strategic partners of the European Union and candidate members of our common family. This region has made remarkable progress over the past decades, yet the balance remains delicate, with the risk of backsliding always present. The future of the Western Balkans lies within the European Union. Greece has been a pioneer in this endeavor through the Thessaloniki Agenda, which set the path for the region's European perspective. And this path must be grounded in full respect for international law, for existing international agreements, the rule of law, human rights, but also minority rights. Most of all, it requires rejecting revisionist agendas and building trust among neighbors. The ghosts of Balkan nationalism have haunted this region for centuries. They must not be allowed to re-emerge. And it's up to the leadership of the Western Balkans to assume their responsibilities and secure a future of peace and prosperity for all their people. Ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by returning to a topic I also addressed in my speech at the General Assembly last year. Technology is both our greatest shared opportunity and one of the defining challenges of future prosperity. Last year I spoke about artificial intelligence and its extraordinary transformative promise, but I also warned of the danger it breeds. Today, Greece is pursuing a visionary yet practical AI strategy through pilot programs in areas such as education, healthcare, and natural disaster prevention. Teachers and students will soon engage with custom-designated AI teaching assistants. Digital screenings, telemedicine, predictive diagnostics are already making care not just more personalized, but also more accessible. At the same time, AI is helping us detect and contain wildfires at their earlier stages. And the promise of AI making governments more efficient in serving their citizens is materializing at breakneck speed. However, AI in the wrong hands and without safeguards can become extremely dangerous. It can severely impact our children's mental health, flood our public square with disinformation, cause massive displacements in the job market, and concentrate immense power in the hands of a few multinational corporations. And this is why I welcome the United Nations establishment of the Independent International Scientific Panel on AI and the Global Dialogue on Artificial Intelligence Governance. These institutions lay the foundations of a global architecture where artificial intelligence can be steered by science and guided by cooperation. The most urgent task is to protect the mental health of our children. The scientific evidence is damning. We are running a massive, unsupervised experiment with the brains of our children and teenagers. And what was envisioned as a space of connection and creativity has too often become a landscape of manipulation where harmful content reaches even the youngest users. Addictive scrolling is addictive by design, not by accident. And every time I talk to parents, I hear the same story. We're scared about online bullying, adult content, unrealistic standards of beauty, the promotion of self-harm. We feel powerless and helpless. We don't want our kids to share their intimate thoughts and feelings with an AI chatbot. Greece has decided to do something. We have banned our phones in schools, but we have also launched the Kids Wallet, the first government-backed application giving parents simple, effective control over their kids' smartphone while enabling platforms to verify the age of their users. And our proposal for a pan-European digital age of majority to access digital platforms has already won the support of 13 EU member states. It's examined by the European Commission. But this is not a debate for governments and parents alone. Just as society once set firm rules for smoking, drinking, and wearing a seatbelt, we must now confront today's challenge with equal clarity. Big platforms can no longer profit at the expense of our children's mental health. A business model built capturing our kids' attention through addictive algorithms that feed them what can justifiably be labeled as digital junk is simply not acceptable. And let me repeat what I said last year. Digital technology is no different than any other industry that needs to operate under health and safety regulations. The overarching principle, the golden standard, is one and the same: do no harm. Ladies and gentlemen, looking back at the foundation of the UN means to recall and acknowledge that the need for effective multilateralism is as necessary in 2025 as it was in 1945. And there's no doubt that multilateralism must be reinvigorated. We must make it fit for the challenges of the third decade of the 21st century, but we must do it without disrupting its core, the rules-based order. These rules were agreed for a reason: to save humanity, to ensure progress and prosperity for all. Humanity has paid a very heavy toll through blood, destruction, and suffering to learn this lesson. And we must assume our responsibilities to future generations. Let us not be remembered as those who once again led the world to the brink, and let us not be the sleepwalkers of our time. This time there may be no way back. Instead, let us prove that we have the vision, courage, and resolve to build a world of peace, of security, of shared prosperity, worthy of generations to come. Thank you very much for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Hellenic Republic. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Sering Tobgay, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Bhutan. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Kuzuzangpo. Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I bring the warm greetings of His Majesty King Jigme and the prayers of the people of Bhutan for peace, harmony, and progress in our world. Excellencies, 80 years ago, from the devastation of the Second World War, the founders of the United Nations dared to imagine a world at peace. They chose cooperation over conflict, dialogue over division, and hope over despair. They built an institution to protect humanity from its worst instincts and higher risks. Today, our challenge is different, but no less urgent. A planet in a climate crisis, persistent poverty, and conflicts that shatter lives and erode trust among our nations. The Secretary General's UN 80 initiative calls on us to respond with renewed purpose to strengthen the UN's capacity to act decisively on peace, sustainable development, and climate action. Renewed purpose to restore its moral authority. Renewed purpose to make it fit for the purpose of our collective future. Bhutan believes in a United Nations that is representative, responsive, and effective. We seek a multilateralism that delivers results, not just resolutions. That is why Bhutan supports reform of the United Nations, including reform of the Security Council, expanding both permanent and non-permanent membership. A reformed Security Council must include deserving nations such as India and Japan, alongside other capable and leading countries to reflect today's complex realities. As we look toward the UN at 100, let us commit to a world where peace is the norm, where climate is stable, and where every child, no matter where they are born, has the opportunity to grow as productive members of our global community. Bhutan will be an active partner on this journey. We will speak for the poor and vulnerable. We will champion sustainability and climate action. We will promote gross national happiness as an alternate measure of success to the conventional gross domestic product. Excellencies, reform of the United Nations must serve a purpose beyond itself. It must equip the United Nations to confront the defining challenge of our times, the climate crisis. In Bhutan, we have endeavored to protect our forests, keep our rivers pristine, and we take pride in being carbon negative. Each year, we sequester over 5 times more carbon than we emit, a contribution far exceeding our size and resources. Yet, we are already confronting the harsh realities of climate change. Our mountains are warming at nearly twice the global average. Centuries-old glaciers are shrinking at alarming rates. Rivers that once flowed steadily now swell unpredictably into destructive floods during the summer and often dry up in the winter. This is not a distant threat. It is here. It is now. And it demands immediate, urgent action. Every country must strive to reduce emissions and aim for carbon neutrality. This we know, yet global efforts remain far behind what the science demands. As of today, only 4 countries, Bhutan, Panama, Suriname, and Madagascar, just 4 countries are carbon neutral. At COP29 last year, our countries came together. The 4 countries came together to launch the G0 Forum, a coalition of carbon neutral nations committed to accelerating climate ambition. Our message is clear. Net zero cannot be the finish line. It must be the starting point. Every nation must work urgently to slash emissions and achieve carbon neutrality. On our part, we will share best practices from forest conservation to sustainable agriculture. We will share technologies from renewable energy systems to low-emission transport. We will champion nature-based solutions because forests and wetlands are not just landscapes. They are like vital organs, the lungs, the kidneys of our planet. And we will push ambition beyond pledges. We will demand measurable results. We invite all countries and partners to join G0 in this noble effort. The science is unequivocal. The solution exists. The only question is, do we have the will? Excellencies, while reform of the United Nations and urgent climate actions are essential, this alone will not be enough. We must now reimagine the future we want. According to the United Nations, over half of humanity now lives in urban areas. And by 2050, nearly 70%, close to 7 billion people, will call cities home. Cities drive over 80% of global GDP, but they also account for more than 70% of energy-related carbon dioxide emissions. This makes cities both the engines of innovation and the front lines of our greatest challenges. Challenges like unsustainable consumption, environmental degradation, and rising inequality. We face a choice. We can keep building cities that consume more than they give, or we can reimagine and redesign our cities that heal, that sustain, that uplift. 50 years ago, Bhutan offered the world gross national happiness, an alternate approach to development. Today, under the visionary leadership of His Majesty King Jigme, Bhutan offers the world an alternate approach to urban living, the Gaelifu Mindfulness City, a city founded on the values of sustainability, harmony, spirituality, and the ideals of gross national happiness. The Gaelifu Mindfulness City is a special administrative region that is already taking shape in Bhutan. With executive and legislative autonomy, as well as an independent judiciary now established, preparatory works are already underway and economic clusters are being advanced. The Gaelifu Mindfulness City is not an idea on paper. It is a living project in action. The Gaelifu Mindfulness City will not be a city of glass towers and unchecked sprawl. Instead, it will be a place where modernity and tradition meet, where nature is the foundation of urban living. Powered by renewable energy, built with sustainable materials, and designed for low-carbon living, it will offer inclusive housing, green public spaces, and meaningful jobs. For Bhutan, the Mindfulness City is a strategic step, a step towards taking gross national happiness to the next level, a step towards advancing prosperity, and a step towards fostering deeper global engagement without losing our identity or our bond with nature. But the Gaelifu Mindfulness City is not just Bhutan's project. It could serve as a forerunner in rethinking urbanization, a model city built on the values of mindfulness, sustainability, and shared harmony. I extend a warm invitation to all of you to join us in this exciting journey. A journey to bring a royal vision to life. A vision of how cities and urban living can heal, can inspire, and can sustain both humankind and nature. Excellencies, the founders of the United Nations gave us more than an institution. They gave us an inheritance of hope and the solemn responsibility to carry that hope forward. In this spirit, and mindful of the troubled times we live in, I have the pleasure of announcing that Bhutan will host the Global Peace Prayer Festival later this year. From the 4th to the 17th of November this year, the Global Peace Prayer Festival will unite spiritual masters, scholars, and practitioners from across the world and across traditions in a common aspiration for peace, healing, and harmony. Through the recitation of the Melam Chemo, or Global Peace Prayers, the sacred Bhazaguru Mantra, the Kala Chakra Empowerment, and the powerful Jabji Gap ritual, Bhutan seeks to offer not only a spiritual event, but also a diplomatic and cultural contribution to world peace. For Bhutan, it is both a privilege and a prayer that in these turbulent times, the voice of a small Himalayan nation can help nurture the great cause of peace for all humanity. We extend a warm welcome to all who wish to join the Global Peace Prayer Festival. Excellencies, this is our moment. Let ours be the generation that reforms the United Nations, the generation that confronts the climate crisis with urgency and unity, the generation that makes peace not merely the absence of war, but the presence of justice, opportunity, and dignity for all. And when the United Nations marks its 100th anniversary, we will proudly affirm that we honored the vision of those who came before us and inspired hope for those who will follow. Thank you for your kind attention. Tashidele.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Bhutan. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Mia Amo Motley, Prime Minister and Minister for National Security and the Public Service, and Minister for Finance, Economic Affairs and Investment of Barbados. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. The 21st century has been marked by a series of crises for which our world has been unprepared. Financial crisis that started in 2008, which then triggered fiscal crises across many of the world's countries. And if that was not enough, a social crisis characterized by rising inequality with the consequences thereto, be it substance abuse, mental health challenges, homelessness, or human trafficking. Then there was a global pandemic, lasting 2 to 3 years and taking the lives of millions of people. And for those surviving, they had restricted movement and restricted choices. All of this, my friends, has been exacerbated by the spreading of fake news. This distorts reality and threatens the stability of our societies, creating a platform for hate to thrive and prejudice to rise. But deeper than all of these crises is a bigger, more insidious crisis that is undermining our domestic and global institutions that have promoted order, peace, and prosperity. It is, my friends, the crisis of truth. Excellencies, when we lose shared truth, our communities, our countries, our global society loses their center of gravity. At first, the damage may seem quiet. Words bend and facts drift in the service of political point scoring. But slowly, over time, we descend into political tribalism. We develop alternative realities and we are unable to understand each other and communicate with each other because we lack a center. Then we grow suspicious of each other. In the absence of truth, trust deteriorates. And we see it all around us, in global forums, and indeed on the blocks and in the communities in our own countries. Trust between neighbors, trust between the governed and the governing, trust in our instructions, trust in our social order, trust in our health systems, trust in our global rules, governance structures. It all seems, in the words of Chinua Achebe, to be falling apart. When we lack truth and we lack trust, law becomes theater, news becomes spectacle, and science becomes just another opinion. As I've had cause to say in this great hall on a few times, our world today worryingly resembles the world of 100 years ago. And this has become even more evident with the closing of our borders to both goods and to people. This has magnified the geopolitical tensions which had already taken root. Disturbingly, war, regrettably, has only entered the daily lexicon of the West, not when thousands were dying on the continent of Africa or in Myanmar, but when war came to Europe. Nevertheless, we still call for peace in the Ukraine. Only yesterday, a leading British newspaper reminded us that for 500 days, 260,000 people, virtually the population of my country, 260,000 people have been trapped in the Sudanese city of El Fasher. The article reported that while political progress stalls, those who attempt to escape are killed, and those who remain inside are starved. The world must not ignore the horror in Sudan. And of course, I don't need to remind you that it must not ignore the horror in Gaza. The genocidal destruction taking place in both places must now have our full attention. And as it relates to Gaza, yes, there must be a release of the hostages taken on October 7th. But we have now gone to a point where all of our human sensibilities are offended by the continuous and disproportionate attacks on the Palestinian people and the failure to allow access by the international community to the survivors for the provision of humanitarian aid. The survivors are entitled, my friends, to use the words of Bob Marley. How can you be sitting there telling me that you care, when every time I look around, the people suffer in the suffering in every way, in everywhere? My friends, it calls to mind the Roman historian Tacitus, who quoted a Scottish chieftain fighting against the military might of the Roman Empire. And I mention only the last two sentences. They plunder, they butcher, they ravish, they make it desert and call it peace. They make it desert and they call it peace. The real tragedy of war is that these children, when they become grandparents, will still be answering the innocent questions posed by their grandchildren 70, 80 years from now as to how they lost their limbs. Granny, how did you lose your leg? And when they answer, we run the risk that the violence and hate will be perpetuated for another 2 to 3 generations. This is not why we have come together. This is not good. And Madam President, it is happening under our watch. We can and we must do better to secure the peace across the world in the name of the children. And let me say that at the very least, the international community must immediately find the funding to support the children of Gaza and the children of Sudan for the next 3 months. UNICEF has said that in Gaza it is $66 million that is needed for the next 3 months. And in Sudan it is $200 million. The money is mostly nutrition related, to reverse or to mitigate famine for children, and to provide water and sanitation and health interventions. And we should note that there have been multiple disease outbreaks, including cholera. So, Madam President, to be very clear as I move on, a lasting peace can never be achieved through violence, not continued bombing. It can only be achieved through justice as our guide and dialogue, talking. And lest we forget, where others are seeking to build the peace and to preserve humanity in Gaza, as we saw, the international community must not condone the bombing of those states who look to facilitate peace. It is a red line that we must never cross. Madam President, I say simply again, another year, the world needs a reset. We must find, first and foremost, whether we still agree on the same values that inform our charter. As simple as this seems, this is necessary in any reset, for values we all know have changed over the last 80 years, and we cannot assume that it is business as usual. And if it is not available to all of us to agree to those values, then we must at least know who does and who doesn't. In addition to our inability to bring about peace in multiple conflicts, there really still are a number of issues that threaten our way of life and the stability of our planet beyond war. The climate crisis, food insecurity, water scarcity, mass flow of refugees and displaced persons, poverty and increasing inequality within and between societies, It has become so insidious that people don't even talk about it sufficiently. And of course, the failing spectacle of the SDGs for too many of our countries and people across the world. And of course, unregulated AI, which, while it has tremendous promise, poses unregulated significant risk. Many of our people ask every day, why has the United Nations not done better recently? The simple truth, my friends, is that countries have lacked, countries have lacked the political will to live by the Charter and to do what is right for humanity. Countries of different sizes, capacities, and cultures can only survive in this world in which we live if we maintain a rules-based system. It is no different to what we have to do in our own countries to maintain and protect the vulnerable and the weak. In fact, it's no different than what has to be done in a child's playground. The rules-based system is what protects us from bullying and from rogue behavior. Our charter was designed to promote compassion, equality, fairness. And this is why it is imperative that we maintain a rules-based system. I speak as a leader of a small country. Our future is placed at risk unless we preserve this rules-based system. The law of the jungle does not guarantee any of us a future on a livable, or indeed doesn't guarantee us a livable planet. We have simply to step up to the plate. And unlike the West Indian Federation, when one country left and the maths of the day was 1 from 10 leaves 0, we must remember that if there are those who don't want to be inside at the dance, that 1 or 2 or 3 from 193 does not leave 0. Does not leave 0. Those of us who remain can continue to pursue our vital interests. And we don't criticize countries for making sovereign decisions because that's what governments were elected to do. If that's not what they want, that's not what they want. But let us get on with the business and protect our vital interests of preserving a rules-based system, to strengthen us, to build peace, to allow us to better face challenges from climate to pandemics to unregulated AI, and generally to build a better life for our people. There is no doubt that there is a case for efficiency gains to be made in this United Nations institutional framework. We know that. But once we finish the efficiency gains, member states who want or need a rules-based order must put their money where their mouth is. If we are to be protected by a rules-based system, then we must step up to the plate and provide the funds to bridge the gap, to deliver the results that we desire. We must move from short pants to long pants and understand that we can no longer complain about the absence or behavior of a country and not ourselves be prepared to make wrong things right. It is as simple as that. And believe me, the arithmetic is not bad. It is within each of our reach to reach there, to do it. And let us remember the Aristotelian principle: equality among equals, proportionality among unequals. My friends, and while we contemplate the multiple crises, let us also not despair, because there are some things that have worked for the benefit of our people in the last few years. We now have, globally, a historic pandemic agreement that was adopted to make the world equitable, more equitable, and safer from future pandemics. A full appreciation of this will only come when the next pandemic hits us. We have agreed to the Seville Commitment on Finance, which seeks to fulfill the promise of the SDGs, and which, even though the funding has not been fully identified, has mainstreamed a number of financing concepts that were simply not taken into account a decade ago. debt swaps, natural disaster clauses, or what they call climate resilient debt clauses. These are the things that we advocated in the Bridgetown Initiative. We have committed also as a world, last year here, to an ambitious global action plan to combat antimicrobial resistance. And what does that have to do with any of us in here? I've said repeatedly, this is the silent, slow-motion pandemic of the 21st century and threatens to reverse a century of medical progress. And when we know people who die from hospital-aided infections, we understand the importance of the vital steps taken here. Earlier this week, we successfully brought into force the Beyond Boundaries and National Jurisdiction Treaty. As a large ocean state, as Barbados is, I am acutely aware of the critical importance to protect our oceans and its marine biodiversity as part of the ecological balance of the planet. And last year, we adopted the ambitious Pact for the Future, which provides a roadmap, a North Star, for our work to protect people and planet of the future. The two instruments mentioned on Tuesday morning by our Secretary General for regulating AI must now be our priority if we are to avoid the severe deepening inequality of our times and to avoid leaving our people exposed to the risk and exploitation of AI and the distortion of facts. I must tell you that regrettably, I have experienced on a well-known commercial AI platform examples of censorship that seek to deny access to the details of our history in this hemisphere, in terms of the Barbados Slave Code, in terms of the South Carolina Slave Code. So we must be vigilant. Speaking as a small country, therefore, we see no future without a rules-based system. And before I go on, let me recognize the outgoing President of the General Assembly, His Excellency Philemon Yang, for his impactful presidency last year. And let me also congratulate Her Excellency Annalena Baerbock for assuming the presidency, particularly in this year when we celebrate Beijing +30. Barbados looks forward to working with you, ma'am, to execute your vision. The fact that you are only the 5th woman to occupy this post over the last 80 years is a cause both for profound concern, but I say renewed optimism. This is a testament to the very point that I'm seeking to make. The organization is working, even if not at optimal levels, but we still have so much to do. Madam President, on climate finance, climate and finance, I should say, there's a real danger that debates in this great chamber, at the conference of the parties and elsewhere, risk being reduced to mere performative exercises. We have watched the widely celebrated green wave which swept Europe in 2019. We've seen it now recede, and in its backwash, that continent now faces deep division over the scale, scope, and speed of delivery on commitments made to eliminate climate-harming pollution by 2050. We've seen others withdraw from the Paris Agreement. At a time, Madam President, when we should be conducting an audit of the achieved targets and accomplished deliverables, we continue for the most part to receive IOUs and statements of deferred intent, even as we have witnessed this vacillation that I just referred to. We've also seen a rededication to breathing new life into high-carbon and high-polluting forms of energy. And we have witnessed a redoubling of efforts to fund military buildups, even at the expense of financing our way to sustainability and that of a livable planet. Barbados does not treat climate science as a mere conjecture, and neither does the International Court of Justice nor the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. Their advisory opinions have affirmed the legal rights and entitlements of citizens who must on a daily basis confront the impact of the climate crisis. In this regard, we especially welcome the International Court of Justice's ruling to the effect that states have obligations to protect the climate system and other parts of the environment from emissions, and that those obligations can be enforced against other states. Given this new reality as we look ahead, we must seize the opportunity to find common ground, given the diversity of opinions on this question of the climate crisis. I propose that one possible way forward is to focus on emissions rather than focusing on the fossil fuel industry. As I've said before, the fossil fuel industry is not the enemy. It is the emissions. In this regard, we should consider working towards a globally legal binding framework on methane, which could contribute to reversing global temperatures, I'm told by the scientists, by as much as 0.5 degrees, while purchasing time for the fossil fuel industry to scale up to a commercial level the use of decarbonizing technology. This is possible. The Baku to Belém roadmap must also ensure that the necessary resources, $1.3 trillion annually by 2035, are not only committed, but delivered. It is the political will and the ingenuity of countries and financial institutions that will ensure that these sums can be delivered. It must not, and we must not allow that roadmap to suffer the same fate as the Loss and Damage Fund, which, despite its historic establishment, remains grossly undercapitalized, with less than $800 million pledged, and regrettably, only half of those pledges have actually materialized. This ambivalence towards finance and fiscal space, my friends, is what gave birth to the Bridgetown Initiative. Its latest iteration, Bridgetown 3.0, will shortly be reviewed, given the rapidly changing global environment in which we live. We still need to expand liquidity support and to close the financing gap to assist vulnerable countries, especially the V20, many of whom still face the possibility of a debt crisis. They need it to build their resilience and to adapt to the new climate reality. I am conscious of the progress by which multilateral institutions have taken on board some of our arguments in the Bridgetown Initiative, especially as it relates to climate finance and to the issue of vulnerability. I referred earlier to debt swaps and the climate resilient debt clauses. Madam President, all of these goals and many more can be achieved by a fully functional rules-based system, one that is ambitious in its goals, effective in its delivery, and fair in its organization. As UN80 process seeks to enhance the functioning of this organization, we must ensure that we put in place the initiatives that are not the exclusive outgrowth of budget constraints and cross-cutting exercises, but are instead initiatives that are people-focused, delivery-driven, providing the global population with the peace and the security and the quality of life that they deserve and that they are increasingly demanding. To this effect, the Security Council, we know, must be reformed. It must reflect the multipolar world that we now live in, and it must give an opportunity to recognize that there have been substantial geopolitical shifts since 1962, when you had your last reform, 3 years before I was born, and I turn 60 next week. Permanent seats for Africa and a seat that revolves for small island developing states are an essential part of that reform, because we all have perspectives that must be heard. You cannot ask us really to show up for family photos and votes when you need them, and then exclude us from the family's decision-making as if you are the grown-ups and we are the children. We are not minors. We are independent, sovereign states with full capacity, and we insist on being treated as such. Madam President, I have left the peace and security of our Caribbean region for last. It is deeply troubling. Example, Haiti, and you've heard Prime Minister Gonzalez speak eloquently this morning on these matters. Haiti which was once a beacon of emancipation and revolution for all of us as black people, is today a victim of centuries of external interference and contemporary internal conflict, and regrettably, even blindness. We want to thank Kenya for its extraordinary leadership of the multinational security support mission, even when they were out there on their own. We look forward to the enhanced support of the UN Security Council and the Organization of American States, even as we maintain a strong watch and brief for this valued member of our Caribbean community as CARICOM. Haiti requires, I've said it over and over, a long-term support plan that addresses security and development, not one at the expense of the other. With the requisite political will, the UN Security Council and the international development system are well equipped. They have the resources and power to deliver. We also want to urge dialogue with our friends and partners, especially in the United States, on the inescapable issue on the flow of small arms and light weapons, not only to Haiti, but indeed across this entire hemisphere, especially in the Caribbean with small states. Fragile economies in the democracies of the Caribbean community are now being threatened by this incessant flow of illegally obtained weapons and increasingly organized criminal elements which utilize them. But we will use the systems to deal with them collectively and in accordance with due process. We thank Secretary General Guterres for his unswerving support with respect to Haiti, and we now need others on board to ensure that Haiti can turn the corner and prepare itself for free and fair democratic elections. Madam President, Cuba has long been a source of support for many across the globe in times of conflict, health crises, and indeed colonial resistance, particularly in Africa. Cuba has paid, however, a high price for insisting on its right to self-determination. And again, yet again, we must be prepared to engage in dialogue in order to stop the disproportionate suffering and the deprivation that is being inflicted on the Cuban society by what is now globally seen to be an unjust embargo and other unilateral coercive measures. Barbados, my friends, reiterates its call for the end of the embargo and the removal of Cuba from the list of state sponsors of terrorism. This is unjust. What is even more, in the Caribbean Sea, we're now seeing a shocking violation of a hemispheric understanding that the Caribbean be treated as a zone of peace. There has been a buildup in military assets in the last few weeks in the Caribbean by both sides, by the United States of America and by Venezuela. We believe that any such buildup could occasion just an accident. And if it does, a simple accident can put the Southern Caribbean at disproportionate risk. I need not tell you, therefore, what a war can do. It is not acceptable for our islands, our countries, to be viewed as collateral damage. I say simply, for all who can hear and for all who read and can listen, full respect for the territorial integrity of each and every state in the Caribbean must be respected, and that includes all states. Almost all wars end as a result of dialogue. Let us make a greater effort to have the necessary conversations to prevent war. It is too simple. As I close today, I leave you with an image that has stayed with me for the last week of a young Palestinian girl of 6 or 7 years old walking in the midst of the rubble in Gaza. Her eyes were hollow and full of despair. It was clear that she was in great pain, but she carried her sister on her shoulders, both shoulders, clearly recognizing that it was she who would have to carry the burden of taking them to safety. My friends, this is the ultimate picture for me of hope and resilience. Let us be inspired that even in the face of the greatest adversity and challenges that the world faces, that we too can rise. For if a 6-year-old can push past the pain, all the physical and emotional pain, and still find hope that there's a better moment ahead of her, then we as leaders and members of the global community have a duty to summon that spirit. The world needs it now more than ever. It is not beyond us to forge a better world that is fair and just. 80 years ago, it was just a few countries that summoned that will. Today, those of us who were denied the right to be heard then must now be the core responders to this critical clarion call. I leave you inspired by the words of my own anthem as I think about the world. Inspired, I say, upwards and onwards we shall go. Inspired, exulting, free, and greater will our world grow in strength and unity. If a 6-year-old child can summon the will against all that she faced, then we, with much, much, much more, and with a commitment and an obligation to many, 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 many more, must summon that will. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister, Minister for National Security and the Public Service, and Minister for Finance, Economic Affairs and Investment of Barbados. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Jeremiah Manele, Prime Minister of Solomon Islands. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Your Excellencies, heads of states and heads of governments, honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Madam President, I bring to you and all members of this august assembly warm island greetings from the government and people of the Happy Isles. We congratulate you, Madam President, on your assumption of office as President of the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Let me also commend your predecessor, His Excellency Mr. Philemon Yang, for his sterling leadership of the 79th session of the General Assembly. Solomon Islands further acknowledge the Secretary General of the United Nations for his courage and strength in defending multilateralism. As we gather under the theme, Better Together, 80 years and more for peace, development, and human rights, I am reminded of the words of John Ellison, and I quote, "There is no peace without development, no development without peace, and neither without respect for human rights," end of quote. These words reflect the essence of our journey over the past 8 decades. We celebrate our collective triumph of humanity when we choose unity over division, cooperation over conflict, and justice over indifference. 8 years ago, in the aftermath of the Second World War, the world chose to build than destroy. The United Nations Charter is a covenant of hope, peace, and progress. It is based on the principle of sovereign equality, one country, one vote. The United Nations has since grown from 51 to 193 member states, becoming a force for development, human rights, and humanitarian support, giving voice to the vulnerable and inspiring global progress and prosperity. This is the proud legacy of the United Nations, a legacy that I pray must not only be cherished, but also carried forward with renewed vigor and purpose. Madam President, we meet at a moment of profound uncertainty, marked by deepening conflicts, armed aggression, widening inequalities, and the growing disregard for international law. The erosion of the United Nations Charter principles, the alarming return of unilateralism, threatens the very foundation of our multilateral system. We note the deep concern that the world is now overarmed, spending less on development, and increasingly adopted a militarized posture. We need to halt and reverse these non-peaceful trends. We seek a region free from nuclear weapons, militarization, trafficking of illicit drugs, and geopolitical posturing. My sub-region recently adopted the Ocean of Peace Declaration. It is rooted in the Pacific's collective history and culture. It is our collective vision for a resilient, peaceful, and a prosperous blue Pacific continent. We reclaim our sovereignty, support multilateralism, and a rules-based international order grounded on international law. This week, Solomon Islands signed onto the Declaration for the Protection of Humanitarian Personnel, noting that 380 humanitarian personnel paid the ultimate sacrifice last year. It is our collective responsibility to respect international humanitarian law, protect the safety of humanitarian personnel and civilians, and instill accountabilities for all in disaster and war zones. Madam President, climate change is a crisis multiplier that is defining our future. The World Meteorological Organization declared 2024 was the warmest year on record. This pushes us further off track from the 1.5 degrees goal we agreed to in Paris. Solomon Islands, despite having a minimal carbon footprint, has submitted an ambitious net positive third national determination contribution, NDC. We can do more with international partnerships, investing in reforestation and the conservation of our forests, including renewable energy investments. We need urgent and ambitious climate action now that puts us on a 1.5 degrees pathway. Large emitters and those with historical responsibility must take the lead in drastically cutting emissions. Contrary to what we heard here a few days ago, the science on climate is clear, and my people are suffering from it. On 23 July 2025, the International Court of Justice, ICJ, issued a landmark advisory opinion in response to a request by the United Nations General Assembly under Resolution 77276. The court was asked to address two interrelated questions. First, the obligation of states under international law to protect the climate system from harmful greenhouse gas emissions, including duties owed to both present and future generations, in keeping with the principle of intergenerational equity. Second, the legal consequences for states whose actions or inactions cause significant harm to the climate system and the environment. This includes the responsibilities owed to injured or especially affected states, such as small and developing states that suffer the greatest impacts despite contributing the least, as well as to peoples and individuals, including future generations whose fundamental rights and livelihoods are threatened. Solomon Islands welcome the historical advisory opinion of the ICJ and support ongoing process for a follow-up UN resolution. Madam President, the Court has made clear that states carry binding obligations to act on climate change, to prevent harm, to cooperate, and to protect the rights of both present and future generations. These duties are legal, moral, and universal, and hold states accountable to stop harmful practices, to prevent repetition, and to repair the damage caused. Madam President, Solomon Islands also raised the issue of climate displacement. Entire communities are already at risk of losing their homes and homelands. The Court has now confirmed that the principle of non-refoulement applies, which means that no state can lawfully return people to places where climate change makes survival impossible. This is indeed a powerful affirmation that rights to life, food, water, and habitable land must be protected. For us small island developing states, this recognition is existential, and it reminds us that climate obligations are erga omnes, owed to the world as a whole, demanding collective responsibility for a shared future. The Court's opinion is a powerful reminder and a fervent call that better together we are bound by law and by duty to act. It rejected narrow interpretations that limit obligations to the Paris Agreement, affirming instead that all states must cut emissions under human rights law, the law of the sea, customary international law, and other treaties. It made clear that the 1.5 degrees Celsius target is legally binding, that major emitters cannot evade responsibility, even those outside the Paris Agreement, and that breaches will carry consequences, including reparations for harm caused and accountability for failing to address fossil fuel production, subsidies, and consumption. For small and developing states, this opinion brings hope and recognition. It affirms that even if rising seas inundate our islands, our statehood and maritime boundaries will endure, preserving our sovereignty and our rights. Madam President, this is more than a legal finding. It is indeed a call to the international community that only better together can we honor the 1.5 degrees Celsius commitment, protect the most vulnerable, and secure a just and sustainable future for all nations and peoples. Solomon Islands wishes to acknowledge the exemplary leadership of Vanuatu and the tireless efforts of Pacific youth who have stood at the forefront of this initiative. Their voices and vision have carried the urgency of our cause onto the global stage, reminding us that the strength of the Pacific lies in our unity. Though small in size, our island nations are large in purpose, and when we stand together, governments, communities, and young people alike, we embody the very theme of this Assembly: better together, 80 years and more for peace, development, and human rights. As Pacific Islands Forum Chair, I am pleased to announce the establishment of the Pacific Resilience Facility. It is a Pacific-owned and Pacific-led response to the escalating impacts of climate change and disasters on our peoples. Our goal is to capitalize the fund by USD 500 million by the end of 2026. We acknowledge partners and investors who have pledged USD 166 million. We call for more partnerships for the facility. On the question of COP31, Solomon Islands supports Australia's bid to host COP31. It will provide a vital opportunity for the Pacific to amplify its voice and demand stronger climate action. Madam President, as a big ocean state with 98% of our territory covered by ocean, the lives and livelihoods of our people are inextricably linked to the health and resilience of the marine environment. Solomon Islands is proud to stand among the 60 countries that have ratified the BNJ agreement, and we look forward with great anticipation to its entry into force early next year. While the BBNJ agreement is a critical step forward for the stewardship of the world's oceans, it must be accompanied by robust conservation and sustainable use within areas of national jurisdiction. At the United Nations Ocean Conference, at the third United Nations Ocean Conference, Solomon Islands launched the Melanesian Ocean Reserve Initiative. The initiative unites sovereign nations, sovereign oceans, under indigenous stewardship to support ecological resilience and sustainable growth, using both traditional knowledge and scientific research in line with international standards. We are also actively advancing community-based conservation initiatives and undertaking significant efforts in ocean management in alignment with our national ocean policy. This year, Solomon Islands co-hosted a summit on SDG 14.4 with several UN and regional partners. The event gathered Pacific leaders, fisheries organizations, the private sector, and scientists to assess global health of tuna stocks, climate impacts, and strengthen partnerships on small-scale fisheries. Its conclusions were presented at the third UN conference in Nice. Over half of the world's tuna is caught in Pacific waters, and all 4 species, albacore, yellowfin, bigeye, and skipjack, remain biologically healthy. Our region stands ready to collaborate with the international community and share our experience in fisheries management and restoring fishing zones to sustainable level based on science. This is proof that when we act together as stewards of the ocean. Solomon Islands is an archipelagic state that shares maritime border with 5 neighboring countries. Earlier this year, Solomon Islands made 2 continental self-submissions to the United Nations Commission on the Limits of the Continental Shelf. A bilateral submission with Fiji concerning the Melanesian border plateau, and a trilateral submission with Fiji and Vanuatu for the North Fiji Basin. Solomon Islands looks forward to engaging constructively with the Commission on these matters in the spirit of cooperation and mutual respect. The alarming rate of pollution in the ocean is endangering marine life and the ocean's health. We have banned the use of certain single-use of plastic in 2023. But we remain very concerned that negotiations on a legally binding treaty on plastic pollution has stalled. We have a collective interest to finalize the treaty and protect our ocean. On deep-sea mining, Solomon Islands is taking a precautionary approach and has placed a moratorium on it. On the same note, we support a regional approach on deep-sea mining as agreed to by our forum leaders early this month. Madam President, only 35% of SDGs are on track to meet their targets by 2030. The Pact of the Future was our collective commitment to turbocharge sustainable development. We can and must deliver on this pledge. Solomon Islands government's policy to achieve the SDGs and address our development challenges centers on 4 pillars: unity and stability, economic transformation, game-changing infrastructure development, and human capital development. These priorities are supported by reforms, responsible investments, climate-resilient infrastructure, and human resource development. We are prioritizing the productive sector to drive economic transformation with strategic focus on agriculture, fisheries, tourism, and mining. This is reflected in our national budget to enable private sector-led growth. As Solomon Islands prepares for LDC graduation in 2027, strengthening trade relations and these development areas remain critical. The COVID-19 pandemic highlighted the importance of global cooperation in health, including the sharing of medical technology. In this connection, Solomon Islands welcome the endorsement of the Pandemic Treaty adopted at the 78th session of the World Health Assembly and looks forward to its full implementation. Non-communicable diseases, NCD, has reached crisis level in the Pacific. In the case of Solomon Islands, 87% of deaths are NCD related. NCD accounts for 84% of Solomon Islands adult hospital admission, placing stress on our health system. This year, we have significantly increased our health budget to restore health services and manage NCDs and neglected diseases. Solomon Islands welcomes the convening of the high-level meeting on NCDs and mental health. The Pacific is confronted with rising mental health and abuse of drugs. Integrating the 2 health issues into primary health care, supported by trained health workers to support, screen, manage the well-being of our people. Madam President, my delegation welcomes the Secretary General's reform agenda, the UN 8 initiative, and the vision to revitalize the United Nations and its operations. The UN must evolve with the new realities and remain responsive to the special circumstances and needs of SEEDs and LDCs. We support China's global governance initiative to strengthen multilateralism, preserve sovereign equality of states, observe international law, and placing people-centered development with an action-oriented approach. Solomon Islands support ongoing efforts to develop a governance framework to manage responsible use of artificial intelligence for development, combat misinformation, cybersecurity challenges, protection of data and privacy. These are new and emerging issues we cannot ignore. Madam President, Solomon Islands reiterates its call for an elevated UN presence. The time has come to review the UN regional architecture to ensure it remains connected to the members that need it most. Solomon Islands remains underrepresented within the UN staff establishment. We call on the UN to consider convening in-country competitive recruitment exams in Solomon Islands. On Security Council reform, we seek a more democratic, expanded council that reflects today's geopolitical realities. The use of the veto by the Council continues to undermine peace, international law, and expose the vulnerable to harm. The veto must be eliminated as part of the reforms of the Council. We hope to see proposals shift into text-based negotiations under your presidency. Solomon Islands is seeking, for the first time in 46 years, a non-permanent seat in the UN Security Council for the period 2032 to 2033. We registered our interest 11 years ago. Let me thank countries who have confirmed their support for our candidature over the years. As a peace-loving country, Solomon Islands is keen to contribute to UN peacekeeping missions this year. Ladies and gentlemen, we must do more for peace, protect civilians, especially children and women, and hold those accountable for such action. Inaction puts a human face to the sad situation in Gaza, where more than 60,000 lives have been lost. Solomon Islands condemn Hamas attacks on Israel and for all lives lost. We also call for the release of all remaining hostages and an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. This is critical for regional stability and global peace. Solomon Islands reaffirms its consistent support for a peaceful and permanent solution to the Israeli and Palestine conflict. We look forward to Palestine and Israel living side by side in peace, along secured borders, in accordance with international law, UN resolutions, and the UN Charter. Let us give peace a chance and put an end to one of the world's unyielding conflicts, marked by displacement, occupation, and the unnecessary loss of lives. Madam President, Solomon Islands reaffirm its strong commitment for the total elimination of nuclear weapons. This year, the Pacific celebrates 40 years since the adoption of the South Pacific Nuclear-Free Treaty. The Pacific has been used to test weapons, store nuclear waste, and discharge treated nuclear water. We see the scars of nuclear impacts and will remain the world's strongest advocates for a world free of nuclear weapons. Unexploded ordnance from World War II remains a threat to our communities, people, and obstruct development. Solomon Islands would like to acknowledge the United States, Japan, and Australia in disposing World War II UXOs and carcinogenic substances buried in our land and seas left behind from World War II. This is the cruel reality of a war we never chose, yet whose scars we continue to carry. Justice demands that those responsible accept their duty to help heal the wounds they left behind. And it is only by standing better together in solidarity, with shared responsibility and compassion, that we can finally close this painful chapter of history and build a safer, more just future for our people. Madam President, Solomon Islands continue to value the partnerships we share with all countries and institutions for development. These partnerships have been crucial to our development in the past 47 years. We express gratitude to Australia's long-standing partnership and support to Solomon Islands across all development objectives of our national development strategy. China's infrastructure projects in health, transport, and communication are enabling economic growth and transforming lives. We thank the government and people of the People's Republic of China for this growing partnership. Solomon Islands reiterates and reaffirms its respect for the One China principle. New Zealand's support to expanding and upgrading airports across the country and the fisheries sector addresses our key development areas. Japan's work on one of our key provincial hospitals, economic infrastructure, and capacity development is very much appreciated. Complementing these efforts, we acknowledge support from Papua New Guinea, Indonesia, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, the European Union, and India. We acknowledge the support through partnership with the UN system, multilateral development banks such as the Asian Development Bank, World Bank, the IMF, and look forward to new partnerships, including with the OPEC Fund for International Development and the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. On the same note, Solomon Islands' journey thus far has been supported by our private sector, state-owned enterprises, and NGOs. We thank you for your commitment and partnership. Madam President, Solomon Islands reaffirms the right to self-determination as enshrined in the UN Charter. In closing, Madam President, each year we meet in this august chamber, carrying the hopes and aspirations of our people, to forge a collective future where peace, development, and dignity are pursued for all. This is the responsibility we must take seriously and respond to with sincerity and urgency. For small islands developing states like Solomon Islands, a strong multilateral system is not an ideal, but a necessity. It ensures that every nation has a voice, that power does not silence principle, and that cooperation nor cohesion guides our global affairs. The United Nations must be reformed and remain relevant and stand as the cornerstone of a multilateral system, with humanity at its heart. As we commemorate 80 years of our United Nations, we must also recognize that this year, 2025, marks the close of the first quarter and the dawn of the second quarter of this 21st century. This is not only a milestone to celebrate, but also a moment to reflect on the path that we have collectively or individually taken, and looking into the future, the course we must now chart better together. From 2000 to 2025, the world has faced defining moments that shaped our shared journey. We lived through global terrorism, a financial crisis that shook economies, a pandemic that tested our resilience, and the accelerating impacts of climate change. Yet we also achieved remarkable milestones, including but not limited to the adoption of the Sustainable Development Goals, advances in technology, and the strengthening of the institution of family. These experiences remind us that humanity's progress and survival depend on our ability to act better together. As this year marks not only a moment of reflection, but also of shared responsibility. What we do today to secure peace, to drive sustainable development, and to uphold human rights will set the path for the next 25 years. Our choices now will define whether we stand united in hope or divided in regret. Come 2025, when future leaders gather in this assembly, what will we present to them? Let it not be scars of missed opportunities, but a legacy of courage and cooperation. Let it be proof that when the world chose to act better together, we secured a safer, peaceful, fairer, and a more sustainable future for our children. Madam President, Excellencies, Imi together, Tage Tumas, I thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of Solomon Islands. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency James Marape, Prime Minister of the Independent State of Papua New Guinea. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, congratulations on your election to the presidency of the 88th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I want to also thank the outgoing president for his wonderful work. Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, on behalf of my country, Papua New Guinea, I want to say thank you to Almighty God, the Creator God, for the care of my country the last 50 years. It is truly with deep honor that I bring to this assembly warm greetings from the 10 million people of my country. Just a few days ago, we celebrated 50 years of our independence, and very soon, on the 10th of October, we will mark 50 years since we joined the United Nations. And I want to say, 50 years on, we have been proud participant in the United Nations family, and we have stood to the principles of the United Nations Charter. Deep in the core of my nation's continued success, we have maintained our nation under our Constitution. At independence, the founding fathers and mothers of Papua New Guinea gave us a single constitution, something that we value to the core. Our Constitution has kept our diversity together. It protects total human rights, affirms our Christian heritage, it guides the way we live and govern. Despite being Christian, for instance, we protect the freedom of religion of every sort in our country. It safeguards our culture, and it protects our environment. Papua New Guinea is home to extraordinary diversity. Since time past, over 1,000 tribes have lived. Over 850 languages thrive in the 600 islands that we call Papua New Guinea today. It is this one constitution that binds my country into a symphony of one nation, one people, one country. And I want to say thank you very much to the fathers of my country and to the mothers of my country who have given this wonderful constitution that protects the democracy we have today. I want to also acknowledge the work of our churches, who alongside state has delivered education, health, and community services that has contributed to holding my country together. For this, we are forever grateful. I want to say deep in the heart of this Constitution, it preserves human rights and human dignity. And we coexist amongst ourselves. If you look into PNG today, we got mosque for our Muslim brothers and sisters. We have Hindus who practice their Hindu faith. We have many religions in our country. Our Constitution, whilst pronounced our Christian faith, tolerates diversity of religion, diversity of people's opinion, diversity of individuals' choice in as far as they practice worship and how they want to live. In a world of so much divergence, Papua New Guinea has one or two lessons to teach the world. One of them is living amidst diversity, coexisting and living in unity. A second lesson we possibly want to speak to the world is a lesson of peace. Papua New Guinea, like many parts of the world, also has known conflicts for a decade. In fact, 14 years after independence in 1975, Bougainville Island in our country suffered extreme violence. But through dialogue under the oversight of United Nations, we've achieved the 2001 Bougainville Peace Agreement. And since then, I am happy to say not a bullet has been fired since the peace agreement was signed. We continue to resolve questions around Bougainville's future through dialogue, our Melanesian conscience, our Christian brotherhood sitting together on the table, and through our consensual process. And I want to say, Bougainville reminds us that peace can be achieved. In a world today where we struggle to find peace, I want to say peace can be found on the table of peace. I remind all who are in conflict, different conflicting parties, needless to name, peace can be found. Why don't you give peace a go? Sit on the table of peace. This morning I was pleased to hear Israel Prime Minister saying for the first time, or in fact he's been saying when re-emphasis again this morning, that Hamas, if you let go those who you capture, they could stop the war right now and then. That's a construct of peace. And I want to say, why don't we give peace a go? Hamas, for Israel conflict with you, you have the opportunity to give your people a moment of peace. This morning, Israel Prime Minister uttered that if you let go the hostages, including those that have been killed, they could stop the war now, right now. And for Papua New Guinea as a friend of Israel, I want to say we will stand on Israel's word and ask them to come to the peace table if Hamas, you come out and stop the current war that is going on. Give peace a go. To the other conflicts happening around the world, peace can be sought, peace can be arrived at. And I want to ask, give peace a go, sit at a table of peace. That could be something that the world can learn from Papua New Guinea. After 10 years of civil conflict, we decided under UN supervision that we will give peace a go. 24 years on, no bullet has been fired. We're working through the process. And I want to thank the Secretary General. We were honored. Very recently, he did visit us. He visited us, spent 3 nights and 4 days in Papua New Guinea. He praised our leadership on climate change, on biodiversity, preservation of natural environment, and of course, our diversity of people living together as one people, one nation, one country, despite the 1,000 tribes and 840 or 50 languages we have. And he also praised us for the maintenance of peace in PNG through the Bougainville peace model. And he also, the same breath, reminded us that much work remains in PNG, including fighting corruption, including giving development to all parts of my country. And I want to assure him at this August hall that we are working. PNG is a work in progress. We committed to leaving no citizens behind. We committed to transforming our country. We committed to growing our economy to a scale where we can be able to look after each citizen of our country. And I want to say to the Secretary General, Papua New Guinea commits to the goal of leaving no person or no child behind, and we give that assurance in the 80th anniversary of the United Nations. Papua New Guinea is also a good global citizen. We are not insignificant in as far as global discourse is concerned. Our forests and our oceans are great global assets. We have one of the biggest parcel of forest on planet Earth. We have over 3 million square kilometers of ocean or sea space. Our tropical forest absorbs carbon as well as produce oxygen, as I've been saying in this August hall many times. Our vast waters, part of the great Pacific waters, are big carbon sink. Our rivers, our reefs, our ecosystems shelter unique biodiversity. In fact, we hold 6 to 7% of world's biodiversity. Why do I bring this up? I bring this up simply to point all of us that our planet is boiling. Our planet is in destruction mode. We must work to save our planet. Unless you have a second planet to run off to, science tells us in the observable universe, you look 93 billion light years into the observable universe, there is no other planet that is livable like planet Earth. And so why destroy this one planet that has trees, that has sea, that has water, that has oxygen, that is livable for all of us? Our ancestors passed on this livable planet to us. Why are we destroying this planet? We must preserve it and pass on a livable planet to our descendants. And in this vein, I want to put to all of you, those of us who are forest nations like PNG, and even ocean nations, where in our oceans biodiversity exists. PNG, with many of our Pacific Island nations, including Australia, home to one of the largest, in fact, the largest coral sea, the Coral Triangle passes through our waters. We, custodians of these global resources, ask the big carbon footprint holders, especially the G20s and the industrial nations, cut your emissions. Reform the global financial system to support those of us who hold biodiversity and are biodiversity nations, and take responsibility for your carbon footprint. Unless, and again, you have a second planet to run off to. Doesn't matter what Elon Musk does. You can look to the outer space. In your lifetime, it is not feasible to fly to the nearest planet. And so let's save this one planet we have. As we face COP30 in Brazil, Papua New Guinea offers support to forest nations and ocean nations to talk about sustainable development and just due in as far as us maintaining our forest is concerned. Our carbon footprint is minimal. PNG, for instance, produces 10 million metric tons of carbon a year, yet we subsume over 100 million metric tons of carbon. Someone producing those excess carbon out there must assist me preserving my forests or our forests for the upkeep of our planet. This is a conversation very close to all of us, and I want to put to all of us in this session. This planet is destroyed. Doesn't matter what you say. Don't live in ignorance. Ask your own scientists. Scientists and scientific finding tells us our planet is warming. In fact, it is boiling as we speak. And I want to ask that the United Nations, in fact, Secretary General, His Excellency Antonio Guterres has been a strong advocate in this space. Why don't we come out and support him fully? And on this, I want to thank the United Nations for continual embrace of Papua New Guinea's aspirations and views since 1975. I want to say thank you to all our bilateral partners and multilateral partners for standing with us since 1975. I want to thank Australia for being our strongest bilateral partner to date, including allowing us to be independent peacefully in 1975. I want to say thank you to all investors who've stood with PNG since 1975. Most of you know my line of thought. It is not aid and grant, but trade for PNG as we build our economy to sustain the over 10 million people that stays and call PNG home. I want to thank all NGOs and churches and individuals for their enduring support to my country in our 50th year of independence and democracy. Your solidarity has kept Papua New Guinea united thus far. In closing, I want to say 50 years ago we entered this assembly as one of the youngest members. Today, 50 years on, we stand tall as a free, vibrant democracy, nation that is still united amidst our diversity, resilient and strong, working to grow our economy so that our people can be prosperous and to improve our region as well as contribute to the world around us. On behalf of Papua New Guinea, I want to congratulate United Nations for turning 80 this year, and to the world, 80 years may have passed. Some things don't change. Core values of humanity don't change. United Nations is the meeting place of the diversity we have called planet Earth, rather. Papua New Guinea has diversity in ourselves. Our diversity finds our meeting place in our national parliament, in our constitution. Likewise for humanity. Many of you may think that United Nations is irrelevant, but Papua New Guinea at the 80th year of United Nations want to say the Charter is relevant. We must keep the sanctity of the United Nations running. In this place, humanity can meet. In my closing message, I want to say, unity can be found in diversity, like PNG maintains our unity in diversity. It is better together than being alone. Peace is built and sustained through dialogue and not through war. This one planet must be preserved for all generations. Thank you very much. Thank you too much. On behalf of Papua New Guinea, I say thank you all for listening.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the independent state of Papua New Guinea. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Andrew Holness, Prime Minister, Minister for Defense, and Minister for Economic Growth and Job Creation of Jamaica. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Excellencies, on behalf of Jamaica, I extend warm congratulations to you, Madam President, on your election to preside over this landmark 80th session of the General Assembly. Just last week, Jamaica marked 63 years as a proud member of the United Nations. As we celebrate the UN's 80th anniversary, we reaffirm our unwavering commitment to the principles of the UN Charter. From decolonization to peacekeeping, from eradicating diseases to promoting human rights, the UN has achieved remarkable success over these past 8 decades. Yet, as we confront global challenges, including pandemics, climate change, armed conflict, and persistent poverty, we must acknowledge that our multilateral system requires urgent reform and revitalization to meet the needs of the 21st century. The UN 80 initiative is an opportunity to strengthen multilateralism with concrete action, institutional reform, and renewed political will. We must build a system that is more democratic, representative, and responsive to evolving challenges. Jamaica is honored that our permanent representative is co-chairing the working group on UN 80 mandate implementation review, along with the permanent representative of New Zealand, and we look forward to meaningful outcomes. Madam President, Jamaica believes in a future where multilateralism works for all, where no country is too small to be heard, where the concerns of small islands facing rising seas are addressed, where the benefits of globalization are equitably shared, and where international cooperation is based on respect for the sovereignty of each nation. Climate change, Madam President, is not a distant threat or an academic consideration. It is a daily reality for small island developing states like Jamaica. Frequent hurricanes, droughts, and erratic rainfall destroy infrastructure, displace communities, and set back decades of hard-fought progress. Jamaica has demonstrated unwavering leadership in climate action despite our limited resources. We have committed to achieving net zero emissions by 2050 and have implemented our national adaptation plan with specific measures to build resilience across key sectors, and we are on track to achieve our renewable energy target of 50% by 2030. However, our efforts and those of other SIDS are severely constrained by the lack of predictable access to financing. The promise of $100 billion annually remains unfulfilled. The Loss and Damage Fund established at COP28 was historic, yet its initial capitalization of $800 million is grossly inadequate. Developed countries must honor their commitments and scale up climate finance, recognizing that adaptation is a necessity for the survival of small island developing states. The global financing system remains fundamentally flawed. It penalizes reforming economies like Jamaica with high borrowing costs while ignoring our vulnerabilities. Through sacrifice, discipline, and sound management, Jamaica has reduced its debt to GDP ratio from 144% to now 62%. Yet we remain locked out of concessional financing because of outdated metrics based solely on per capita income. Jamaica supports the application of the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index that more accurately assesses countries' development needs and their eligibility for concessional financing. Jamaica also strongly supports innovative financing mechanisms, including debt for climate swaps, debt for nature swaps, and blended finance instruments that can unlock private sector investments in sustainable development projects while reducing debt burdens. We welcome initiatives such as the IMF's Resilience and Sustainability Trust and call for its expansion to support more countries in building climate resilience. Madam President, multilateralism must deliver fairness for all countries to believe that constructive dialogue and engagement offers the best path forward for all countries. That is the case, Madam President, for the people of Cuba, so that they may be able to fully participate in the global economy. We encourage continued domestic reform in Cuba and greater integration into international systems, supported by policies that enable progress rather than isolation. Madam President, Jamaica once again condemns the heinous October 7, 2023 attack on Israel and is deeply horrified by the devastating humanitarian consequences of the counteroffensive in the Palestinian territories. A just and peaceful resolution to the conflict is only possible through diplomacy and dialogue. We continue to support United Nations Security Council Resolution 242 and support the call for a ceasefire agreement that includes the release of all remaining hostages and definitively ending the protracted war and human suffering. Madam President, political instability, gang violence, and humanitarian crises in Haiti affect not only the Haitian people, but the entire region. As current chair of CARICOM, Jamaica has led and participated in efforts to restore peace and constitutional order in Haiti. Last year, we welcomed and participated in the deployment of the Multinational Security Support Mission to Haiti, and we commend Kenya's leadership in this initiative. Despite progress made, the situation remains dire. As we contemplate next steps, we urge member states, especially those in the Security Council, to operationalize the recommendations made by the Secretary General for a transition to a more robust hybrid mechanism to deal with the situation in Haiti. We call on member states to provide the necessary financial and logistic support to ensure the success of this initiative. But security operations alone will not suffice. Haiti's governance deficit and fragile institutional framework must be addressed. Once stability is restored, the international community must help rebuild democratic institutions, ensure free and fair elections, expand humanitarian relief, and invest in infrastructure to support long-term stability. Haiti's recovery requires sustained global support. Madam President, the Haitian crisis has laid bare a wider truth. Transnational criminal networks involved in cybercrime, trafficking arms, narcotics, and people, organizing violence and destabilizing institutions, are an existential threat to states. Gangs are now global syndicates with resources that rival nation states. Jamaica has made significant progress in tackling gangs and reducing our homicide rate by more than 50% in recent years. But we know that unless these networks are totally dismantled, our gains remain fragile. This is why we call for nothing less than a global war on gangs, a coordinated international campaign to cut off the flow of weapons, money, and the influence that sustains them. This requires deeper engagement from all member states. We urge full implementation of the UN Programme of Action on Small Arms and Light Weapons and the International Tracing Instrument. Major arms exporting countries must tighten export controls, strengthen end-use monitoring, and ensure rigorous post-delivery verification. Jamaica welcomes cooperation with all partners in this fight, including the interdiction of drug trafficking vessels, provided that such operations are carried out with full respect for international law, human rights, and with the coordination and collaboration of the countries of the region. The Caribbean has created regional security mechanisms, but these efforts alone cannot match the scale of the threat. What we need is a unified front with the same urgency, resources, and coordination the world has applied to terrorism. Only then can we turn the Caribbean, and indeed the wider region, into a true zone of peace. Madam President, at this 80th session, let us revitalize multilateralism and recommit to building a more resilient, equitable, and sustainable world. The challenges before us, climate change, debt, poverty, conflicts, and crime, are formidable, but our capacity for collective action is greater. Jamaica has shown that with sound policies, fiscal discipline, and good governance, small nations can achieve great progress. But to build on this progress, we need an international system that is fair, inclusive, and responsive. Let us not leave this assembly with words alone, but with commitments that deliver real change. Jamaica stands ready to work with all member states in partnership and solidarity to create a future defined by peace, prosperity, and dignity for all. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, members.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister, Minister for Defense, and Minister for Economic Growth and Job Creation of Jamaica. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency John Briceño, Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Investment and Economic Transformation, Civil Aviation and E-Governance of Belize. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you, Madam President. For 8 decades, the United Nations has endured, a beacon of hope for the world, a defender of dignity and freedom, a shield against aggression, whether for the mighty or the small, and a foundation for cooperation that has lifted millions out of poverty and given humanity a chance to move forward together. Yet, the vision penned 80 years ago remains unfulfilled. Peoples and nations continue to suffer under oppressive regimes. We face new threats, from criminal networks to planetary and technological challenges that overwhelmed natural systems, economies, and even basic human rights. These are global challenges. They don't stop at borders. And no matter how powerful a nation may be, none of us can meet them alone. Now, more than ever, we need to work together. Now, more than ever, we need the United Nations. And if the UN has fallen short of its promise, it's not because the idea is flawed. It's because too often its members, including the most powerful among us, have failed to act. And we see the cost of that failure today. The world is facing more conflicts than at any time in recent decades. This year alone, 6 nuclear powers have been drawn into conflict in Asia, in Europe, and in the Middle East. Military spending has rose by 9% to $2.7 trillion last year, even as global insecurity deepened. That is more than half the GDP of all the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. Wars in Ukraine, Gaza, and Sudan, dragging on year after year. Hundreds of thousands dead, millions displaced, orphaned, left with nothing. The images should compel us to act, and yet too often the UN is actively blocked from doing its job. In Gaza, one of the largest man-made humanitarian crises grows worse day by day. The UN's relief agency, lifeline to millions, is being pushed to the brink, and the two-state solution, the vision of peace this body has long supported, is slipping away. In Sudan, a UN embargo has not stopped the killing. In Haiti, gangs have overrun the country. Political turmoil deepens. And a mission meant to restore order, Kenyan-led, backed by the UN, remains underfunded and under-resourced. These are only a few of the many crises. And in each of them, weapons flow, drugs flow, violence crosses borders, and governments are left weaker, peace fleeting. These are not isolated tragedies. They are a warning. They reveal a pattern of international indifference, disregard for international law, impunity, a tolerance of inhumanity, and deepening cynicism. So the question before us is simple. Do we allow this cycle to continue, or will we summon the will together to break it? Over the last 2 weeks, my country has chosen to act with restraint and caution in the face of repeated aggression and provocative actions by our neighbor Guatemala at our southern boundary. Actions which seek to challenge Belize's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Actions that do not accord with the obligations of states not to exacerbate or extend the dispute before the International Court of Justice. Latin America and the Caribbean are committed to maintaining our region as a zone of peace, an area free of nuclear weapons, an area where conflicts are prevented through dialogue. And it is for this reason that we are concerned about the serious implications of utilizing military tactics against civilian vessels in the Caribbean Sea. Madam President, for 44 years of independence, Belize has been a peaceful and welcoming nation. We have been a refuge for those fleeing war and terror from countries near and far. Per capita, we have absorbed more migrants than any other country in our region. These new Belizeans have enriched our society and enjoy equal protection under the law. Every Belizean also benefits from free primary education and accessible, free, or low-cost health care. Through Plan Belize 2.0, we are building on that foundation by expanding tuition coverage, improving health care, raising the minimum wage, creating more decent jobs, and widening access to housing. We have an ambitious energy transition plan that places Belize on the track to surpass net zero through innovative financing that turns our forests and reefs into investments for conservation. But ambition comes at a cost. My government has chosen fiscal discipline even as we pursue this bold agenda. Belize is the 5th most vulnerable small island developing state to climate risk, ranked 2nd in the world for impacts from extreme weather. Rising seas are already displacing some coastal communities. Extreme heat strains our energy systems, and unpredictable rainfall threatens our farmers. Fishers must now travel farther and risk more for declining catches in warming seas. Food security is under threat. So too are the health of our people, their livelihoods, and the survival of our ecosystems. This is our lived reality. It is not science fiction. It is not abstract theory. It is a danger to our overall security. Excellencies, our world is so intricately interconnected. Disruption anywhere reverberates everywhere. Geopolitical and geoeconomic competition are consequential globally. So too is the persistence of disease, hunger, poverty, and the inequalities among peoples and nations. Small states like my own, then, must vigilantly guard against restive neighbors seeking to sustain territorial claims through military provocation or aggression. This is not the world that the founders of the UN envisioned. Instead, it is a world embattled, a world divided, and yet it is not a world without solutions. Over 80 years, nations have agreed on laws and policies to defend human rights, pursue sustainable development, promote disarmament, and protect the vulnerable and our environment. We have built strong institutions that remain vital, even if reform is overdue. But we cannot face today's challenges by relying on legacy alone. In the pursuit of larger freedom and dignity for all, let us act with urgency to rescue the development agenda, leaving no one behind. For our part, Belize will spare no effort. Through Plan Belize 2.0 and the implementation of our NDCs 3.0, we are working to lift our people out of poverty and to secure a healthy environment. But we cannot do it alone. We need international support that has been promised. The Compromiso de Sevilla offers us a chance to re-energize the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, a chance to renew commitments, especially to small island developing states. This is why Belize calls for the urgent attention to the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for SIDS. We must mainstream the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index. We must expand access to grants and concessional finance, not more debt. And we must strengthen SIDS participation in global financial decision-making. In COP30 in Belém, Belize urges the G20, responsible for 80% of emissions, to commit to more ambitious emission reduction targets. Developed nations and development banks must lead the mobilization of $1.3 trillion in climate finance and prioritize SIDS, whose adoption and lost and damaged needs are most urgent. It is high time, past time, for the global financial system to reward environmental stewardship, to recognize the true value of these natural assets for long-term resilience. Consider this. 30% of the world's ocean lie within the jurisdiction of small island developing states, much under some form of protection. These marine environments help regulate the global climate, yet we receive little for our efforts. Only 1% of climate finance flows to SIDS, half of which are loans. Meanwhile, the fossil fuel industry, with trillions of dollars in subsidies annually, is not just perverse, it is dangerous. Let us reverse this by investing more, much more in nature-based and nature-positive solutions. With only 5 years remaining to achieve the SDGs, urgency is paramount. Madam President, realizing the ambition of leaving no one behind requires the involvement of everyone. Yet, the UN still excludes one critical actor, the people of Taiwan. Taiwan is a thriving democracy with global leadership in high-tech innovation, semiconductors, AI, biotechnology, renewable energy, all vital to global supply chain security and sustainable development. Taiwan already contributes to the SDGs, assisting partners with advanced technology. We therefore urge the United Nations to find appropriate ways to recognize Taiwan as an indispensable partner in our shared pursuit of sustainable development. Madam President, the people of Haiti deserve our urgent and united support to completely expunge the criminal gangs that have attempted to overrun that country and to ensure that they are brought to justice. A workable path forward for Haiti exists, but it requires sustained security assistance, resources, and a coherent international response. We must act now. Excellencies, each nation must be free to define its own path. The International Court of Justice has affirmed that self-determination is a preemptory norm. We must end the denial of this right to the people of Western Sahara, whose plight the world continues to ignore. The economic, commercial, and financial blockade imposed by the United States of America against Cuba must end, and Cuba must immediately be removed from the list of countries that allegedly sponsor terrorism. It is illegal, inhumane, and contrary to the UN Charter. And the genocide in Palestine must stop now. What hope can a child in Gaza have for tomorrow when their home is destroyed, their family murdered, their future erased? What hope can there be if their right to self-determination is extinguished? The UN once confronted apartheid in South Africa with declarations, sanctions, conventions, and suspension of the regime from this assembly. We must draw that lesson again. No regime that desecrates the Charter and destroys our people has a place in this hall. And that is why the rule of law must prevail. No man, no country stands above the law of nations. Belize took its seats in this assembly in 1981, less than half a century ago. Our membership was a milestone for our sovereignty. Global recognition of Belizean sovereignty also meant full recognition of our territory. We stand firm in the conviction that the boundaries of that territory were agreed in 1859, more than a century and a half ago. Our anthem proclaims it, from the proud Rio Hondo to the old Sarstoon, through Coral Isles over Blue Lagoon. Though our territory is contested, we remain firm, not belligerent, tested but not subdued, threatened but not deterred, because the rule of law is on our side. Together with Guatemala, we submitted our dispute to the ICJ in 2019. We await the court's decision. We trust that justice will prevail. In the meantime, we reiterate our demand that Guatemala desist from any provocative behavior which have the potential to affect our otherwise friendly bilateral relations. We reiterate our invitation to Guatemala to work with Belize in designing confidence-building measures for the Sarstoon River and maritime spaces. Madam President, Belize believes in our common humanity and in the existence of the common good. Equity and justice are our guiding principles. As we commemorate the 80th anniversary of this great institution, let us not only reflect on the past, but commit ourselves to the future. Let us affirm together that multilateralism is not an option, but an obligation, that the rule of law is not an aspiration, but a necessity, that the dignity of every human being is not negotiable, but inviolate. Belize pledges to do its part, to stand for law over force, for cooperation over division, for justice over impunity, and we call on every member state to do the same. Only then can we make real the promise of the Charter: peace, prosperity, and larger freedom for all peoples in every nation for generations yet to come. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Investment and Economic Transformation, Civil Aviation and E-Governance of Belize. We have heard the last speaker in the general debate for this meeting. The next plenary meeting to continue with the general debate will be held immediately following the adjournment of this meeting. The meeting is adjourned. The 10th plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. The Assembly will continue its consideration of Agenda Item 8, entitled General Debate. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Nsokwanai Samuel Matekane, Prime Minister and Head of Government and Minister for Defense, National Security and Environment of the Kingdom of Lesotho. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President of the 80th session of the General Assembly, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Mr. Secretary General of the United Nations, I extend heartfelt congratulations to you, Madam President, on your election as President of the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Your assumption of this esteemed office as the 5th woman since the founding of the United Nations 80 years ago stands as a powerful affirmation of member states' enduring commitment to the principle of gender equality and women empowerment, which are the essential pillars of the United Nations. As one of your vice presidents, my delegation pledges its full support and cooperation to ensure a successful and impactful tenure of office as the President of the 80th session of the General Assembly. We also take this opportunity to commend your predecessor, His Excellency Mr. Philemon Yang, for his distinguished leadership during the 79th session. Africa takes its pride in his exemplary service and the values he brought to the global stage. To the Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, we express our profound appreciation for your unwavering dedication to the multilateral system and to the service of humanity, particularly in these challenging times underpinned by rising global tensions and trade wars. Notwithstanding these selfless contributions, we remain deeply concerned by the budgetary constraints facing our organization, which should derail the work of the organization and the attainment of its goals. The ongoing volatility in global trade and the unilateral measures, including the selective adherence to the principle enshrined in the Charter of the UN, constitute the main challenges to the multilateral system. In addition, the apparent disregard of the United Nations General Assembly decisions by some of the powerful members undermines the credibility and effectiveness of the United Nations. All these challenges require our collective and concerted efforts to achieve the objectives of the UN. Madam President, I wish to inform this August Assembly that since 2014, the Kingdom of Lesotho has embarked on a path of comprehensive national reforms aimed at addressing the legacy of political and security instability. These reforms, supported by our international partners, including the United Nations, the European Union, the Commonwealth, the Southern African Development Community, and the African Union, have culminated in the adoption of the 10th Amendment to our Constitution, a landmark achieved in our pursuit of sustainable peace and stability. Under my leadership, the government of Lesotho remains resolute in engaging all stakeholders to complete the remaining components of this vital process. We recognize that peace and security are the foundations for inclusive and sustainable development. The success of our reform agenda will serve as the testament to the power of preventative diplomacy and its alignment with the principle of the United Nations Charter. In this regard, we call upon our friends and partners across the globe to continue supporting our reform efforts so that Lesotho can reclaim its rightful place among the Committee of Nations. Madam President, at the sub-regional level, the Southern African Development Community, SADC, has acknowledged a significant milestone in Lesotho's national reform journey by formally removing the kingdom from the SADC organ Troika agenda of countries under special observations. We welcome this decision with deep appreciation and reaffirm our unwavering commitment to completing the remaining constitutional amendments, namely the 11th and 12th amendments. With the continued support of the international community, we are confident that our collective efforts will culminate in lasting peace and stability while paving way for inclusive economic development. Madam President, the theme of this 80th session, Better Together, 8 years and more for peace, development and human rights, resonates profoundly with the founding principles of the United Nations. It also reflects the enduring mission of the United Nations. It further calls for renewed multilateral cooperation to address global challenges and advance the pillars of peace, sustainable development, and human rights. We welcome the outcomes of the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development and the 3rd United Nations Conference on Landlocked Developing Countries. These landmark gatherings offered member states a rare opportunity to renew their commitment to bridging the financing gap for developing nations and to address the unique challenges faced by countries in special situations, such as Lesotho. While official development assistance is regrettably in decline, it remains a vital source of development financing for least developed countries. Its reduction threatens to erode the progress achieved thus far. We therefore make a clarion call to development partners to honor their ODA commitments, thereby safeguarding vulnerable nations from the risk of entrenched poverty and underdevelopment. At the national level, Lesotho is intensifying efforts to mobilize domestic resources by curbing illicit financial flows and enhancing revenue administration. This includes improving the efficiency of our tax systems and broadening the tax base through aggressive industrialization. We are also embarking on a transformative path through the Just Energy Transition Initiative, a visionary program championed by His Majesty King Letsie III. As we may all be aware, Lesotho is endowed with the pristine mountains water, strong winds, and a year-round sunshine that's offering unique potential for hydro, wind, and solar energy. Our goal is to harness these resources to achieve our domestic and regional energy security and climate adaptation. This clean energy potential also creates opportunities for Lesotho to host data centers, powered sustainably by renewable and cooled naturally by our temperature highland climate. Such facilities would not only advance Africa's digital transformation, but also do so in a way that is environmentally responsible and cost-effective. Lesotho is therefore open for investment and partnerships in building global data centers, renewable energy, and water resources. Madam President, digital transformation is reshaping our world. For developing countries like Lesotho, the implementation of the Global Digital Compact is not a luxury, it is a necessity. To ensure resilience and inclusive development, the government of Lesotho is prioritizing investment in affordable digital infrastructure, promoting digital literacy, and nurturing innovation ecosystems. These efforts are particularly focused on empowering youth, women, and rural communities. Let us bear in mind that the continent of Africa is home to the largest number of youth, that is 70% under the age of 30 years. Our collective ability to harness their potential in different productive sectors of our economies remain one of the most viable solutions to our structural challenges. In this regard, we invite all and sundry to ensure youth participation in governance, entrepreneurship, and decision-making processes. Madam President, agriculture remains the cornerstone of economic activity in landlocked, least developed countries. However, it is affected by climate shocks. To mitigate these impacts, greater investment in adaptation and resilience are essential. We warmly welcome the proposal to establish regional agricultural research hubs under the AWASA Program of Action for LLDCs to mitigate the impact of climate change. Such centers have the potential to provide access to sustainable agricultural practices and innovation critical for enhancing agricultural security and reducing poverty. I am happy to reaffirm Lesotho's interest in hosting such a center for the African region. Madam President, addressing the global climate emergency and ecosystem degradation demands coordinated international action. Extreme weather events, erratic rainfall, and drought threaten food systems, water resources, and financial stability. The preservation of biodiversity and sustainable management of natural resources on land and at sea are critical to climate adaptation. Though landlocked, Lesotho recognizes the integral role of oceans in the global climate system. In this spirit, Lesotho signed the agreement on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction, BBNJ agreement, on 13 June 2025, during the United Nations Ocean Conference in France. This act reaffirms our belief that stewardship of the high seas is a shared responsibility of all humankind. Madam President, a healthy population is the bedrock of a resilient and prosperous nation. Lesotho remains committed to ensuring equitable, accessible, and quality health care for all, regardless of age, gender, or location. We continue to expand primary health care services with emphasis on sexual and reproductive health, maternal and child health, communicable diseases such as HIV/AIDS and tuberculosis, and the growing burden of non-communicable diseases. Lesotho also recognizes that universal health coverage cannot be achieved without addressing gender equality. We remain steadfast in mainstreaming gender equality, strengthening women's rights, and eliminating gender-based violence. Madam President, as we mark 8 years of the United Nations, the UN institutional reforms are indeed essential for relevance and efficiency. 8 decades since its founding, the United Nations must evolve to meet contemporary challenges. Reform of the UN Security Council must not remain a distant aspiration eternally. Deliberate efforts by all of us must be made towards ensuring that negotiations garner the requisite support so that the historic injustices of the past are corrected. For us as Lesotho, we reaffirm our support for the common African position, which is commonly known as Esulini Consensus. We also welcome the Secretary General's UN 8 initiative aimed at enhancing the organization's effectiveness. As this initiative unfolds, we emphasize the importance of equitable representation within the Secretariat and sensitive to the vulnerabilities of developing states. We trust that member states will duly consulted throughout this process. Madam President, Lesotho remains committed to the maintenance of international peace and security, a core mandate of the United Nations. Yet, we are deeply troubled by ongoing armed conflicts around the world, which pose grave threats to global stability. Of particular concern is the protracted conflict in Gaza, which has resulted in immense human suffering, especially among women, children, and other vulnerable groups. We commend efforts by member states to pursue peace in the Middle East conflict and call for the immediate and unconditional release of all remaining hostages. We further call for a permanent ceasefire to prevent further loss of innocent lives. The resolution of international dispute must be grounded in dialogue, justice, and equality. Lesotho continues to advocate for a two-state solution in accordance with the relevant United Nations resolutions. Madam President, the use of unilateral coercive measures by some states on others remain a source of concern for my delegation. The consequences of such measures are also felt beyond the borders of the targeted countries. Under this regime, the people of Zimbabwe and Cuba continue to suffer for unnecessarily too long. My delegation therefore renews its call for unconditional removal of the unilateral sanctions in order to afford these two countries the opportunity to achieve the most aspired development. As I conclude, Madam President, Lesotho remains steadfast in its commitment to the implementation of the Sustainable Development, recognizing them as a blueprint for inclusive and resilient development. Through a whole of government and whole of society approach, Lesotho has integrated the SDGs into its national development frameworks and continues to align sectoral policies accordingly. The country has demonstrated transparency and accountability by regularly submitting voluntary national reviews to the United Nations, showcasing progress, identifying challenges, and reaffirming its dedication to leaving no one behind. The last of these reports was presented in July 2025. The 80th anniversary of the United Nations marks a profound milestone in the collective journey of humanity towards peace, development, and the protection of human rights. Over 8 decades, the organization has stood as a beacon of multilateral cooperation, guiding member states through moments of triumph and adversity. As we commemorate this legacy, we must also look ahead with renewed purpose and resolve. The future demands a United Nations that is more inclusive, responsive, and equipped to address emerging global challenges, from climate change and digital transformation to rising inequality and geopolitical tensions. The next chapter must be defined by bold action, strengthened solidarity, and a shared commitment to leave no one behind. I thank you for your attention. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Head of Government, Minister for Defense, National Security and Environment of the Kingdom of Lesotho. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency José Ulisses Correia e Silva, Prime Minister and Minister of Reform of the Republic of Cabo Verde. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Excellencies, it is with great honor that I take the floor in this General Assembly on behalf of the people and the government of Cabo Verde in the session in which we celebrate the 80th anniversary of the United Nations. This is taking place during turbulent times marked by devastating wars and armed conflicts, humanitarian crises of enormous magnitude, expansion of populism and extremism, a structured anti-system that fights to impose a system that eliminates the boundary between democracy and autocracy, as well as between truth and lies. This turbulent world helplessly watches the acceleration of climate change, threatening planet Earth and humanity. No country is immune to this disruptive movement that advances with the impulse to exercise absolute power, the provocation and exploitation of social fractures, and the ideology of post-truth. This turbulent world requires a United Nations empowered as a global regulator, and that is only effective when resulting from the political will of its member states. In this context, I would like to praise the UN 80 initiative launched by Secretary General Antonio Guterres as a space for reflection and renewal of multilateralism and to mobilize political will for peace, sustainable development, and human rights. Cabo Verde welcomes the revitalization of the Commission on the Status of Women, a central instrument for the promotion of gender equality in the multilateral system. We believe that the acceleration of the Sustainable Development Goals depends on the empowerment of women. We will continue to be staunch advocates for this cause, both inside and outside the United Nations. We advocate the urgent and necessary reform of the Security Council in line with Africa's position. The Summit of the Future offers a unique opportunity to strengthen commitment to the SDGs. More than global goals, it is the human dignity of millions of people that is at stake. Real people, children of God, living in real countries. Acting in multiple dimensions, we recognize the importance and relevance of the Global Compact for digitalization, for equitable access to digital technologies and artificial intelligence. Excellencies, Cabo Verde is an active and dynamic CIDS committed to the multilateral agenda. We currently hold the vice presidency of AOSIS. We actively participate in the Third Ocean Conference. We were chosen to co-facilitate, along with Australia, the negotiations that led to the Nice Declaration, Our Ocean, Our Future, Our Responsibilities, containing firm commitments to the sustainability of the oceans. We welcome the OASIS Leaders Declaration, the adoption of which demonstrates a strong commitment to issues related to the ocean, climate, and sustainable development. We applaud the successful fourth Conference on Financing for Development. The Seville commitment is a unique opportunity to boost development, especially in the most vulnerable countries, such as CIDS. For us, CIDS, it is essential to operationalize the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index, the mechanisms for converting debt into climate finance, and the Loss and Damage Fund. The Antigua and Barbuda Plan of Action stands. Its implementation into resilient prosperity is SID's greatest ambition. We note with satisfaction a historic achievement, the entry into force of the Agreement on Marine Biodiversity in areas beyond national jurisdiction. Cabo Verde is among the first 60 states to ratify this important treaty. Unfortunately, we were not able to achieve consensus, and we must insist. The special meeting on climate convened by the Secretary General and Brazil's President Lula as a preparation for COP30 in Belém, and it is a crucial moment for the full implementation of the Paris Accord. As SIDS, we demand clear commitments from all states, especially the largest emitters, to limit the temperature increase to 1.5 degrees Celsius. This is not a mere claim. It is a matter of survival for all and all. Excellencies, Madam President, global peace and security remain threatened, increasingly threatened. Cabo Verde's position has been clear, predictable, and consistent. We condemn coup d'etat, we condemn terrorism, we condemn genocide, we condemn assaults on the territorial integrity of countries. We advocate for dialogue and diplomacy for the prevention and resolution of conflicts. We support a just and durable peace for the resolution of the war in Ukraine. We support the two-state solution with Israel and Palestine living side by side in peace and security. We advocate a strong commitment to preventing and combating terrorism and conflict in Africa. We advocate for multilateralism and a strong and effective UN, converging with the principles of the Chinese Global Governance Initiative. We are democracy based on the rule of law and political freedom, freedom of expression and economic freedom, and we want to continue like this. We belong to ECOWAS, a space of economic integration and neighborhood, and to the CPLP, a space for the Portuguese language and cultural affinities. We have a special partnership with the European Union, anchored in shared values of democracy, freedom, and good governance, a region with which our currency has been linked with a fixed parity to the euro since 1998, and with which we have strong economic relations. Due to our location between the African continent, Europe, and the Americas, the EU, the USA, and Brazil are our first-line partners in cooperative maritime security, preventing and combating drug trafficking, human trafficking, maritime piracy, illegal fishing, and cybersecurity. It is this democratic, stable Cabo Verde, open to the world and guided by trust in the relations with our partners, that we want to preserve and develop in this troubled geopolitical world. Madam President, Cabo Verde has the honor of assuming one of the vice presidencies of this General Assembly with our Ambassador Tânia Romaldo, and reaffirms its unwavering commitment to the Charter, the principles and values of the United Nations. We will continue to be a constructive voice, an active partner, and a country committed to being useful to the international community. Together we are better. Together we can honor the 80th anniversary of the UN and face the future with renewed hope for more peace, more development, and more human rights. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of Cabo Verde. Senhor Primeiro-Ministro, muito obrigada. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Rosen Dimitrov Gelyaskov, Prime Minister of the Republic of Bulgaria. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in Bulgaria, we carry a simple truth at the heart of our identity. Unity makes strength. These words are more than motto. They are a legacy born of struggle and solidarity. They echo through our history, from the forging of our independence to the building of our democratic institutions. And today, in a world shaken by division and conflicts, this principle feels more urgent than ever. The challenges we face, from contested global narratives and eroding trust in international institutions to stalled development, financial instability, and shrinking humanitarian space, do not respect borders. They demand a united response. Bulgaria's creed is a message we offer to the world, that the hope lies not in isolation, but in coming together. Bulgaria reaffirms its commitment to effective multilateralism and to the rules-based international order with the United Nations at its core. For 80 years, the UN has been a beacon of hope, a platform for dialogue and peace. And this year, in 2025, Bulgaria marks 70 years of membership. Over 7 decades, Bulgaria has stood alongside fellow member states in pursuit of the UN's founding ideals, contributing to peacekeeping, sustainable development, and the protection of human rights. As we celebrate this milestone, we renew our pledge to the UN Charter and to a future defined not by division, but by unity and strength it brings. For the UN to meet the test of our time, reform is not a choice, but an imperative. Bulgaria fully supports the Secretary General's UN80 initiative for mandate reviews, structural reform, and more effective use of resources. Equally urgent is completing ongoing reforms in development, management, peace and security, and advancing the humanitarian reset for stronger, locally led action with sustainable financing. At institutional level, we believe that the Security Council must be reformed to reflect today's world more effective, more representative, more accountable. We need genuine progress, including a fairer balance in membership, one additional non-permanent seat be allocated to the Eastern European group, and limits on the misuse of the veto. The General Assembly must remain the heart of the organization, where our shared forum for dialogue and decision-making. Excellencies, ever since the adoption of the UN Charter, international peace and security have never been more threatened. Russia's full-scale war of aggression against Ukraine, with its far-reaching global repercussions, represents an existential challenge to the rule-based international order. This is not merely a European conflict. It threatens the very legitimacy of the United Nations. It's utterly unacceptable that a founding UN member with a permanent Security Council seat wages war while disregarding international humanitarian and human rights law. In recent weeks, Russia is escalating and conducting flagrant violation of EU member states and NATO allies' sovereign airspace by drones and planes. These actions demonstrate that Russia is the one undermining the prospects of peace. These actions cannot be tolerated and are meeting our strong collective resolve and response. The only path to peace is clear. Ukraine's sovereignty must be respected and its territorial integrity fully restored. A full, immediate, and unconditional ceasefire is essential. The need for urgent action is clear in the Middle East. The brutal Hamas attack on 7 October 2023 and the devastating conflict that followed have caused immense human suffering. Bulgaria mourns the loss of every innocent life, Israeli and Palestine alike. In Gaza, tens of thousands of civilians have been killed, neighborhoods destroyed, and countless people displaced. We must not allow this tragedy to leave a permanent scar on humanity's conscience. A sustainable ceasefire and credible political process are urgently needed. Only a two-state solution grounded in international law and mutual recognition can secure a just and lasting peace, allowing Israelis and Palestinians to live side by side in dignity and security. The crisis in the Middle East and North Africa is interconnected and threatens regional stability. Yemen faces famine and disease. Syria needs an inclusive, UN-led dialogue for democratic transition, and Sudan teeters on the brink amid ongoing fighting and mass displacement. Instability in Libya and the Sahel shows how weak institutions allow conflicts to spread. Bulgaria calls for a new regional security architecture led by UN, grounded in diplomacy, respect for sovereignty, and long-term investment in peace and development. Nuclear non-proliferation, disarmament, and arms control remain central to our collective security. We condemn rhetoric and actions that threaten stability and stress the need for renewed diplomacy. Iran must fully cooperate with the International Atomic Energy Agency and ensure the peaceful nature of its nuclear program, while all parties work to de-escalate tensions through diplomacy. Likewise, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea must dismantle its program for weapons of mass destruction and ballistic missiles in a complete, verifiable, and irreversible way in accordance with international law and treaty obligations. Distinguished delegates, Bulgaria consistently upholds the principle of United Nations at the regional level, engaging actively with the Southeastern European Cooperation Process, the Regional Cooperation Council, the Organization of the Black Sea Economic Cooperation. We prioritize good neighborliness, human rights, and the strengthening of trade, energy, transport, and digital connectivity. Bulgaria firmly supports the European integration of the Western Balkans based on the merit as the path to peace, stability, and prosperity. The Black Sea region remains strategically important for European security and energy resilience, and Bulgaria works to make it a space of stability and sustainable development. On 1 July 2025, Bulgaria assumed the chairmanship of the Southeast European Cooperation Process and the organization of the Black Sea Economic Cooperation, strengthening our leadership in advancing regional security, stability, and resilience. Bulgaria firmly believes that the human rights are universal, indivisible, interdependent, and interconnected. Our policies are grounded in this understanding, guiding our efforts to protect and promote human dignity at home and globally. As a member of the United Nations Human Rights Council for 2024-2026, Bulgaria is committed to advance human rights through dialogue and cooperation. We prioritize gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls in line with international human rights instruments and the Women, Peace and Security Agenda. In all conflict prevention, peace process, and post-conflict recovery, women must be at the center with their protection and access to justice ensured. We stress the need to empower young people, ensuring their meaningful participation in decision-making, including on climate action and heritage preservation. Ladies and gentlemen, sustainable development cannot be separated from human rights, peace, and security. We remain fully committed to implementing the 2030 Agenda and its 17 Sustainable Development Goals. On 23 July 2025, Bulgaria presented its second voluntary national review at the high-level political forum, highlighting national progress, government actions, and stakeholder engagements. For the first time, Bulgaria, your delegate, contributed, sharing the perspective of young people on the implementation of the goals. We know that accelerating progress requires stronger political will, inclusive participation of civil society, academia, the private sector, and youth, and urgent action to address social, economic, and environmental challenges. We look forward to the upcoming World Social Summit, where diverse voices and all stakeholders can come together to renew the global social contract and ensure it reflects human rights for all. Financing is a key aspect of development. Adequate, predictable, and innovative resources are essential to achieve sustainable development goals. Bulgaria supports mobilizing domestic resources, engaging the private sector, and building global partnership. We welcome the first biennial summit for sustainable, inclusive, and resilient global economy, held on 24 September 2025 here in New York, which reinforced commitment from the Fourth International Conference on Financing for Development and strengthened cooperation with multilateral financial institutions. For its part, Bulgaria remains a steadfast contributor to global development. Through the National Development Program 2030 and our development cooperation policy, we implement tangible projects and build sustainable partnership for a fairer, more balanced world. In all our efforts, we prioritize poverty eradication, sustainability, and equality, focusing on key regions, the Western Balkans, the Eastern Partnership countries, the Middle East, North Africa and Asia, with special attention to education, health, and building resilient societies. Digital governance and new technologies are central to our efforts. Bulgaria supports inclusive, multi-stakeholder approaches to global digital governance, artificial intelligence, and space technologies, ensuring they advance the Sustainable Development Goals. We emphasize the need for open and secure internet, protection of human rights, and a digital inclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, sustainable development cannot happen without urgent climate action. Social and economic progress depends on protecting our planet. Climate-related extreme events will become more frequent and severe around the world. At the same time, Europe is the fastest warming continent, and climate risks are accelerating, threatening its energy and food security, ecosystem, infrastructure, water resources, financial stability, and people's health. The economic losses have already been estimated in billions of euros. My country, Bulgaria, is not exception, and it is among the most affected countries by droughts, forest fires, and floods. Bulgaria supports the Paris Agreement, calls for ambitious contributions at COP30, and emphasizes international cooperation to safeguard oceans, manage marine resources, sustainability, and ensure long-term environmental, economic, and social resilience. Dear Excellencies, the journey ahead is long, but our resolve must be unwavering. Let us commit once again to working hand in hand to upholding the principles of UN Charter and to ensure that peace, dignity, and opportunity become a reality for every person in the world. Thank you for your attention.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale, je remercie Monsieur le
On behalf of the General Assembly, I thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Bulgaria. The General Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Mr. Abdullahi Maiga, Prime Minister, Head of Government and Minister of Territorial Administration and Decentralization of the Republic of Mali. I request protocol to please escort His Excellency, who I invite to address the Assembly.
Madame la Présidente,
President of the General Assembly, heads of state and government, United Nations Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen. As I begin my statement, I have the honour to extend to you the cordial greetings and the message from the founding fathers of the Alliance of Sahel States, Their Excellencies, Army General Assimi Goïta, President of Transition Head of State of Mali, and the President of the Alliance of Sahel States, Captain Ibrahim Traoré, President of Burkina Faso, Head of State, and Army General Abdurrahman Tiani, President of the Republic of Niger, and Head of State. I would also like to share with you the warm congratulations from the dignified people of the Alliance of Sahel States, determined more than ever to free themselves from the yoke of imperialism and enjoy their right to self-determination in a Pan-African spirit. As we wish you every success in your election to preside over this 80th session of General Assembly, Madam President, the Alliance of Sahel States would also like to congratulate your predecessor, His Excellency Mr. Philemon Yang from the Republic of Cameroon, and congratulate him on his exemplary leadership of the work of the 79th session. Finally, I wish to reiterate to our Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, our appreciation of the efforts that he continues to undertake to achieve the noble objectives of our shared organisation. Ladies and gentlemen, the topic chosen for this 80th session of the General Assembly, Better Together, 80 Years and More for Peace, Development and Human Rights, end of quote, is of particular importance for the Member States of the AES Confederation. Yes, peace, mutual assistance, development and the preservation of human rights remain the main objectives. Indeed, the raison d'etre of the United Nations. Alas, these key objectives have never been so sorely tested in the world, and in Sahel in particular, because essentially of armed groups with dark age thinking, weaponized and supported by foreign state sponsors. The member states of the Alliance of Sahel States are on the front line of the fight against terrorism, which is both a real threat to international peace and security, but also and above all, a grave attack on the very foundations of our states. Led by our heads of state, our security and defence forces of the three countries of the Sahel Alliance are working closely together in a spirit of collaboration and complementarity that has never been seen before. We are driven by a common commitment to pool our efforts to tackle the scourge of terrorism. This new momentum, which is built around strengthening operational capacity of our security and defence forces through far-reaching recruitment, suitable training and appropriate provision of equipment, is seeing results, encouraging results every day on the ground. This confirms the relevance, indeed, of our sovereign decision to work together to fight our common enemies. Unlike some states who open safe passage corridors onto their territory for terrorists so that they can attack other countries to use their territory as a rear base, the founders of the alliance, through, again, this Pan-African spirit and concerned as they are to preserve the interests of their people, decided to make their countries more safe, trying to stop this threat spreading to other African countries and indeed around the world, doing a real public service for security in the region and the world. There is no shadow of a doubt that through their sacrifice, the valiant security and defence forces are contributing to the security of other regions, particularly countries on the West African coast. We take this opportunity to pay tribute to the memory of the civilian and military victims of insecurity in the Sahel. The sovereign approach that's been implemented is part of a vision borne by the heads of state of the Alliance of Sahel State, which is dedicated to safety and security of our states following the withdrawal of international forces. Against all the odds and far from scuttling our plans, our country showed ingenuity and was able to benefit from the historic geographic characteristics and the resilience of their people who, despite more than a decade of security and humanitarian crisis, continue to show exceptional strength and patriotic engagement. Overall, 3 countries were able to provide a coordinated, homegrown response to this war that was imposed on us. Here I wish to reiterate the determination of the Confederation of the Alliance of Sahel States to become a Pan-African regional power, to continue and step up our actions, to put a stop to terrorism once and for all in our shared home. We are also determined to consolidate the authority of the state, protect our people and their property, and ensure our own prosperity. The Alliance of Sahel States reiterates strongly its condemnation of the open, blatant, sometimes public support of foreign state sponsors, who, for imperialist reasons, are destabilizing our entity on the one hand, providing advice to terrorist groups as well as logistical support, arms and ammunition, and on the other hand providing political support to them, providing them with rear bases located in some neighbouring countries in violation of all international rules. Ladies and gentlemen, though it may seem far away, the war in Ukraine and terrorism in the Sahel are connected. Let us remind you that following the terrorist attack against the Malian Security Defence Forces patrol on the 24th to 26th of July 2024 in Tenzawaten in the region of Kidal, Mali denounced this incident, by the way, in its statement on 2024 here in this room, and we condemned the attitude shown by Ukrainian officials who publicly affirmed their participation in this terrorist attack. This outrageous conduct, which we thought was simply that the Ukrainian officials unfortunately confused the international stage with a theatre stage. 1 year later, the situation has worsened, and the Ukrainian regime has become one of the main suppliers of kamikaze drones to terrorist groups around the world. In this context, some Western states should stop supplying arms to Ukraine because they risk contributing to the promotion of international terrorism. For others, including the French regime, who's nostalgic for the colonial era and concerned by their loss of influence in the Sahel, support for the Ukrainian regime is a manoeuvre that's consistent, which aims to occupy the attention of the international community, focusing the attention on the war in Ukraine, at the same time sponsoring terrorist groups who are growing in number in the Sahel. Loyal as we are to the principles of the United Nations Charter, on the 15th of August 2022, Mali seized the Security Council to ask for a meeting of the Council so that my country could provide irrefutable proof of France's support for terrorist activities. So far, this request has not been followed up on, whereas their sabotage continues on various levels. It is time to act so that those responsible for this violence be identified and brought to justice, and resolutions be translated into concrete commitments, and the Saharan spell should be safe once and for all, and the resources of the Sahel should benefit the people of the Sahel. International institutions, the UN chiefly, were created after the Second World War to protect people against violence and destruction and silent genocides. It is high time that the global conscience wakes up, and that international organisations take their share of the responsibility and provide a real response to the distress cries of oppressed people who are clamouring for their sovereignty. The Alliance of Sovereign Sahel States reiterates its commitment to cooperate with all states, regional organisations, international organisations, and any partners that respect our sovereignty, our sovereign political choices, our security priorities, our priorities in terms of countering terrorism, our priorities for social and economic development. This should be part of a win-win partnership so that our people's aspirations can be met. Ladies and gentlemen, in addition to our efforts to secure our countries and see peace return, the governments of the Alliance of Sahel States are working to implement a comprehensive and integrated strategy. This includes political measures, economic and social development measures, as well as work on justice and reconciliation. In choosing to be audacious in our sovereignty, the Alliance's bodies have launched initiatives, disruptive initiatives focused on homegrown development. Here, there's a clear path so that we can ourselves provide the added value that is crucial for our economies, all the while preserving the dignity of our people. This choice, which we own fully, shows how unwavering we are in our wish to be masters of our own fate. In the same vein, we have included in our national priorities in strategic investment policy in different priority fields, such as infrastructure, energy, industrialization, and the diversification of our economy. As part of this work, we created the Alliance Bank for Investment and Development, which carries out various different projects across the Alliance. The Alliance of Sahel States has as one of its ambitions to develop development ambitions, some clear advantages: a vast territory and 75 million inhabitants, and the majority of these inhabitants are young people. In addition, we have a strong, committed and active diaspora. We also have fertile lands, a lot of water, energy resources, reservoirs and mining resources, which are amongst the richest in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, the third dimension of the theme for this UN General Assembly session is human rights. The Alliance of Sahel States reaffirms its commitment to respect international law. Human rights law is an international humanitarian law respected, and make sure that they are respected in line with our millennia history that goes back millennia of humanism and our national and international commitments. However, we remain strongly opposed to the weaponization of human rights for political purposes, or in order to destabilize our national institutions, or indeed entire independent and sovereign states. This, concerned as we are to preserve the sovereignty and dignity of our people, the heads of state of our alliance withdrew with immediate effect from the Statute of Rome of the International Criminal Court on the 22nd of September 2025. With this withdrawal, we are seeking to prioritise, as of now, homegrown justice mechanisms in line with our social values and mechanisms that are in the interest of our peoples. We also denounce the double standards that we've seen by some international players, whose morals are flexible depending on their interests. They like to give lessons, teach others lessons, but they're not themselves the best example for respect for human rights. We call on our partners to prioritise dialogue and cooperation, which remain the best tools for promoting human rights around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, at a time when we are marking the 80th anniversary of the United Nations, we must state that our multilateral framework, as embodied by the UN, is being sorely tested in an international context that is notably polarised, where we are seeing a return of nationalism, protectionism, inward-looking attitudes and struggles for power. Despite this reality of the time, and also aware that the main three objectives of the United Nations Charter are peace, development and human rights, all of these remain relevant, we must say. To meet these objectives, we firstly need a UN that has been reformed, renewed, and has been adapted to the demands of the day. This is an essential criteria to make it more legitimate on an international scale and ensure that its decisions can be effectively implemented. Here I wish to recall strongly that Africa has for more than 20 years now been demanding reforms in order to repair historic injustice that it has suffered, particularly in terms of its representation at the Security Council. Here I wish to reiterate the total support of the Alliance of Sahel States to the Common African position on this issue, as set out in the Eswatini Consensus and the CERT Declaration, so that Africa can have 2 permanent seats at the Security Council and 5 non-permanent seats. Secondly, we need a United Nations that can guarantee the respect for international law for all. We are concerned to see flagrant violations of international law around the world with complete impunity. At this 80th anniversary of the UN, for us, Member States, this provides us with the opportunity to reaffirm our unwavering commitment to the multilateral framework that is based on the law and not on force. Thirdly, we need robust follow-up and implementation mechanisms for the outcomes of international conferences. One thing is clear here, the creation since 1945, when the UN was created, we've held dozens of international conferences, and the commitments from these international conferences have barely been implemented, and they're not benefited the people that we represent here. This situation must change. This is why we advocate for the envisaged reforms to be implemented and tackle this problem, so that our respective nations can benefit from the dividends of the commitments made at the United Nations. On our side, the Alliance of Sahel States is ready to make its contribution to undertake the necessary reform for the multilateral framework of the United Nations. In terms of current global governance, it is ever clearer that the UN is not adapted, but it is not able to address the current challenges and future challenges. Global governance needs to be reformed, and economic and financial institutions need to be reviewed too, and they should take into account financing security in the fight against homegrown crises. And this innovative mechanisms, for example, like in BRICS, provide a constructive alternative that respects the interests of emerging and developing countries, while in African initiatives for development financing that the Sahel pays particular attention to could break the vicious circle of dependence and over-indebtedness. Along in the same lines, the concerns of Africa's development concerns should be taken into account too. Africa is presented as a continent of the future with a rich youth, but alas, it is also facing a heavy burden of external debt. Its resources are being pillaged. There is unequal trade, and there's a negative transfer of resources and also there is problems posed by climate change. These are to name but a few of the challenges it faces. Ladies and gentlemen, on a national front, Mali, in its quest for peace and sustainable stability and in line with aspirations of our people as expressed in the Inter-Malian Dialogue for Peace and Reconciliation, adopted a charter for national peace and reconciliation. This was following an inclusive and participative process that focused on dialogue and cooperation within Malian society and Malians of all socio-professional strata, and as well as the diaspora. This charter embodies our determination to strengthen national ownership of the peace process in Mali. It is based on our own reality, our traditional values, our homegrown mechanisms for dispute resolution. The aim is to focus on a shared and promising future. On 22nd of July 2025, When the chart was officially signed, His Excellency the Army General Assimi Goïta, President of the Transition Head of State of Mali, in his speech focused on the historic importance of this event, and I quote, he said, "This ceremony is even more unique because it carries a collective dream, that of a hope of lasting peace, social cohesion, indeed reconciliation within our dear homeland." End of quote. Now, in terms of regional concerns, I must mention the destruction of a drone by the Malian Armed Forces on the 1st of April 2025 by the Algerian junta. Mali strongly condemns this aggression and has turned to the International Court of Justice to address this. Since independence on the 22nd of September 1960, Mali has spared no effort to support decolonization across the African continent. Here, we actively supported Algeria in its war for liberation from the French colonizers. Given this political position and favour that we have always maintained for Pan-Africanism, in addition, we have geographical proximity between the two countries. We have a border that is 1,300 kilometres long. Mali has always looked kindly upon our brotherly neighbours in Algeria. In return for this constructive approach in Mali, we underscore three situations that are incongruous and incomprehensible, and I have marked relations recently between our countries. Firstly, the cowardly, perfidious attack that targeted the Malian armed forces in Tinzawante, a few kilometres from the Algerian border. Curiously, the Algerian junta didn't see anything, hadn't heard anything, even though this terrorist act was planned on its Algerian territory. This is strange for a country that was designated as a AU champion for counterterrorism, and in recent years has become a champion of the promotion of terrorism and exporter of terrorists. 2. As announced, the Algerian junta shot down a Malian drone thrown from Malian taxpayers on the false reason for violation of their airspace. Mali is concerned by the idea that the Algerian junta put forward, defying the laws of physics, and whereby this object was shot down in its air, it would be capable to travel from where it fell 22 kilometres and then be found on Malian territory. And indeed, it's important to underscore that the debris of the Malian drone was found on Malian territory, thus validating our own arguments. On the 4th of September 2025, the Malian government informed that they had submitted an investigation at the International Court of Justice against Algeria concerning the destruction of this drone. In a communiqué from the Algerian Ministry of Foreign Affairs from the 19th of September 2025, we were perplexed to learn that there was an allegation whereby this investigation request from Mali was motivated by the press conference of the Algerian Foreign Affairs Minister on the 3rd of September 2025, during which he denied that Mali had submitted a request to the International Court of Justice. We would like to share with the Minister that the request submitted by Mali on the 4th of September has never meant that it was automatically registered by the International Court of Justice. Mali would recall that the aim of diplomacy is to defend your country's interests. In presupposing that the Malian complaint was launched by this press conference, the maniacs of Algeria show that their vision of diplomacy is to push other states to prosecute their country and international fora, thus scoring an impressive own goal, as we call in Mali, yabe. Concerning, I would say. In passing, Mali is paying a vibrant tribute to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Algerian junta. Indeed, lies corrupt everything. They've lost all their version of the Algerian version of the destruction of Mali and Joan has lost all credibility. And then, surprised by how events turned out, the Algerian junta refused to give their consent to the jurisdiction of the ICJ following the drone destruction case, thus fearing being publicly unveiled as an aggressor and supporting a support of international terrorism. With these 3 points in mind, Mali recommended to the Algerian junta to share this quote from Amadou Hamtaba, who in Life and the Teachings of Tierno Boka, Wisdom of Bandigara, said, "Some truths may seem unlikely to us simply because our understanding is not able to grasp them. We would like to invite them to get to know Mali and the values embodied by Mali Denra. Thus, faced with attacks and faced with adversary, we will not be simply spectators. For every shot fired against us, we will reciprocate. For every insult, we will reciprocate. On the other hand, it is strongly recommended to the Algerian junta to organise in Tin Zawatin in Algeria and their international annual festival on the artifice of human intelligence. From this rostrum, we call on the Algerian junta to stop supporting international terrorism and to resolutely engage in the promotion of peace and security with a constructive mindset, respecting the sovereignty of states, I would repeat. From this rostrum, we call on the Algerian junta to cease their support for international terrorism and resolutely engage in the promotion of peace and security in a constructive spirit, respecting the sovereignty of states. Once more and for the last time, from this rostrum, we call on the Algerian junta to resolutely involve themselves, engage in promotion of peace and security in a constructive spirit, respecting the sovereignty of states. A word to the wise. What a shame. President, ladies and gentlemen, here I would like to share the view of a citizen, the raised fist of the dawn of our sovereignty, shared by the people of the Alliance of Sahel States. Our alliance is made up of fighting nations, a land of resistance. What we're facing is not simply a domestic conflict, it's a hybrid war supported by imperialist interests where enemies of peace often wear suits and ties. If the UN continues to feign ignorance, it will stop being just a summit of the world and it will be simply the passive arm of global injustice. As we say this here, the Alliance of Sahel States is not afraid. We will not give up. We will resist still, and we will continue to do so. However, the Alliance of Sahel States is giving the UN a historic opportunity to take the side of truth, to recognise that the people of the Alliance are being victims of aggression, a choice to support the Alliance, which is fighting for themselves, but also for Africa, for the stability of a continent, and therefore, indirectly, for the stability of the entire world. History will be our judge. It will judge those who armed the forces of evil. It will judge those who looked away. It will judge those who forgot that justice is the only path towards lasting peace. The Alliance of Sahel States is not asking for aluminium, asking for conscience raising. To conclude, I'd like to reiterate here the commitment of the Alliance of Sahel States to the values, purposes and principles of the UN Charter. Thus, the Alliance of Sahel States would say that we cannot be better together unless we work collectively for multilateralism with a human face, multilateralism based on dialogue, right, the law, cooperation and solidarity between peoples, one that promotes peace and development, one that respects the sovereignty of states. However, we must not continue to do the same thing over in the years to come and hope for different results. There is an urgent need for reform within our existing multilateral framework, the framework that is embodied by our shared organisation. The 80th anniversary of the UN provides us with this historic opportunity to adapt the organisation to the realities of the time, one that can effectively respond to current and future challenges. The Alliance of Sahel States remains ready to play its part, its full part in the quest for collective responses to save future generations from the scourge of war, to ensure harmonious development for all, and to promote and protect human rights. God bless the alliance of Sahel states, and may he save our people from the dark age and destructive forces of the world. May God bless Mali and spare Malians from dark age forces and those who seek to destroy the world. God bless Africa, and let it save Africans from dark age forces and those that seek to destroy the world. And may God bless the world and preserve humanity from dark age forces and those who seek to destroy the world. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister, Head of Government, and Minister of Territorial Administration and Decentralisation of the Republic of Mali. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Mr. Xavier Espot Samora, Head of the Government of the Principality of Andorra. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Señora Vicepresidenta.
Madam Vice President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. On the coat of arms of Andorra, there is a motto that embodies a profound political and ethical truth. Virtus unita fortior. United, virtue is stronger. This motto, which guides the preamble of our Constitution, carries a universal message that moral and political strength does not lie in imposition, but rather in the unity of values, in shared coherence, and in collective virtue. It is a lesson that transcends borders, and that today is ever more relevant than ever in today's global context. And in this spirit, which carries something Aristotelian, we are reminded that virtue is not an extreme, but rather a middle ground, attained through reason, and above all, for the common good. International cooperation, when balanced, fair, and guided by prudence, is a demonstration of political virtue, and when this virtue is shared and organised among nations, it becomes stronger. We face more challenges than ever before: climate change, armed conflicts, and forced migrations. Where we once saw horizons, we are now seeing walls rise. For this reason, now is the time to bring to the international stage the spirit that guides a country like ours. With more than 7 centuries of peace, we must uphold the essence of multilateralism, the raison d'etre of this United Nations, which is an organisation of the peoples and for the peoples. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honour and a profound responsibility for me to address this General Assembly today on behalf of the Andorran people and government. I wish to begin this speech with a double expression of gratitude. First, to Her Excellency Miss Annalena Baerbock, who I congratulate upon her election as President of this 80th session of the General Assembly. We wish her every success in her role. Second, I wish to say that for Andorra, it is a privilege to serve as one of the vice presidencies of this symbolic session. This year's theme, Better Together, 80 years and more for peace, development and human rights, is a theme that really speaks to us, and not just as a declaration of intentions, but as an urgent need. We live in difficult times, times of conflict, polarisation and uncertainty. However, these are also times of opportunity to strengthen international cooperation, to update the institutions that support it, and to build lasting solutions collectively through multilateralism. 8 decades of diplomacy, peace building, development aid, and the promotion of human rights. In this context, Andorra also celebrates 32 years as a member state of the UN. Of course, this is a shorter history here than many, but it is has been an intense one as well, during which multilateralism has been fundamental to our international recognition, to making our voice heard abroad, to our legal security, and to our economic and social progress. Since our accession to this organisation, our commitment to it has been clear. Andorra advocates for effective, inclusive, and people-centred multilateralism. A multilateralism that leaves no one behind, that listens to all voices, including the voices of small states. This position was emphasised during the first summit of heads of state and government held last May in our country on the occasion of the Games of the Small States of Europe. From this summit emerged a declaration in which the participating states affirmed the need to strengthen multilateral governance, to defend international law, to promote human rights, and to adopt joint measures to address global economic, social, climate, and technological challenges. It is from this perspective that we wish to contribute to the renewal of the United Nations in order to meet the global challenges of the 21st century. We cannot speak of development or human rights without also mentioning peace and security. The world faces an alarming multiplication of armed conflicts of a scale and violence that is unprecedented in the past 80 years. The war in Ukraine is approaching its 4th year, with devastating consequences for the civilian population and international stability. Andorra reiterates its condemnation of all violations of international law and once again expresses its firm support for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. Looking toward the Middle East, the situation in Gaza is extremely concerning for us. The number of civilian casualties, the destruction of essential infrastructure, and the worsening humanitarian crisis demand an urgent response from the international community. We wish to express our deep concern and strongly call for the respect of international humanitarian law by all parties. For this reason, we condemn, without distinction, all attacks against the civilian population, including all acts of terrorism and indiscriminate assaults. We strongly and specifically condemn the Hamas attacks of October 7, 2023, and we call for the release of the hostages. We believe that a lasting peace process for the conflict between Israel and Palestine and in the Middle East region can only be achieved through the two-state solution. It is for this reason and in line with these principles that last Monday we took the decision to recognise a Palestinian state. This much-needed gesture will take full diplomatic effort once a series of conditions are met, such as the release of hostages, the disarmament of Hamas, and the establishment of a Palestinian government that excludes this organisation, Hamas. Andorra reaffirms, on the other hand, its support to the United Nations Relief and Works Agency, UNRWA. This agency, through its education, health and humanitarian assistance services, is an essential pillar for the protection of millions of Palestinian refugees. In the absence of a political solution, it represents the only institutional support that ensures minimal stability and dignity in the region. As a state committed to multilateralism, Andorra underscores that only dialogue, diplomacy and the pursuit of shared solutions can lead us towards a just and lasting peace. Ladies and gentlemen, the founder of Save the Children, Eglantine Jeb, once said that all wars, just or unjust, disastrous or victorious, are wars against children. That was more than 100 years ago, and sadly, we have still not
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for being here. The Security Council just voted on a draft by China and Russia to give diplomacy another chance. Under US pressure, unfortunately, the Council refused. This is the second time in 1 week that diplomacy has been blocked. In my address to the Council, I highlighted
an armed conflict, with whom we had the privilege of cooperating in support of this cause. I also wish to thank the many states represented at the highest level this Wednesday at the side event of this conference for showing that the protection of children in armed conflicts concerns us all. Child protection must not be limited to physical environments because in the digital age, children face new risks, new threats, often invisible. For this reason, in Andorra we have created the Centre for Digital Wellbeing and Digital Skills and Competencies, and we have approved the Digital Wellbeing Plan for Children and Youth, which includes specific actions to protect minors in the digital environment. All stakeholders are actively working on these actions and tools required to ensure the digital well-being of our youth. Above all, they seek to understand from an adult perspective the key factors shaping the lives of today's children and adolescents in order to educate them on the responsible use of new technology. To reinforce these measures, Andorra has decided to join the New York Declaration for the Protection of Children Online. We advocate for a safe, inclusive digital environment that places children's rights at the very heart of it. We work with the ITU and other agencies to ensure regulatory and technical frameworks that make the Internet a tool for development and child protection. Women, unfortunately, remain another voice that is too often silenced. We take the opportunity of the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration to once again promote this comprehensive and most influential framework to date for advancing women's rights, fostering an economy that offers equal opportunities and improving access to education, as well as addressing the social gaps that persist between women and men in many areas. In this regard, the Minister of Foreign Affairs participated in the high-level meeting of Beijing Plus 30, where she reaffirmed Andorra's commitment to ensuring that all girls born today grow up in a world where their rights and leadership are fully recognised. In this sense, we also believe that the time has come to see a woman as Secretary General of this organisation. Ladies and gentlemen, exactly a decade ago, the General Assembly adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, with 17 Sustainable Development Goals and 169 integrated and indivisible targets across economic, social and environmental domains. A decade ago, also from this very podium, Pope Francis described the SDGs as an important sign of hope, but warned of the danger of falling into a declarative nominalism, with solemn and pleasant statements instead of truly effective action against all scourges. In his encyclical Laudato Si, he invited us to reflect on the concept of integral ecology, because nature cannot be seen as something that is separate from us or merely a setting in which we live. For this reason, our interactions with the environment are always intertwined with economic, political, social, cultural and ethical dimensions, as the Pontiff affirmed. Andorra has sought to lead by example. We were the first to complete the initial cycle of enhanced transparency under the Paris Agreement and to submit the third nationally determined contribution, NDC, which increases our ambition in climate action. On a domestic level, we promote a balanced development model, protecting 30% of our territory because our national heritage is the legacy that was handed down to us from previous generations, which we are obliged to preserve. In March 2026, we will host the 7th global meeting of the Mountain Partnership under the theme Mountains for the Future, Responsible Tourism, Prosperous Communities. This will be an opportunity to bring the voice of mountain countries to the centre of global negotiations on climate change and biodiversity, to jointly address the challenges of mountain areas and their populations, and specifically their shared strengths and vulnerabilities. The 13th World Congress on Snow, Mountain and Wellness Tourism is also another global event, a significant global event hosted by our country aimed at fostering broad discussions on tourism models and exploring how we can move towards a balance between quantity and quality, a balance that should allow us to ensure the future continuity of tourism from a sustainable perspective. Specifically, the Ministry of Tourism and Trade is working closely with UN Tourism on our General Tourism Law, a pioneering piece of legislation that places particular emphasis on governance, sector training, digitalisation, and sustainability. Climate change, excessive pressure on ecosystems, overcrowding during peak seasons, difficulty in accessing housing and economic dependence on a limited number of sectors are some of the warning signs that call us to action. For this reason, the guiding principles of our commitment to advancing a sustainable tourism model are limiting to protect, desynchronizing to diversify, and achieving better mobility. It is a shared commitment to make our country a benchmark in the area of sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, in the financial sphere, we support the Compromiso de Sevilla, adopted at the 4th Conference on Financing for Development, and we affirm the need for a deep and inclusive reform to the international financial architecture in order to build a more just and representative global financial system. The international financial system must be capable of responding to the needs of the most vulnerable, including small states and territories with specific special characteristics. It is in this regard that Andorra has issued green, social and sustainable bonds and created a green fund for the energy transition. These policies not only serve as examples of best practices, but also demonstrate that, despite our size, we can be a relevant actor in the fight against climate change and in promoting sustainable development. We also reaffirm our commitment to official development assistance, ODA, and continue to explore new ways of technical cooperation that enable us to share the knowledge and best practices of our administration. We welcome, with a sense of hope, the upcoming World Social Summit scheduled to take place in Doha. It's a unique opportunity to renew the global social contract. Andorra will attend with the intention of defending cohesion, intergenerational solidarity, and social justice as transformative pillars. In the field of health, we continue to work closely with the World Health Organization. We wish to underscore the importance of protecting cultural and linguistic diversity. Multilingualism is not only a symbolic source of wealth, but it is a condition for truly equitable participation within the multilateral system. As co-facilitators of the resolution on multilingualism, we propose establishing an open and inclusive monitoring platform to build bridges and synergies, and we welcome the launch of the Group of Friends of Multilingualism at the United Nations with the support of the OIF. The expression of cultural diversity and therefore of multilingualism facilitates inclusive dialogue and helps bring positions closer together and connect with the citizens we serve. Diversity is our strength, and consequently we must continue to promote multilingualism, especially in a context of homogenization and digitalization where gaps may leave people behind. Excellencies, Andorra, as an active member of the United Nations since 1993, fully embraces its firm commitment to peace, dialogue, respect for international law and solidarity as non-negotiable principles. It is not only about taking an interest in our own affairs, but also about assuming a sense of global responsibility. Let us remember that virtue, when united, becomes strength, and that strength, when born from virtue, builds a more just world. This is the motto, as I mentioned at the beginning of my speech, that appears on the coat of arms of Andorra, which is a country that is small in terms of its size, but and population as well, but mighty in terms of our values, which has made coexistence, peace, and balance its way of life. My country affirms today its firm commitment to the founding values of this institution: peace, freedom, justice, and dignity for all people. We advocate for active, inclusive, efficient, and transformative multilateralism that places people and the planet at its core. We cannot allow indifference to paralyze action. It is time to renew the pact between peoples and governments, between present and future generations. It is time to move from words to action. That is why we leave this Assembly with renewed hope and renewed responsibility. May our actions be consistent with our words, and may the future that we desire be the result of the commitment we make today. Thank you very much.
Moltes gràcies, senyor cap de govern d'Andorra. On behalf I wish to thank the head of government of the Principality of Andorra. The Assembly will hear now an address by Her Excellency Kamla Persad Bissessar, Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
Thank you all very much. Thank you. Madam President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, friends. It is an honor for me, on behalf of Trinidad and Tobago, to address this Assembly on the 60th anniversary of the United Nations. I congratulate you, Madam President, on your election, and I thank your predecessor for his service. Madam President, I'm very happy to see the escalator actually worked today. I'm very happy to see the teleprompter is also working. So as I address you, thank you all very, very much. So I've had some blessings coming to the UN today. The UN has been much more than diplomacy. It is a lifeline to many countries, bringing education to classrooms, care to clinics, recovery to villages, and growth to fragile economies. On this milestone anniversary, we must face a very hard truth. The spirit of multilateralism is under strain, the effects of which has begun to undermine the foundations of stability and peace. Trinidad and Tobago confronts conflicts that seriously threaten our stability and peace. The notion that the Caribbean is a zone of peace has become a false ideal. The reality is stark. No such peace exists today. For too many in the region, peace is not daily life, but an elusive promise, glimpsed and never grasped. In its absence, our citizens pay a terrible toll. In 2024, for example, Trinidad and Tobago, a tiny nation in the Caribbean of 1.4 million persons, we recorded 623 murders in 1 year last year. 41%, 100,000. That's about 40%, and many of them are gang-related. So the reality is, being a zone of peace is still an elusive dream that we're pursuing. In the last 25 years, we have had over 10,000 murders, which is equivalent to losing 1% of our adult population. Across Latin America and the Caribbean, homicides range from 20 to more than 60 per 100,000. President Trump's comments on the effects on countries of relentless narco and human trafficking, about organized crime, illegal immigration, are correct. Countries are not only defined by geographical borders, but also by cultural identities, religious beliefs, ethnic compositions, and, of course, legal structures. That is why, through legal immigration, persons are allowed entry because they fulfill the criteria to integrate into the existing population and to add value to their own lives as well as their adopted society at large. However, illegal immigration neglects all checks and balances and will only create long-term disorder, as most illegal immigrants will not be able to assimilate into their adopted societies. That inevitably leads to greater poverty, crime, and cultural antagonism. This, then, is not phobia. It is not hyperbole. It is simply the stark, naked truth. Small countries like mine, Trinidad and Tobago, suffers from illegal immigration because of the recent increased protections at the U.S. southern border. Illegal migration of drug cartels and criminal gangs have been rerouted in the Eastern Caribbean, which is where my country is located. It is driving increasing gang violence, drug arms, and human trafficking. Efforts to repatriate illegal immigrants from Trinidad and Tobago from recent times has proven very difficult. Criminal syndicates are abusing asylum requests for refugee status. Therefore, Trinidad and Tobago is particularly grateful for the U.S. military presence in the Southern Caribbean. This has been very effective in inhibiting the innumerable activities of drug cartels within our country. While there have been objections to the U.S. military action against drug cartels in the Southern Caribbean, some objections from some countries, I state today Trinidad and Tobago reminds the international community that unless forceful and aggressive actions are taken, these evil drug cartels will continue their societal destruction because they believe affected nations will always unreservedly subscribe to morals and ethics and human rights and values, which they themselves blatantly flout. They do not adhere to those, and therefore we will fight fire with fire within the law. That is why we willingly supported the International Security Alliance announced by U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, involving the U.S. and several countries in South America, and of course including Trinidad and Tobago, to combat drug trafficking in the hemisphere. Trinidad and Tobago, I say, is very committed to contributing our resources, as scarce as they may be, and our capabilities to this alliance, in line with the theme of this year's General Assembly, Better Together. The United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, in its 2025 World Report, makes a very true, unmistakable fact very clear. The global drug economy destabilizes institutions, corrodes democracy, undermines development. That is a war without borders, measured in murdered children, measured in broken families, and measured in stolen futures. The cartels and the governments that enable them are taking us for fools. If left unchecked, gangs could replace governments, and states may stand in name only, but collapse in substance. Nowhere is this warning more explicit than in Haiti, our CARICOM neighbor, where armed gangs, political collapse, food insecurity have converged to overwhelm democracy and to create a protracted emergency. Today, Trinidad and Tobago wants to commend Kenya for leading the multinational security support mission in Haiti. Trinidad and Tobago also endorses the comments made by U.S. Ambassador Dorothy Shea on August 28, 2025, when she noted, and I quote, "The next international force must be resourced to hold territory, secure infrastructure, and complement the Haitian National Police in a parallel comprehensive approach which includes disrupting gang financing, arms trafficking, and other illicit flows, fueling instability. All is required to restore order. All is required to restore order in Haiti." As member states, consider the form of greater support as we urge the international community to support us, to support the United States, to support Panama's proposed gang suppression force, to allow the deployment of 5,500 member force to subdue the gangs and restore order in Haiti. The theme before us, as I said before, and we all know for today, better together. We go from principle to practice. This principle, better together, is not just a slogan, it is a call to action. It signifies the collective effort required to combat transnational crime, to uphold democracy, and to restore peace and security in our nations. Therefore, despite being a very small country with limited resources, we are committed to sharing the burden with the United States, with Panama, and all countries willing in assisting the gang suppression force to bring some semblance of peace to Haiti. I turn now to the climate agenda. This week, the climate agenda has been at the forefront of many speeches. I say with the greatest of respect, the antagonistic approach adopted by some climate activists towards the implementation of their climate agenda sometimes does more harm than good. Developed countries, I say with the greatest respect again, can or should not force-feed a climate agenda onto developing countries and blackmail them into cooperation. We cannot proceed in that manner. That is exactly what has been happening, where the access to financial systems, media platforms, new technologies and development funding has been weaponized in order to coerce, to force compliance with some climate goals. What adds insult to injury and to injustice is that many of the same developed nations actively supporting the imposition of aggressive climate agenda, an aggressive climate agenda, actually achieve developed nation status and prosperity through highly environmentally destructive and polluted industries in the many decades gone by. While there is definitely a space for renewable energy, the fact remains that fossil fuels are still essential for our continued survival. It cannot be ignored that the thousands of products created from fossil fuels, essential for daily life, cannot be produced economically in the quantities required from other means to satisfy the current world population. Trinidad and Tobago commits that we will, within reason, support actions to protect the environment for future generations. However, independent nations must be free to create a climate policy which is crafted to balance their development goals and poverty eradication with policies dealing with environmental protection. In my respectful view, this balance is a pragmatic necessity for food security, for civil order, and for economic growth. As we progress, Madam President, into a multipolar world order, where power is diffused across regions, it will be impossible to coerce all actors to adhere to the current climate agenda being advocated. Trinidad and Tobago will not adopt unbalanced and unreasonable imposed climate practices that will simply lead to the exploitation of our jobs, lowering our standard of living, and stunting our economic development, punishing our people into poverty, while many larger countries completely ignore their responsibilities. Our country, Trinidad and Tobago, the United Nations, we have always been unwavering in supporting through the various crises and empowering our citizens through UNICEF, through UNDP, through ILO, through UNESCO, and UN Women, and we want to thank the United Nations for those initiatives. In return, we have sought to repay that trust by advancing the proposal for the International Criminal Court in 1989, by introducing Resolution 6569 on women and disarmament, and we also signed up very early the Non-Proliferation Arms Control in 2010, and we signed the Arms Trade Treaty early in 2013. In my own country, regarding that the children are our future, knowing full well that their survival, their resilience, and their sustainability will continue our nations forward, as in all nations. And so we created a Children's Authority. We created a Children's Life Fund. We expanded early childhood education. We ensured a trailblazing adherence to the MDGs, especially when it comes to education, proving that even the smallest nations can align domestic products with global ambition. As we now mark the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration, we reaffirm that women and girls must be equal partners in peace and sustainability. Just as we call for in our 2010 resolution, we continue to champion their empowerment, knowing it is essential to global progress. Our commitment to the United Nations is clear, and our voice is steady. For 63 years, we have upheld the rule of law, championed human rights, strengthened international law, and we have never been silent in the face of injustice. And this is why Trinidad and Tobago sought support to become a non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council for the 2027-28 term. We are happy that there was a non-objection to that, and we willingly take on the mantle on that United Nations Security Council for the coming year. So, my friends, all colleagues, we say, Madam President, during our term, we will build on our record, amplifying unheard voices to ensure that justice and equality anchor lasting security. Madam President, colleagues, Trinidad and Tobago may be small in size, but we are large in conviction. We continue to ask for your support so that this Council reflects not only the interests of the powerful, but also the voices and aspirations of all people. Trinidad and Tobago is firmly committed to the tenets of multilateralism. I want to take a moment to especially thank Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Turkey, Kuwait, Bahrain, Ghana, and all others who have been actively working with us to increase cultural and economic cooperation. The United States, Canada, the United Kingdom, India, China, and the European Union remain always reliable partners, as they have been for decades. On this 63rd anniversary, let us agree to strive for greater cooperation, to strive for more openness to respecting free speech, and also at the same time respecting dissenting opinions. Over the past decade, there has been an inclination to cancel views that are not fashionable to dominating narratives. Today I ask, let us pledge to listen to each other with an objective mindset. Peace and progress can only be fulfilled through honest, sometimes uncomfortable decisions, and this is a place for that. This honest communication is even more important, as I said, in a multipolar world order, where military and economic power is now disseminated across the globe. Madam President, Trinidad and Tobago commits to the work of this body, not for conquest, not for power, but the sake of all humanity. I thank you very much, Madam President.
En nombre de la Asamblea.
On behalf of the Assembly, I thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago.
And now, the Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Gaston Alfonso Brown, Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, Corporate Governance and Public-Private Partnerships of Antigua and Barbuda. I request the protocol to accompany His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Secretary General, Excellencies, Antigua and Barbuda speaks as a small microstate on the front line of the climate crisis, exposed to grave shocks and with restricted access to affordable financing. The fact that my country's economy is among the fastest growing in the Caribbean and enjoys a high level of human development, it owes little to the global financial system, and even less to the global effort to curb climate change. While there have been some benefits, neither have helped to achieve the transformation that they promoted. Yet, my people know that a brutal hurricane could destroy the progress that they have achieved in just a few agonizing hours. We have lived this reality before. Each year we fear we may live it again. Therefore, while my small country readily agrees that the nations of this world would be better together, as this year's theme proclaims, we must also remind this Assembly that 80 years after the Charter, better together remains an aspiration, devoutly to be wished and yet to be achieved. Madam President, our world is at an inflection point. A retreat from multilateralism, from the tenets of international law, and from respect for human rights and freedoms warns us that we have reached a pivotal point. The conflicts we witness, the disregard for human life, the refusal to lay down arms and engage in dialogue, the disrespect, neglect of the poor, the small and vulnerable, these trends sketch a dystopian future, more divided than together. This, then, is precisely the moment to resummon all nations to the purposes and principles of the Charter set down 80 years ago. Without international cooperation, universal peace will not be achieved. What humanity needs at this time is not only peace, but compassion, solidarity, justice, and love reigning in our hearts. The climate crisis is not a weather forecast, certainly not for small island states. It is our daily plight. Shores retreat, reefs bleach, storms intensify, while droughts destroy our crops and animals. This is not fate. Science has proven that it is the product of sustained high emissions which imperil small states and also damage the environment, economies, and health of the very nations that produce them. And that's the irony. Climate change science is not fraudulent, and we ignore it to our own peril. Madam President, we support a just, orderly energy transition, a transition that caps, then fairly phases down and ultimately phases out
the fossil fuels that drive this destruction without sacrificing energy security or development. We favor a fair carbon levy on the heaviest emitters, public and private, with proceeds directed to adaptation, loss and damage, and resilience. The Loss and Damage Fund must operate as promised. Predictable, front-loaded financing that arrives when disaster strikes, disbursed timely on objective triggers so that help comes at the speed of need. But finance must be fair before a storm hits. Right now, the inequitable international financial system makes the most vulnerable countries pay the highest price just to protect themselves. These climate disasters force us to borrow expensively to rebuild. Consequently, debt swells and resilience stalls. We call yet again for full adoption of the multidimensional vulnerability index across international financial institutions so that exposure to shocks opens access to concessional terms. Lending should match climate horizons, long repayment periods, low fixed rates, sensible grace periods, and climate-resilient debt clauses that automatically pause payments after verified shocks. Local currency lending windows would end the foreign exchange penalty that deepens debt without adding value. That at least would be a step along the road to justice. Madam President, for islands like mine, the ocean is not scenery. It is the source of food and jobs and the opportunity for new chances of growth and development. But it must be protected. We urge decisive action against illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, plastics that choke reefs, and pollution that steals mangroves. As custodians of vast exclusive economic zones, small islands offer partnership and stewardship. Let us back robust global plastics and fossil fuel non-proliferation treaties. Expand blue carbon finance for mangroves and seagrass, and make maritime domain awareness and the provision of satellite and data sharing services standard support for SIDS. Until independent science proves no serious harm, we support a moratorium on seabed mining. No one should mortgage the ocean to pay, or the ocean floor to pay for short-term bills. Madam President, law must be our guardrail. Consequently, Antigua and Barbuda and Vanuatu have sought and successfully obtained from ITLAS and ICJ legal clarity on climate obligations. Legal advisory opinions now define duties of states to prevent harm and protect the most vulnerable. If major emitters will not cut greenhouse gas emissions in line with science, victim states must retain the right to pursue legal remedies consistent with international law for climate harm. And I want to make the point here that this is not hostility. It is the logic of the law. It is justice. Antigua and Barbuda supports UN reforms to include the participation of small island states having a regular, structured voice in Security Council deliberations and climate-related security risk. Excellencies, last year the world came to Antigua for the 4th International Conference on Small Island Developing States and adopted the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for SIDS, the ABAS, a 10-year contract for resilient prosperity. We launched the SIDS Center of Excellence on Antigua with a global SIDS data hub to turn promises into projects, better data, more investments, and the achievement of debt sustainability. Those who invoke partnership should help fund and implement it. If better together means anything, it means delivering where need is greatest and fiscal space narrowest. Small states are not asking for charity. Let me make that abundantly clear. We ask for equity, for finance that fits risk, for peace grounded in law, for rights that protect the vulnerable. We are seeking the chance to protect our lives and preserve our livelihoods. In a similar vein, Madam President, we assert that justice cannot be complete without addressing historic injustices. In the Caribbean, the stain of colonialism, slavery, and native genocide is still branded in the legacies we were left. The transatlantic slave trade was and still is the most heinous crime committed against humanity. We seek reparatory justice from those who committed those atrocities, who kept our forebears in physical chains and mental slavery for hundreds of years. Colonialism and slavery have imposed the rigid trade routes with which we now live, the underdevelopment from which we are seeking to rise up, the constraints that make us suppliers and not producers. Reparatory justice is not charity. It is principled restitution for wealth extracted, for unpaid labor, barbaric killings, and physical abuse endured by our forebears. We invite partners to engage this agenda in good faith as part of building a fairer global economy for all. Madam President, in the Middle East, we insist that Israeli hostages be released by Hamas. And I said here that civilians must not be pawns in any conflict. At the same time, we condemn the forced removal of people in Gaza from their homeland and the genocide that has occurred there. Humanitarian access must be guaranteed and the protection of civilians made non-negotiable. Antigua and Barbuda maintains its position in favor of a two-state solution, Israel and Palestine living side by side in security and dignity, consistent with the United Nations resolutions. We regret that the chairman of the Palestine Liberation Organization was denied a visa to attend this assembly in person. While we welcome the Assembly's decision to allow him to address this session by video, we remind everyone that the United Nations is, above all, a chamber for voices to be heard, not to be muzzled, especially during times of war and conflict. Shutting out voices does not shut down underlying issues. Similarly, in Europe, the war in Ukraine must end in peace and with justice, not in the battle fatigue of the besieged. We urge a return to diplomacy anchored in the Charter and call on all states to refrain from actions that prolong conflict or profit from it. Peace with law is the only peace that lasts. Madam President, I now come to Haiti. This beleaguered country demands sustained attention, not cycles of improvisation. Funding has arrived in fits and starts while suffering has grown. We support a single Haitian-led plan, executed under a single Security Council mandate and financed through a single transparent Haiti fund, aligning United Nations, the Organization of American States, and the Caribbean community behind one budgeted program with public accountability. Disbursements should follow results such as roads retaken from gang control, extortion stopped, arms and illicit finance interdicted, civilians protected, and essential services restored. Haiti needs one mandate, one Haitian-led plan, one fund, accountable and transparent. We urge every member of the Security Council to support the proposed resolution on increased security assistance for Haiti that is now before it. Action is long overdue. The Council must act to help Haiti and its long-suffering people. Madam President, we also address the conduct of counter-narcotics operations in the Caribbean Sea. Without judging facts not before us, including reports of lethal incidents off the coast of Venezuela, we restate a simple principle. The fight against drug trafficking must rest on cooperation and law. Interdictions should proceed under clear legal authority and rules of engagement that minimize risk to life, respect for sovereignty and the law of the sea, and prompt information sharing and review. Whereas Antigua and Barbuda stands ready to work with all partners against traffickers, we are concerned with the buildup of military assets, including a nuclear submarine indicating the possibility of military conflict. We remind everyone that our hemisphere should be respected as a zone of peace, not a theater of military conflict. Madam President, we also address Cuba. For more than 6 decades, the Cuban people have lived under a suffocating trade embargo, and Cuba remains listed by one country as a state sponsor of terrorism. Now, we all know that that classification is a hoax. It is in our hemisphere's interests to move towards normalized relations consistent with sovereign equality. Normalization is not a concession. It is a pathway to dialogue and to fashioning a way forward that ensures regional stability through negotiated binding agreements. Now, Madam President, I come to the issue of public health that affects every family everywhere in the world. More than 1 billion people are now living with mental health conditions. Yet, median government spending remains at about 2% of health budgets. Treatment gaps are widest in low and middle income countries, fueling a growing mental health epidemic among them. Suicide claims nearly 1 million lives each year. It is among the leading causes of death for young people. Last June, when Antigua and Barbuda hosted the OAS General Assembly, we secured a hemispheric resolution on improving mental health in the Americas with practical steps on national plans, community-based services, priority in coverage, workforce development, and digital access. Mental health is not a curse. It is a solvable challenge. Now let me remind us all, mental health is a human right. Sanity is the people's right. When we invest in mental health, people recover and re-enter community and work. As a consequence, countries rise. Antigua and Barbuda is committed to working on a United Nations resolution treating mental health as essential to development. The other issue that I'd like to address is non-communicable diseases such as hypertension, diabetes, and various forms of cancer. They account for 75% of all deaths in the Caribbean. They are the most significant cause of death globally, creating a silent global health crisis. We need to urgently address this crisis with the same urgency of infectious diseases. Madam President, what we set out here is the minimum needed to honor the Charter at 80. The storms are stronger, the deaths are heavier, inequity is wider, yet the remedies have not changed, and they certainly need to change. Let us pursue a new sustaining dispensation of rules over power and might, fairness over advantage, and people over profit in the interests of humanity. Madam President, Excellencies, if this world is truly better together, let us be accountable together and be accountable to all, not only to a few nations, but to all nations, not only to the present generation, but also to the generations that follow, not only to those who wield power, but to those against whom power is wielded. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I thank you. Blessings.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Corporate Governance, and Public-Private Partnerships of Antigua and Barbuda. Now, the Assembly will hear an address of His Excellency Silveni Ligamamada Rabuka, Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs, Civil Service and Public Enterprises, and Information of the Republic of Fiji. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you. Madam President of the United Nations General Assembly, Secretary General of the United Nations, leaders, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I congratulate Her Excellency Annalena Baerbock on assuming the presidency of the 80th session of the General Assembly, as only the 5th woman to be elected to this position in the last 80 years. Madam President, Fiji reiterates its long-standing support for multilateralism and the role of the international rules-based order plays for the status and interests of small states. This year, Fiji commemorates 55 years of independence and stands alongside member states and takes stock of the 80 years since the founding of the United Nations. 80 years after independence, Fiji volunteered to be a troop-contributing country to the United Nations peacekeeping efforts. Our commitment is unwavering, and we continue to be the largest per capita contributor to United Nations peacekeeping for over 4.5 decades. Our belief in the principles of the UN Charter is steadfast. The most critical challenge facing nations in the Pacific region is to find a framework, an enduring framework, that influences the strategic competition between the major powers towards a stable, multipolar region where peace prevails. I'm conscious of the direct connectedness between the Pacific and Indian Oceans. So when I talk of the Pacific, I'm also referring to the Indo-Pacific strategic area. Excellencies, when I addressed this Assembly in September 2023, I introduced the concept of the Pacific as an ocean of peace, as the Pacific's contribution to global order. The turmoil within each of our regions and the global community has been the common theme of the world leaders' statements this week. The question before us is, what must we do? The vision of the Pacific as an ocean of peace is rooted in the noble values of mutual respect for sovereignty, territorial integrity, and political independence. It embodies the essence of our commitment to peace and unity. These are born from the very Pacific way of life, that is the lifelong integral heart to our identity as Pacific peoples. It is my honor to announce that the leaders of the Pacific at the Pacific Leaders Meeting held 2 weeks ago adopted the Ocean of Peace Declaration at the Pacific Island Leaders Meeting under the able chairmanship of the Solomon Islands Prime Minister, the Honorable Jeremiah Manele, on Thursday, the 11th of this month. In so doing, the Pacific leaders have declared and claimed the right of our people to peace. The concept of peace comes from deep within our faith in God, the God of peace and justice, that finds its own expression in our own Pacific way. The Pacific Way was a phrase coined by Fiji's first Prime Minister, the late Sir Comparece in his first speech in this hall in 1970, to describe the calm, conciliatory, and orderly moves to independence by Pacific Island states. At the core of the Pacific Way lies respect, quiet leadership, and reconciliation. It is not a coincidence that Chapter 6 of the UN Charter is entitled the Pacific Settlement of Disputes, Article 33 to 38. This concept, therefore, sits snugly with this year's theme, Better Together, 80 years and more for peace, development, and human rights. If we must be better together, we need prolonged peace everywhere. Peace is the absence of fear and troubled hearts. Peace is the starting point. It is how things are held together and is the end state. The Pacific knows the value of peace as we had lived through the horrors of its absence. Our ocean, its diverse and vibrant lands, had been a theater of the two world wars and a testing ground for the world's most dangerous weapons. Its impacts are still felt and seen today. It is our expectation that the Ocean of Peace Declaration is seen as a platform that spurs on the evolution of our region's long-standing commitment to peace and prosperity. Much has been said in this forum about conflict during the past 80 years, including those raging today. I urge and pray for balanced considerations. We look at how these conflicts started and by whom, be it in Ukraine, Gaza, or elsewhere. What is the motive that those that started these wars? What have they done to try to end it, if any? In our prescription for a solution based on history, on truth, on fairness, Madam President, we cannot be talking about ending the war without guaranteeing Israel its right to peaceful existence, nor the peaceful existence of the Ukrainian people. For peace, we collectively have a responsibility to seeing this is done. Anything short is hypocrisy on our part. Building peace and sustaining it in the next 80 years demands of us to be truthful as the first necessary step, that our aim must be for the dignity of peoples on all sides of the conflict. We cannot be selective with truth. Doing to others as we want others to do unto us is a must. If peace, sustained peace, is to be part of the new world order in the next 80 years. Falling short of this might be a reason the United Nations is not delivering at capacity. Excellencies, sustainable peace is neither built overnight nor by any actor alone. Progression from cold to warm peace demands faith, courage, and a strong will. The cost of building peace is usually high, yet the cost of its absence is higher. If we hope to realize the full promise of the UN Charter, we must tackle the root causes of instability with the same urgency as we do their consequences. This must start with truth, its understanding and acceptance, however difficult this might be. Without truth, our words are hollow. Our efforts destroy the very outcomes we desire. History plays a big part. In our pursuit for peace, we must pursue this on the right side of history. Those are not abstract observations, but informed by Fiji's experience of 45 years in international peacekeeping engagements where I was a peacekeeper. This is underlined by the Ocean of Peace principle to promote peace as we have done since World War II, and especially during the recent 4 decades in the Middle East region. Our diplomatic engagements are informed by these principled understandings. Under the Ocean of Peace, Fiji sees its responsibility in advocating peace within and on behalf of the Pacific region, a responsibility I do not take lightly as the Prime Minister of my country. Under our foreign policy priority, Family First Pacific Regionalism, Fiji stands with our Pacific members. We know that sustained peace is only possible with prosperity. Fiji's primary focus is development, where my government's full attention is directed at poverty alleviation or eradication. Perhaps a way of assisting developing economies is to open markets for our produce. This reinstates and sustains the dignity of nations. Together, peace and development are integral to attaining the human rights of peoples. Furthermore, peace and prosperity for our people mean addressing expanded definition of security with climate change high on the list. Fiji, like other small island developing states, face ominous and disproportionate climate threats with negligible fraction of global emissions. Those who shoulder the blame must foot the bill. Science is clear. The powerful G20 group has been responsible for 80% of total emissions. I plead with them that they must lead the charge, keeping with the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities in light of different national circumstances. Heading to COP30, I hope that the world will push harder and members agree on pending common grounds of concern. Fiji stands strongly in support of Australia's bid to host COP31 as a Pacific COP. We need a loss and damage fund that meets the scale of the challenge and developed countries meeting their adaptation financing promises. We continue to reward polluters who wreck our planet. The fossil fuel industry continues to pocket massive profits and subsidies, while everyday people bear the costs of climate catastrophe, from rising insurance premiums to lost livelihoods. We insist on a shift from fossil fuel subsidies and investments to a just energy transition by putting a price on carbon and to implement innovative sources of financing, including solidarity levies on fossil fuel extraction through legally binding mechanisms. Madam President, the ICJ advisory opinion on climate change on July 2025 affirms this. Countries that are liable for climate change damage must bear the full cost. Some Pacific atolls sit 1 to 2 meters above mean sea level. It is grossly unfair that when disasters hit, the costs of recovery force these countries to take on debts, a second layer of penalty for a situation they did not create. As signatories to the Paris Agreement, we are contributing our fair share towards the global effort to guide our low-carbon, climate-resilient development. Under our Family First Pacific regionalism foreign policy priority, Fiji stands with its fellow Pacific Island neighbors. Some of our smaller Pacific Island communities are struggling to stay above sea level. The international community is faltering in its commitment to keep below 1.5 degrees Celsius. Low-lying Pacific states expect the worst. Today, my government is looking at ways to host these island communities if it is not possible to remain on their islands. The dignity of the people that are forced to leave their homes is fundamental. Let's start with the legal definition. Today, they are merely referred to as displaced people. In the Pacific, where 90% of land is communally owned, those that are being displaced will be landless before they become stateless, stripping them further of their dignity. In this situation, Fiji is coming face to face with the reality of sovereignty within sovereignty in all its details. Goodwill, time and resources are critical. This is complex, sensitive and costly work. We are setting the precedent. We have no margin for error as we are dealing with real lives whose impacts may compound existing stresses. Excellencies, one of the biggest victims of the climate crisis is the ocean itself. Fiji depends on the health and wealth of the ocean. We need to step up efforts to sustainably use and manage our ocean resources, address plastic pollution, conserve biodiversity, and protect endangered species. Fiji's ratification of the BB&J agreement this year is intentional and deliberate. We need to safeguard our ocean resources in line with the outcomes of the third UN conference in Nice. A much-needed shift is also required to address ever-increasing share of fish stocks exploited beyond sustainable levels in our economic exclusive zones and the high seas. Subsidies is a well-known driver of overfishing and overcapacity. Fiji is not only actively addressing IUU fishing, but also deposited its WTO instrument of ratification as our contribution to addressing this emerging threat. The Plastic Treaty is an urgent goal that our global community cannot wait to end. With this, financing is the key. The convening of the fourth financing for development in Sevilla Compromise lays an important milestone in addressing global financing needs. The existing financing architecture systemically disadvantages SIDS through complex processes and lengthy approvals, while our communities face daily the ravages of climate change. Reforms are needed now to address the widening gap that is now $4 trillion. As a small economy, we need direct funding, access modalities, simplified procedures, and SID-specific funding windows. Adaptation costs per capita are highest for the island nations. This must change to address our reality. All these are mapped out in the Antigua-Barbuda agenda for SIDS Abbas. With 2 years left, it is critical that Abbas is expedited with the implementation of its monitoring and evaluation framework. Your Excellencies, SIDS urgently require the expedited implementation of the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index, MVI, to complement GDP per capita criteria in determining development support eligibility. SIDS have championed the MVI because of its direct relevance to overcoming the institutional blindness that has long ignored the reality of our unique circumstances and structural vulnerabilities. MVI provides a more comprehensive and accurate assessment of our development needs by incorporating factors such as environmental fragility, economic vulnerability, and structural constraints that traditional income-based measurements overlook. For Fiji, as with other SIDS, the implementation of MVI is a matter of development justice, ensuring that international support mechanisms recognize our inherent vulnerabilities and provide appropriate assistance regardless of per capita income levels. We call upon the international community to prioritize the swift operationalization of MVI, as this tool is essential to ensuring that no SIDS is left behind due to misleading income classifications that mask our true development challenges. Excellencies, as we mark the UN's 80th anniversary and discuss UN reform, Fiji notes that the UN remains an indispensable partner for development in the Pacific SIDS. Our unique challenges require the specialized support that only the UN system can provide. Striking the right balance between a strong UN presence and operational effectiveness that reflects the priorities of PSIDS is preferred. On our part, Fiji is finalizing arrangements for a purpose-built UN house that will provide a functional platform for UN operations in Fiji. Your Excellencies, Fiji is now pursuing constitutional reform. A recent Supreme Court ruling opened up a pathway for a review of our Constitution. This process ensures that the will of the people is accurately reflected in a revised constitutional framework that embodies the values of good governance and justice. Our approach prioritizes human rights and democratic participation while strengthening the institutional foundations necessary for sustainable democracy. Fiji's political journey has been marked by periods of instability. With the need for healing and progress, a Truth and Reconciliation Commission has been established to provide a platform for all voices to be heard, particularly those affected by past upheavals. This commission represents our commitment to confronting our history, fostering dialogue between communities, and building the foundation for a more coherent society. While this is progressing, we remain committed to international peace, stability, and the values that unite us as members of the international community. We congratulate those countries that have successfully trodden the path before and encourage those that haven't to get onto it. Fiji is also challenged by an upsurge in transnational organized crime. Drug trafficking has exploited our vast maritime domain, spanning over 1.3 million square kilometers of ocean. This crisis threatens our national security and social fabric while exploiting our limited capacities. Our approach must be holistic, combining law enforcement with mental health support, community-based recovery programs, and trauma-informed care for those affected. Fiji looks forward to working with partners to addressing trafficking sources of supplies, routes, enforcement, disrupting and dismantling supply, reducing demand, healing and rehabilitation of affected individuals and communities. In response to the multitude of issues confronting Fiji, following 16 years of autocratic rule and the responsibilities associated with being the regional hub, a structured way of managing the security front was needed. Fiji launched its national security strategy in June of this year. This came at the back of Fiji's first ever foreign policy white paper and national vision document. The strategy serves as the framework to safeguard Fiji's national security interests in an increasingly complex security environment. Further, the strategy embraces the tenet of regionalism in the 2050 Pacific strategy for the Blue Pacific that also promotes prosperity, human rights, and cooperation with partners. Additionally, Fiji confronts a non-communicable disease pandemic that poses one of our greatest public health challenges in years. Our response strategy aligns with the SDG goals 3 and 4, embracing linked approaches to ensure right lifestyle choices, accessible and quality care, and scaling up healthcare workforce. We are fostering public and private partnership to leverage innovation, expertise, and resources to reduce premature mortality from NCDs by 1/3 by 2030. A health-first approach is necessary for national growth and resilience. Excellencies, for a small economy, we need all hands on deck. Fiji needs or recognizes the potential of our diaspora community of approximately 300,000 Fijians worldwide. Their remittances exceed $1 billion in 2024. Optimizing this capacity through an appropriate strategic framework will enhance their engagement as partners in national development. I believe that distance does not diminish citizenship, and their expertise and networks are bridges and catalysts for growth and global reach. Fiji welcomes the convening of the Second World Summit for Social Development to be held in Doha in November of 2025. This is a useful platform to address pressing social challenges that disproportionately affect SIDS and the Global South. The summit is an opportunity to renew our collective commitment to ensuring that social progress remains at the heart of our development efforts. Excellencies, as we stand at this juncture of human history, Fiji calls on all member states, on all of us, to embrace with far greater commitment the values which is the foundation of the United Nations. This is a defining moment. We cannot compromise on truth, love, faith, and justice. What hope do we have for the next 80 years if we lose our principles? Peace on earth and goodwill to all men came at a price. Our wisdom is in not having to keep paying that price because we abandoned the values that was the United Nations. We must act with urgency and with purpose at this moment in history as history demands. Our shared humanity depends on our courage to act as one. In those values, you will find Fiji standing with you. Thank you. God bless us all.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Civil Service and Public Enterprises and Information of the Republic of Fiji. Now the Assembly will hear an address of His Excellency Feleti Teo, Prime Minister of Tuvalu. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I am indeed honored to once again address this august Assembly as the Prime Minister of Tuvalu. I convey to the General Assembly the warmest greetings and best wishes of the people and the government of Tuvalu. Allow me to extend my sincere congratulations to Excellency President Annalena Baerbock on their election as President of the 80th session of the General Assembly of the United Nations. I assure President Bayabok of my country, Tuvalu's full support of her presidency. Allow me also, Mr. President, to express my sincere gratitude to the outgoing President, His Excellency Philemon Yang, for his exemplary leadership over the past year. Mr. President, let me also express Tuvalu's heartfelt congratulations to the entire United Nations family for this historic milestone of 8 years of existence. For 8 decades, the United Nations stood as a steadfast pillar of peace, a champion of multilateralism, and a beacon of hope for humanity. The UN's enduring presence is a testament of the transformative power of unity and the remarkable achievement made possible when nations join forces in a spirit of cooperation and unity of purpose. Tuvalu takes enormous pride in its membership of the United Nations, especially as it celebrates its 25th anniversary of UN membership this month. Mr. President, the occasion of the 80th anniversary of the United Nations should and must be a moment of reflection and re-envisioning to ensure the United Nations remains true and faithful to the objective of its foundational document, the UN Charter. Despite our historic achievement, we continue to witness conflict, persistent human rights violations, and development setbacks. These challenges run counter to the principle of the United Nations Charter and serve as a stark reminder that our quest for peace, justice, and sustainable development remain incomplete despite the maturity and the advanced age of the United Nations. That is why, Mr. President, Tuvalu fully supports the Secretary General's UN 80 initiative to make the UN more effective and impactful for the millions of lives that depend on it. Mr. President, I commend and applaud the selection of the theme Better Together, 80 years and more for peace, development, and human rights. The theme is both timely and fitting, considering the persistent challenges to global peace and security and to multilateralism. The notion of better together underscores the power of unity and working together despite the differences amongst nations, because true progress can only be realized when the limiting factors to our common objectives and goals are adequately addressed. The achievement of peace, security, and sustainable development hold little value if the poor and the most vulnerable are left behind. I therefore commend the President's pragmatic vision in guiding the direction of this important milestone session. Mr. President, climate change and sea level rise remain the greatest security threats to Tuvalu, and they continue to be the top development and security priorities for Tuvalu. Climate change and sea level rise are multidimensional and cross-cutting development issues that impact and challenge not only the future statehood and sovereignty of Tuvalu, but also the fundamental and the integral quality of lives of the people of Tuvalu in terms of food and water security, land security, and economic security and prosperity. Tuvalu continues its strong international advocacy for the special case of Tuvalu as the most vulnerable of the most vulnerable countries to the impact of climate change, especially climate-induced sea level rise. Towards that objective, Tuvalu has been vocal and active in its efforts to future-proof its statehood and sovereignty by seeking to influence state practices and international law as they relate to the impact of climate change and sea level rise on statehood continuity and the permanency of properly demarcated maritime boundaries and the right to the resources therein pursuant to the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. Tuvalu has also taken bold and unilateral actions in this regard. Tuvalu has amended its constitution to ensure Tuvalu's statehood in perpetuity and its maritime boundaries are protected and remain permanent, no matter what happened to Tuvalu's land territory because of climate change. Through the landmark Falipili Union Treaty between Australia and Tuvalu, Australia is now legally committed to recognize Tuvalu's sovereignty in perpetuity and support human mobility with dignity and rights. Tuvalu fully supports the effort of the UN General Assembly in elevating the issue of sea level rise as a standalone issue and commenced its historical high-level meeting last year in 2024 on sea level rise. Tuvalu welcomed the decision of the UNGA this year to convene another high-level meeting on sea level rise next year at its 81st session in September 2026, with the view to consider a UN declaration on sea level rise. The journey towards the UN summit on sea level rise next year must be a turning point, securing long-term commitments so that islands, nations like mine are not left to confront the prospect of irreversible loss and damage. For the anticipated UN Declaration on Sea Level Rise, Tuvalu strongly advocates the inclusion in the declaration of the following matter. First, the affirmation of statehood continuity and the permanency of maritime boundaries amidst the climate crisis as a principle of international cooperation. Secondly, promote secure, organized and dignified pathways for human mobility. Thirdly, support the safeguard of culture and heritage of affected communities. Fourthly, deliver innovative and rapid financing to enable adaptation journeys of the most vulnerable. And fifthly, ensure access to knowledge, data and science to inform strategic planning, enhance resilience and foster global cooperation. Tuvalu welcomes the recent advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice and the International Tribunal on the Law of the Sea Convention, IDLOS, regarding the obligation of states in relation to climate change. The IDLOS issued on the 21st of May 2024 the first ever advisory opinion on climate change that spelled out for the first time the far-reaching obligations of major polluters to mitigate greenhouse gas emissions, to prevent catastrophic harm, and to pay loss and damage for breach of such obligations. The ICT's landmark advisory opinion delivered in July this year validates that climate change is urgent and is an existential threat to human life and natural ecosystem. The ICJ and the IDLOS opine that states have a duty to prevent significant harm to the environment, and therefore they must act with due diligence and use all means at their disposal to prevent activities carried out in their jurisdiction or under their control from causing significant harm to the climate system. The advisory opinions also affirm the principle of statehood continuity and the permanency of duly demarcated maritime boundaries despite the impact of climate change and sea level rise. The advisory opinions are significant milestones as they shift the conversation from political commitment to legally binding obligation. Despite the advancement in state practices and the recent judicial pronouncement on climate change and sea level rise, Tuvalu continues to call for the development of an international treaty on sea level rise that codifies the legal rights of affected states and peoples, and to reaffirm the principles of statehood continuity and the permanency of maritime boundary. It is my hope that the urgency to address the existential threat of climate change and sea level rise will not be overshadowed by the ongoing geopolitical competition between the superpowers and the military conflict around the globe. Mr. President, while the UNGA prepares for the UN Summit on Sea Level Rise next year, Tuvalu continues to fulfill its obligation under the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. With a sense of pride, Tuvalu has presented its first biennial transparency report to the UNFCCC, which is a testament to Tuvalu's commitment to transparency, accountability, and climate actions. During this week, I announced the third nationally determined contribution, NDC 3.0, which is Tuvalu's blueprint to resilience and a pledge to the world, linking climate action, sustainable development, cultural preservation, and a just transition to 100% renewable energy. But the fight for the 1.5 degree centigrade threshold cannot be won with carbon dioxide reductions alone. We must tackle methane and other short-lived gases that prevent near-term warming to buy time for decarbonization to take root. Only then can we protect the world from irreversible tipping points like the rapidly expanding coral bleaching that is devastating our ocean. Tuvalu has also updated its National Adaptation Plan, which provides a strategic and inclusive framework to protect people, ecosystem, infrastructure, and cultural heritage from climate change, setting clear adaptation pathways in coastal protection, infrastructure, food and water security, health and disaster risk reduction, while addressing sovereignty and cultural preservation. Tuvalu also supports the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty Initiative for a just phase-out of the use of fossil fuel, and call on all nations that are serious about confronting the climate crisis to join this initiative and to act decisively to protect our planet and future generations. Mr. President, Tuvalu has 26 square kilometers of land just opposed against 750,000 square kilometers of exclusive economic zones, which makes Tuvalu a large ocean state. As such, the ocean is the lifeblood of our economy. The ocean defines our culture and heritage, and the ocean is our very source of existence. As custodian of the Pacific Ocean, Tuvalu reaffirmed its commitment to conserve and sustainably use the ocean, seas, and marine resources. To that effect, Tuvalu is in the process of developing its first ever national ocean policy, not only to coordinate and guide the implementation of our commitments under SDG 14, but to also discharge our obligation to save and keep our ocean healthy. Mr. President, Tuvalu has ratified the BBNJ agreement, which has achieved the requisite 60 ratification threshold to bring it into force. Earlier this year, Tuvalu joined the global community in Nice, France, for the third United Nations Oceans Conference. In that gathering, Tuvalu joined the Ocean Rise and Coastal Resilience Coalition, which aims to support coastal cities by planning and implementing the transformation required to address sea level rise. The Nice Ocean Conference reminded us that the fate of our ocean cannot be separated from the fight against climate change and sea level rise. The commitment made in Nice must be carried forward with resolve, including through strengthened partnership and predictable financing that empower frontline community to conserve and sustainably use the ocean on their own terms. In recognition of the need for a holistic approach to peace and security, the Pacific Island leaders this year endorsed the Pacific Blue Ocean of Peace Declaration, an initiative that aims to elevate the peace dimension of regional security and promote a Pacific-led vision of stability and resilience. Tuvalu is also proud to announce its firm commitment to co-facilitate the Ocean Pioneers Coalition with France and Panama, and that Tuvalu has joined the Friends of the Ocean and Climate, which is an informal and inclusive group to advance ocean climate actions and discourse. Tuvalu shared the disappointment for the inability of the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee to finalize on time the development of an internationally legally binding instrument on plastic pollution, including in the marine environment, and therefore urges the leaders and the UN system to continue the work and to expeditiously finalize negotiation of such a treaty. Mr. President, the principle of better together is more than just a watchword. It is a powerful affirmation of partnership in the face of increased challenges to multilateralism. The Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for SIDS, ABAS, and the Samoa Pathway, and the Pact for the Future are key development frameworks founded on this shared conviction that aligns with SDG 17. Genuine and durable partnership is not a choice, but a necessity. It is a principle that continues to shape international cooperation and respond to the unique and persistent challenges that SIDS and LDCs like Tuvalu continue to face. Tuvalu acknowledges the progress achieved for such a genuine and enduring partnership. However, greater global efforts remain needed by those at the lower end of the global economic scale, like the LDCs and the SIDS. The Decadal Guide for Financial Cooperation, dubbed the Compromiso di Sevilla, fell short of our ambition for a truly transformative financing framework. Much to our disappointment, there is also omission of previously agreed climate financing language from the document. Nevertheless, Tuvalu reiterates the call for urgent, scaled-up adaptation finance and the rapid operationalization and replenishment of the Loss and Damage Fund, including through the innovative use of special drawing rights. Tuvalu remains steadfast in its call for increased grants and concessional financing, improved access to climate change and development funds, technology transfer and capacity building initiatives that are tailored to the special circumstances of small island developing states. Moreover, international financial institutions must reconsider eligibility criteria that prevent vulnerable countries from accessing support simply because of income classifications that do not reflect our exposure to multidimensional risk. For Tuvalu, justice in global finance means recognizing that vulnerability cannot be measured by GDP alone. It means valuing resilience, equity, and the right of every nation, large or small, to chart a secure and sustainable future. Timely and targeted assistance is not charity. It is a matter of justice and survival. For the foregoing reasons, Tuvalu has joined the Pacific Resilience Facility, which is a Pacific-led and Pacific-managed facility to cater for the specific adaptation needs of Pacific Island countries in the face of climate change. Tuvalu calls on the international community, especially the developed countries and partner organizations, to support the capitalization of the Pacific Resilience Facility. Mr. President, non-communicable disease, NCDs, are the leading cause of morbidity and mortality in the Pacific region and in the world at large, and Tuvalu is not an exception. Poor diet and obesity intrinsically linked to the food security challenges are key contributors to this escalating public health concern. Tuvalu therefore welcomes the political commitment demonstrated through the recent adoption of the political declaration on the prevention and control of non-communicable diseases and the promotion of mental health and well-being. The acknowledgement of the need for coordinated cross-sectoral actions reflect a spirit of collective responsibility and exemplify the critical support required by countries most affected by NCDs. At the national level, Tuvalu is fully committed to upholding the commitments outlined in the declaration in our shared pursuit of achieving the global targets by 2030. Mr. President, earlier this week we commemorated the 30th anniversary of the 4th World Conference on Women and the Beijing Declaration and Plan of Action, considered the most progressive blueprint ever for advancing women's rights. Tuvalu reaffirms its commitment to gender equality and has taken important steps towards that objective. The Tuvalu Constitution now prohibits discrimination based on sex, embedding gender equality in our highest law. And last year, in 2024, Tuvalu adopted a more updated and modern national gender equity policy to assure women's empowerment and protection from violence are integrated across all sectors. Women's rights are not only human rights, but are also a foundation of sustainable development, peace and resilience. For Tuvalu, this means ensuring that women are not only included, but are leading in decision-making spaces, from village councils to global negotiation. Equally, Tuvalu places high importance on the role of young people in building a more just, sustainable, and inclusive future. As we also marked yesterday the 30th anniversary of the World Programme of Action for Youth, we take this opportunity to underscore our support for youth development and leadership. We must continue to create the conditions that allow our young people to realize their full potential as active agents for change, as innovators and as partners in achieving the Sustainable Development Goal. Tuvalu recognized that inclusive development cannot be achieved without the full and equal participation of women and youth. Mr. President, projecting the principle of inclusivity and leaving no one behind to the UN system, Tuvalu deeply regrets the continued exclusion of the Republic of China, Taiwan, from the United Nations system. As a long-standing and reliable development partner of Tuvalu, Taiwan has consistently demonstrated its commitment to international cooperation, making meaningful contribution across a broad range of development sector. Tuvalu holds the strong view that the UNGA Resolution 2758 does not preclude Taiwan's meaningful participation in the UN system, and Tuvalu calls for the admission of Taiwan as a member of the United Nations and its specialized agency. Similarly, it is regrettable to observe that the people of Cuba continue to bear the economic burden of long-standing unilateral economic sanctions, which deny them crucial international development assistance and partnership necessary for their recovery and rebuilding efforts. Tuvalu believes that sanctions which isolate and impoverish entire peoples run counter to the spirit of the United Nations Charter. Tuvalu supports the lifting of these sanctions and joins other member states in calling for the removal of Cuba from the list of state sponsors of terrorism. Mr. President, next week on the 1st of October will be Tuvalu's 47th independence anniversary. Though the birth of Tuvalu and the United Nations are a generation apart, Tuvalu remains grateful for the privilege of being a member of the United Nations and to have engaged and collaborated with the UN family of nations in our common pursuit of advancing the vision of this session, Better Together, 80 years and more for peace, development and human rights. I wish to express my special thanks and sincere gratitude to the United Nations and its member states, in particular Tuvalu's generous, traditional, and emerging partners for all the support and assistance afforded to Tuvalu. Mr. President, in closing, as we engage and interact during this historic session of the General Assembly, we should do so with the full awareness of the complex and formidable challenges that confront our international community. Yet history has shown us that no challenge is insurmountable when we face it together, in solidarity and in unity of purpose. I therefore call upon all members of State of the United Nations family to move forward in unity, guided by our shared purpose and common mission. Let us remain steadfast in upholding the principle of the United Nations, our Charter, which continue to inspire and give meaning to the vision of this session. While progress may not have come as swift as we desire, it is far more meaningful when it is achieved collectively. For indeed, when we stand together, united in principle, in purpose, and in resolve, we not only achieve better outcomes, but more enduring, equitable, and just outcome. I thank you, and as we say in Tuvalu, whakawhetailasi, Tuvalu moderdua, Tuvalu for God. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of Tuvalu. The Assembly will now hear an address of His Excellency Isake Balyu Ek, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Tonga. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Distinguished heads of state and heads of government, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Ms. Annette Baerbock, President of 80th United Nations General Assembly, distinguished delegates, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, allow me at the outset to bring warm Malolele greetings from His Majesty Government and the people of the Kingdom of Tonga. It is indeed with profound honor to address this esteemed Assembly at its 80th session. First, I wish to congratulate Your Excellency on assuming the esteemed presidency of the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly. We commend you, President, on our election, to preside over this session, and we pledge our full support to your leadership. I take this opportunity to also thank your predecessor, His Excellency Philemon Yang, for his able leadership throughout the durations of his mandate. We also pay tribute to the Secretary General, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, for his steadfast efforts in advancing the purposes and principles of the United Nations and the roles he has played. Mr. President, we convene at this 80th session under the theme, Better Together, 80th years and beyond, for peace, development, and human rights. A vision to which Tonga pledges its full support. For us, as a small island developing state, these themes resonate deeply. The pursuit of peace, development, and human rights cannot be realized without urgent action on climate change, the protection of oceans, and the resilience of vulnerable communities. At a time when climate change has become a profound security threat, we must rally around the collective visions of the United Nations. For only through solidarity and shared responsibility can we safeguard our planet, uphold the dignity of all peoples, and secure a sustainable future for generations to come. As I stand before you in commemorating the 80th anniversary of the United Nations, I am pleased to share that Tonga will soon celebrate 150th anniversary of our Constitution on 4th of November 2025. Constitution Day is a profound reminder of our sovereignty, unity, and enduring independence. Proclaimed in 1875 by His Majesty King Tupou I, our Constitution laid foundation for justice, the protection of land, and the rights of people. As we mark its 150th anniversary, we celebrate not only a historic milestone, but also a living legacy that continues to guide our nations and inspire our future generations. Mr. President, Tonga reaffirms its steadfast commitment to the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter, first signed in San Francisco 80 years ago. That historical document continues to guide our collective pursuit of peace, security, human rights, and development. It visions endure as a beacon for multilateralism, reminding us that the challenges we face today cannot only be addressed through unity, cooperation, and respect for international law. Mr. President, Tonga welcomes the UN 80 reform processes as an opportunity to ensure the United Nations remain fit for purpose in addressing today's challenges, just as Pacific undertakes its own review of the regional architecture under the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent. For us, reform is not abstract. It is about survival, dignity, fairness, and efficiency. If the UN is to deliver for our people, it must deliver with us, through us, and in alignment with the principle our leaders have endorsed. This means anchoring regional integrated platforms within the Pacific Islands Forum, ensuring financing flows respond to regionally determined priorities, safeguarding access for the small administrations, easing reporting patterns, and above all, increasing Pacific representations across the UN system and decision-making bodies. Only then can we renew trust in multilateralism, ensure that our voices shape global outcomes, and guarantee that the Blue Pacific continent benefits from effective, inclusive, and responsive multilateral delivery. Mr. President, Tonga welcomes the adoption of the Pact for the Future with its annexes, the Global Digital Compact and Declarations of Future Generations as both an opportunity to strengthen multilateralism in a time of global crisis, and a responsibility to ensure no nation, however small or remote, is left behind. It focuses on climate action, sustainable development, financing, and intergenerational responsibility, speaks directly to Tonga's priorities as small island developing states on the forefront of climate change, offering a vital framework to accelerate adaptation, close critical financing gap, and safeguard a sustainable world for generations to come, while reaffirming the needs for inclusive governance where Pacific's voice help shape the decision that defines our shared future. Mr. President, last month, Tonga concluded its chairmanship of the 53rd Pacific Islands Forum Leaders Meeting. The Kingdom was privileged to host Secretary General Antonio Guterres on our shores. His attendance as a special guest reaffirmed the deep partnership between the Pacific and United Nations, and further strengthened our belief in the indispensable role of this organization. Tonga tenure as a chair was highly significant, both symbolically and practically. Our representations here at the United Nations and SHARE afforded Tonga the opportunity to assume a leadership role within the Pacific family, guiding collective priorities and setting the tone for regional cooperations. It enabled us to play a pivotal role in reinforcing Pacific solidarity, ensuring that both small and large island states stood together in the negotiation with global partners. It also amplifies Tonga's voice in international diplomacy by carrying the mandate and collective position of the Pacific regions. Above all, it left us with a legacy for resilience and provided a vital platform for advocacy on issues central to our people's survival and well-being. Mr. President, for small island states, one of the most pressing issues remain the existing threat of climate change. For Tonga, this is not a remote threat, but unfolding reality that threatens to erase decades of development gains and imperils the very existence of our island. We therefore continue to call for urgent, ambitious and concrete climate actions from the national community, action grounded in the principle of equity, justice and common but differentiated responsibility. It is in this connection that Tonga supports Australia bid to host COP31 in partnership with the Pacific as a Pacific COP. We see this as an unique opportunity to bring the voices of small island developing states to the forefront of the global climate agenda, ensuring that the realities of our peoples are not only heard, but drive the urgency of action. Hosting COP31 in our regions would symbolize a global commitment to climate justice and amplify the call for solutions that safeguards the most vulnerable. Mr. President, Tonga's welcome the landmark advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice on 23rd July, a historic decision affirming that climate change is not only an environmental crisis, but also a profound challenge to international law, human rights, and the survival of our island nations. For Tonga, this opinion is more than a legal milestone. It is a moral victory that amplifies the voices of the world's most vulnerable, strengthens our call for urgent actions to cut emissions, accelerate adaptations, and deliver on lost and damaged finance, and reinforce our shared duty to secure climate justice, resilience, and protections for present and future generations. It also affirms small island developing states a special case for sustainable development. The use of the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index, MVI, more managed approach to international financial standards, and recognize the need to scale up ocean finance. Mr. President, Tonga welcomes the Comparece de Cevala adopted at the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development earlier this year. For Tonga, this commitment is especially significant. It calls for a more inclusive, fair and transparent global financial system, one that better responds to realities of countries most at risk, including smaller island developing states. This speaks directly to Tonga's priorities, mobilizing equitable financing for climate resilience, disaster preparedness, and sustainable development, addressing that sustainability and ensuring that no country is left behind because of its size, geography, or vulnerability. We see this as a framework that can help transform inequality into opportunity and reaffirms our goal for development finance that delivers for our people and for our future generations. Mr. President, Tonga joined the international community at the 2025 United Nations Ocean Conference in Nice, France, under the theme Accelerating Actions and Mobilizing All Actors to Conserve and Sustainably Use the Oceans, where we underscore the centrality of sustainable ocean-based economies to Pacific Island countries that rely on the ocean for food security, trade and culture, and we call for integrated ocean governance, stronger financing for marine conservation, resilient maritime infrastructure, and sustainable transport across our islands, while reaffirming our commitment to the Nice Ocean Action Plan and the political declarations. At home, Tonga has taken concrete steps with the Ocean Management Bill 2025, a landmark framework to conserve biodiversity, manage resources sustainably, and protect our marine environment for the benefit of our people and the future generations. Mr. President, Tonga is proud to have joined the Pacific family in the adoption of the Ocean of Peace declarations, declaring that the Blue Pacific continent as an ocean of peace. This is more than symbolism. It is a shared regional vision that peace, security, and sustainability are deeply interconnected with how we treat our ocean, how we protect our environment, and how we safeguard our communities. Tonga supports this declaration fully and calls for the principle to be embedded in our international ocean governance, climate actions, and sustainable development of efforts. The ocean must not only be protected, it must be honored as a foundation of our security, of our economies, and our way of life, our legacy of resilience. Mr. President, it is in this spirit of resilience that Tonga is proud to host the Pacific Resilience Facility, the Pacific-led, member-owned and regionally managed financing mechanism dedicated to strengthening climate and disaster resilience across our Blue Pacific continent. Tonga acknowledges with gratitude the commitments and contributions already extended by our development partners and friends of the Pacific. And we continue to urge global partners to support a Pacific-led solution, the PRF, designed to bridge the financing gap for small, high-impact adaptation projects. And in doing so, we not only strengthen resilience in the Pacific, but also demonstrate how regionally owned solutions can advance global climate and sustainable development agenda. Mr. President, Tonga continues to strengthen laws to protect our children, especially those who are susceptible to harm from technology in this digital age, and empower our youth, recognizing them as the foundations of our nation's future. We remain firmly committed to safeguarding public health and addressing the dual threats posed by the scourge of drugs and the rise of non-communicable diseases. At the same time, we acknowledge the complex challenges of migrations and deportees, while valuing the enduring contributions of our diaspora to national development. We also view economic development as a vital pathway to opportunity and resilience, harnessing trade and sport as a drivers of growth, unity, and national pride. Together, these priorities embody Tonga's vision of a just, healthy, and prosperous society where no one is left behind. And lastly, may I remind this Assembly to seek wisdom and strength beyond ourselves. Let us first ask God for guidance in our shared pursuit of peace, in advancing sustainable development, and in safeguarding the dignity and human rights of all peoples. In humility, we recognize that our common challenges are greater than any one nation. In closing, may I share the national motto of Tonga, Tua Matonga Kohok Tofia, which translates that God and Tonga are my inheritance. It is from these foundations that I draw a strength to serve with humility and dedication. A reminder that with faith, solidarity, and collective actions, we can rise to above and beyond, turning trials into pathway for hope, guided by compassion and a spirit of service to humanity. God bless United Nations. Malo Aupito. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Tonga. I now give the floor to His Excellency Tuelupe Mauve Tele, Pumulignuku Onesemo, Deputy Prime Minister of Samoa.
Samoa elu tātou tofi, tāpua I mai amal manuia, se wheru tātou sāo, I upu whai o malo au whatasi. Presidents, world leaders, excellencies, I wish to congratulate Her Excellency Ms. Annalena Baerbock on her election as President of the 80th session of the General Assembly. The theme you have chosen resonates deeply with Samoa, particularly as we celebrate 80 years of our United Nations. It is timely call for our collective actions towards a more peaceful, sustainable, and resilient future for our people and planet. You can be assured that Samoa's full support throughout your mandate. Excellencies, we live in times of global turbulence and uncertainty. Profound and transformative change is not only necessary, but also inevitable. We must prepare ourselves to face the challenges ahead with resolve and use opportunity to herald in much-needed reforms for the benefit of all and leaving no one behind. At the core of our success lies our unwavering commitment to the principles upon which the United Nations was built, multilateralism and international law. Samoa reaffirms its unwavering commitment to the United Nations as a premier forum to address global challenges. Multilateralism for Samoa is a practical necessity and not just an abstract ideal. Only through genuine cooperation and mutual trust can we craft solutions that no single nation could achieve alone. We welcome the Secretary-General's UN 80 initiative. Any reform must strengthen delivery on the ground, especially for small islands, developing states, by eliminating duplications, improving coherence, and accelerating impact. Critically, such reforms must not weaken the operations of the UN multi-country offices or the resilient coordinator system. Likewise, the reforms of the MCO level should clearly define the roles and the functions of the UN country teams, working in close coordination with parish countries to avoid duplications, competition for resources, and proliferation of projects that small administration cannot manage efficiently. At the regional level, the UN must deliver with the region throughout the region and align with the principles agreed to by Pacific leaders as articulated in the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent. The UN 80 initiative is the opportunity to jointly realize regional delivery of ongoing initiatives through regional mechanisms. Excellencies, land and the ocean are central to Samoan culture and are also the basis of our people, sense of belonging, our whasinomanga, and our heritage, our tofi. Village boundaries were marked by age of oak banyan trees on the mountain ridges and extend to the protruding reef, such as the values that make us a distinct people, where our history, traditions, identity, livelihoods, and everyday lives are intimately connected to our precious island ecosystem, underpinned by our unique communal Samoa culture and traditions. Our geographical isolation and insularity no longer shields or protect us from the increasingly complex and dynamic security challenges, transnational crimes, especially drug trafficking, nuclear proliferations, challenges to sovereignty, growing geopolitical tensions in our region, and humanitarian crisis. The rule-based international system is being bent out of shape. Gone were the days where we took only what we needed from our environment, when we were a lot more conscious of the importance of a continuity of our culture and values, unadulterated by the impinging world around us. Unfortunately, this important connection makes us particularly vulnerable to the adverse effect of climate change. Over the past decades, we have witnessed more frequent and intense storms and cyclones, such as we left a trail of destruction in the wake, homes flattened, food crops destroyed, lives lost, constant threat of relocation. The reality of climate change and increase in severity of disasters mean many communities are at risk of losing traditional homelands as rising sea levels, king tides and storm surges wash away the shoreline, and inland communities experience landslides, living communities devoid of safer and more disaster-resilient land. Regrettably, continuous inaction means the detrimental effect of all aspects of Samoan life. Climate change remains the greatest existential threat to Samoa and other Pacific states. Its impact are more extensively felt by the states due to our special circumstances and the lack of capacity to respond quickly and effectively. We commend the International Court of Justice advisory opinion, which rightly recognizes the climate change not merely as an environmental concern, but as an existential problem of planetary proportion that requires urgent global action. Unless we invest now in climate mitigation and adaptation and resilient economies, we risk compounding both environmental and financial crises. We must do more to turn the tide, to honor our commitments and obligations, and to take urgent and ambitious climate actions now. As we approach COP30 in Brazil, we urge that the new NDCs reflect maximum ambition, including 50% reduction in global emissions by 2030. 35 countries responsible for 86% of global emissions must be part of the solution, not just the problem. One can continue to question whether climate change is real, but for Samoa and the Pacific, the impact of climate change confronts us on a daily basis. It is our lived reality. Samoa will be launching its third national determined contribution ahead of COP30. This updated plan, developed through inclusive consultation, captures both the realities and the aspirations of all Samoans. But we cannot do it alone. Excellencies, now is the time for the world to witness firsthand of the consequences of climate change in our region. You can only truly appreciate our challenge if you visit us. There is no better place to discuss climate ambitions and solutions than in the Pacific, where climate change impact is a lived reality. This is why Samoa supports Australia's bid to host COP31 on behalf of the Blue Pacific continent. We also strongly endorse the recent AOSIS declaration on the special circumstances of SIDS. And we can all states, international and organizations, and treaty parties to recognize and reflect these unique vulnerabilities in the design, interpretation, and implementation of multilateral agreements. Excellencies, the Pacific Ocean is our greatest asset that must be sustainably managed for the benefit of our present and future generations. It unites our islands in common purposes. It is our home and our key to a future of infinite promises. Therefore, we continue to call for urgent global actions to implement SDG 14. The third UN Ocean Conference in Nice marked in our global ocean journey, but much more needs to be done. The ocean crisis is a direct result of our choices. The pursuit of economic growth has come at a grave cost to our marine ecosystem. Coupled by the unchecked exploitation of these seabed mineral resources, our ocean face a crisis of limitless proportions. We must take a careful approach that balances economic growth while ensuring environmental sustainability. Samoa hosted the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting in 2024, at which its leaders adopted the Apia Commonwealth Ocean Declaration. It reaffirms the Commonwealth family's commitment to SDG 14 and calls for action on key ocean issues, including safeguarding our coastlines and homes against the unprecedented impact of sea level rise. The Apia Commonwealth Ocean Declaration was acknowledged and recognized for action as part of the recently issued ICJ advisory opinion. We remain actively engaged in negotiation towards global treaty on plastic pollutions, particularly to protect our marine environment. For Samoa, plastic pollution is a daily battle impacting our livelihoods, food security, and public health. We are pleased that we have reached the required 60 ratifications for the PBNJ to enter into force. We are moving closer to the most important part, its effective implementation. At the national level, through the Samoan Ocean Strategy, we have completed and legally adopted a marine spatial plan which helps implement our commitment to protect 30% and manage 100% of our ocean by 2030. We understand we must sustain that which sustains us now and into the future. Excellencies, climate finance is the bridge for ambitious to action. It must be scaled up, easily accessible, devoid of burdensome conditions, and responsive to the needs of small island states. This way, the climate funds end up in the villages and the communities that need it the most. Financing of development conference in Sevilla was, regrettably, a missed opportunity. Since the Rio conference in 1992, we have made countless pledges and commitments to the development agenda. But too often, we simply rebrand and recycle old ideas while failing to deliver tangible progress. Meanwhile, multilateralism is under siege, and international financial commitments are being eroded. Overseas development assistance is being cut significantly, and the global financing gap for the SDGs stands at $4 trillion. Yet, when it comes to war, funding is never short supply. The stark contrast should give us pause. We must also address and confront the deep systemic inequalities, inequities embedded in our global economic and financial architecture. Yesterday's solutions are no match for today's crisis. A modern, just, inclusive financial and system must be created, one that recognizes small island states, understands them, and work in the interest of citizens. Debt forgiveness must be linked to measurable progress on resilience building. Samoa supports the incorporation of state contingent clauses in the debt instrument, allowing for suspension during crisis. We look forward to the timely implementation of the Sevilla commitment. Excellencies, non-communicable diseases are now the dominant health burden in Samoa and in the Pacific region. We welcome the high-level meeting on NCDs and call for targeted, integrated actions for SIDS, especially in prevention, healthy food environments, and sustainable financing. Samoa has also developed the region's first national action plan for health security, aligning public health systems with climate adaptation and strengthening surveillance and response capacities. Excellencies, energy is both a driver and an accelerator for Samoa's sustainable development ambition. The digital transformation, including AI and data analytics, offer real opportunities to drive an inclusive, just energy transition, particularly through off-grid solutions and smarter energy planning. However, Samoa's level of indebtedness, often worsened by natural disasters, remains a pressing challenge. As disasters increase in intensity and frequency due to climate change, tools such as risk-informed early action partnership and multi-dimensional vulnerability index are critical. We urge swift appointments of members of the MVI Independent Expert Advisory Panel. Excellencies, Samoa remains a peaceful country, steadfast in our commitment to human rights and justice. We remain concerned by the ongoing wars, including Ukraine and Gaza, the terrible loss of civilian lives, displacement of people, as well as the destruction of infrastructure and the environment, is something we do not condone. The continued supply of weapons to fuel conflict must end. Due to consideration must be given to the long overdue reform of the Security Council. Excellencies, the tools of Bicon era can no longer ensure our collective future. At the regional level, our Blue Pacific has undertaken a review of its regional architecture to ensure it is well aligned to the ambitions of its 2050 strategy. As we pursue UN 80 initiative, it is important to recognize the regional strategy and find alignment. This can help increase the relevance and effectiveness of the UN. 80 years on, we call on the UN and the global community to work with Samoa to ensure our true resilience, where we can confidently engage as a global citizen, but be able to rely on our own national and regional efforts to pave a peaceful and a prosperous future for Samoa and the Pacific. We must choose courage over caution, cooperation over indifferences, and delivery over delay, guided by our charter and anchored in our pillars of peace and security, human rights and development for all. Let us steer our global canoe with confidence, fueled by trust, cooperation, partnership, and our humanity. Thank you, and God bless.
I thank the Deputy Prime Minister of Samoa. I now give the floor to His Excellency Amon Moreira, Minister for Foreign Affairs and International Trade of Zimbabwe.
Your Excellency Ms. Annelina Baerbock, President of the 80th Session of the United Nations General Assembly, Your Majesties, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Antonio Guterres, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I'm humbled to issue this statement on behalf of His Excellency the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. Idi Mnangagwa. Let me warmly congratulate you, Madam President, on your election as President of the 80th Session of the Assembly. We are confident that under your stewardship, this milestone session will be remembered for renewed multilateral cooperation. Please be assured of Zimbabwe's support throughout your tenure. We also wish to pay tribute to your predecessor, His Excellency Philemon Young, for his leadership during a period marked by heightened geopolitical tensions and a retreat from multilateralism. This 80th anniversary of the signing of the UN Charter is a timely opportunity for us to reflect upon the journey of the past 8 decades. The resolve of the 50 nations that gathered in San Francisco in 1945 was to save the world from the scourge of war and conflict. Today, 193 nations are here to bear witness that since then, the United Nations has endured as the legitimate multilateral institution to address issues of global interest and concern. Yet, we commemorate this milestone at a time of profound uncertainty when the world is confronted by escalating conflicts, economic slowdowns, increasing poverty, and widening inequality, humanitarian tragedies, and the vagaries of climate change. Madam President, on the principle of multilateralism, it is our collective responsibility to recommit to the principles and purposes of the UN Charter for the benefit of the present and future generations. As Zimbabwe, we have anchored our foreign policy on multilateralism, guided by the principle of sovereignty, equality, and peaceful coexistence among nations. We believe that no nation can prosper in isolation. Zimbabwe's participation in multilateral processes is therefore aimed at advancing peace and security, human rights, and sustainable development for the integrity, dignity, and prosperity for all humanity. We welcome the Secretary General's UN 80 initiative on reforming the UN. The reform must allow the organization to evolve in line with contemporary realities, while strengthening and not diminishing the voice and participation of developing countries. Any reform that sidelines the aspirations of the global South runs contrary to this very spirit of the UN Charter. For the United Nations to remain effective and responsive, its reform must be member state driven, inclusive, and anchored in the principle of sovereign equality of all member states. This anniversary must, therefore, serve as a solemn reminder that humanity achieves more by working together than working apart and working against each other. Madam President, on the principle of peace and security, it is clear that peace, development, and human rights can only be fully realized through the reform of global governance institutions. The global economic, political, and security architectures established after the Second World War no longer reflect today's realities. In 1945, a large percentage of the current UN member states, including Zimbabwe, were mere colonies. To this end, we reiterate Africa's long-standing call for the comprehensive reform of the United Nations Security Council. Africa's continued total exclusion from the permanent category and underrepresentation among non-permanent members is an aberration which requires urgent redress. Decisions on Africa cannot continue to be made without Africa at the table. We cannot go back to 1884 when Africa was on the menu. Madam President, Zimbabwe underscores the importance of enhanced cooperation between the Security Council and regional organizations, such as the African Union, to address the root causes of conflicts. We believe that sustainable peace cannot be achieved without advancing the women, peace and security, and youth in the agenda. In our region, the Southern African Development Community, SADC, we emphasize inclusive peace processes. We stand by the principle that peace is not merely the absence of war, but the presence of justice, equity, equality, and respect for human dignity. Working with other member states, Zimbabwe has contributed towards the resolution of conflicts in the region, including the spearheading of joint diplomatic efforts with the East African Community under the auspices of SADC in the search for peace in Eastern DRC. Our consistent contribution to UN peacekeeping missions in conflict areas is a testimony to our commitment towards peace and security for all. Zimbabwean peacekeepers have demonstrated a high degree of professionalism wherever they have been deployed. Guided by this legacy of commitment to peace, Zimbabwe has presented its candidature for a non-permanent seat on the United Nations Security Council for the term 2027-2028, determined to share its experiences and make its contributions in promotion of a safe and secure world for all. We trust that our candidature merits the invaluable support of all member states at the election to be held in June 2026. Zimbabwe pursues a doctrine of friend to all and an enemy to none. As such, we are ready and available to work with all members of the United Nations for a peaceful and just world. Madam President, Zimbabwe was born out of a protracted liberation struggle which was armed for freedom and independence. Hence, its continued solidarity with the people of Palestine and the Western Sahara in their justified search for self-determination. The Palestinians have endured severe, sustained, and systematic injustices under the glare of the international community. This cannot continue. Time has come for the establishment of a lasting peace in the Middle East, especially the implementation of the two-state solution for the peaceful coexistence of both Israel and Palestine. Madam President, on the issue of sustainable development, Zimbabwe has a doctrine of leaving no one and no place behind, which defines the core of our national development trajectory. Guided by our national development strategy, we are undertaking comprehensive reforms and targeted investments to transform and build our country brick by brick, stone by stone, resulting in consistent GDP growth of around 6% for the past few years. Reforms to our critical economic sectors, including agriculture, mining, tourism, and manufacturing, have resulted in significant levels of investment, positively changing the lives and livelihoods of our people. Strengthening our social protection frameworks remain a top priority. The empowerment of women, youth, and persons with disabilities, enhanced inclusivity, and the broad participation in national development processes by all citizens. In addition to Zimbabwe's efforts, is its mainstreaming climate action across all development planning processes. Our focus is on expanding renewable energy use, strengthening early warning systems, scaling up climate-smart agriculture, upping our irrigation systems. Zimbabwe is ready and available to share with the UN member states our successful conservation agriculture technique that we call Pfumvudza Intwasa, which is climate-smart as a model, which is among the best, including other economic empowerment models. Madam President, we reaffirm our commitment to the Paris Agreement and the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities. As we approach COP30, Zimbabwe calls on all states to demonstrate greater ambition by enhancing their nationally determined contributions. Madam President, we welcome the adoption of our WAZA program of action for landlocked developing countries. We hope our commitment will be translated into tangible actions in line with the broader objective of reforming the international economic order to make it fairer, more inclusive, and responsive to the need of developing countries. The role of ICT and AI in transforming lives and accelerating development is indisputable. It is, however, equally observed that criminals are using ICT for harmful behavior with serious destabilizing consequences to society. Zimbabwe therefore remains supportive for the establishment of frameworks and strategies to combat the use of technology for criminal purposes. The global dialogue on AI governance should assist all countries. We applaud the deliberate effort by the UN Secretary General towards optimizing the benefits of technology while minimizing the potential harmful effects of the same. On financial architecture, we reiterate our support for the commitments undertaken at the 4th International Conference on Financing Development in Seville, Spain. It is important that we implement these commitments and also operationalize the SDG stimulus. Without the means to implement our collective action, regression is inevitable. The global economic and financial system remains skewed against the global south, compounding debt distress and entrenching poverty. The reform of the international financial architecture is a critical necessity to unlock development finance, especially for the developing countries that have remained peripheral to the development chain. Madam President, we emphasize the importance of a fair and rules-based international trading system that ensures equitable opportunities for all nations, particularly developing countries. On the principle of human rights, we uphold the principle of all rights, civil, economic, political, and social, including cultural, that are interdependent and indivisible. We reject attempts to elevate some rights over others. We equally reject the selective, arbitrary, political, and biased application of human rights frameworks and standards. We reaffirm our support through the non-aligned movement for a legally binding covenant on the right to development, an essential framework to strengthen the global development agenda. In December 2024, Zimbabwe abolished the death penalty, reaffirming our commitment to the sanctity of human life. Madam President, despite our gallant efforts towards national prosperity, we have continued to face challenges occasioned by the illegal, unilateral, coercive measures imposed on us. We therefore reiterate the call for the unconditional removal of these unjustified and unwarranted sanctions on Zimbabwe and for Zimbabwe to realize its full potential. Our people have remained resilient against this adversity, encouraged by the unwavering solidarity and support from our sister SADC countries and the African Union and other progressive partners across the world. We are greatly indebted to this magnanimous pillar of support. Zimbabwe also stands in solidarity with other nations under UCMs, especially the government and the people of Cuba, in their continued fight against one of the longest economic blockades. We reiterate our call for the removal of this comprehensive embargo. We welcome the designation of 4 December as the International Day Against Unilateral Coercive Measures. This should increase voices against the human cost of sanctions, reaffirm diplomacy over domination, and advocate for a return to legality, legitimacy, and multilateral cooperation. Madam President, the United Nations today stands at crossroads amid multiple and intersecting crises. However, let us seize this anniversary to renew our covenant for peace, recommit to development, and strengthen the pillars of multilateralism that truly serves we the people. The greatest lesson from COVID-19 pandemic was that no one is safe until everyone is safe. Similarly, our sustainable future is possible only when we leave no one and no place behind. Let us build the future we all want, the future we are all proud of. I thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs and International Trade of Zimbabwe. I now give the floor to His Excellency Vincent Issues, Minister for Foreign Affairs, Minister for Racing and Minister for Rail of New Zealand.
Madam President, 12 months ago, when delivering New Zealand's national statement, we said that never has it been more apparent just how much political leadership is required to respond to the international challenges we face. Political leadership is needed to restore trust in our domestic and international institutions, forge unity, maintain fragile social cohesion, and fill the gaps where the international community, through the United Nations, proves unable to. Traversing events during the past year, that leadership gap has only grown. The international order that has sustained peace for the past 80 years stands on the precipice of breaking down. The shift in the international order from rules to power continues its malignant path, while the Security Council is effectively paralysed on many of the acute geopolitical challenges it faces. This inability to act, largely a product of the veto power by the Permanent Five, impacts deeply on perceptions of the United Nations' broader legitimacy. And for a small state like New Zealand, whose security and prosperity for the past 80 years has relied on a functioning multilateral system, the erosion of that system is hugely troubling and costly. The United Nations as an organisation has grown enormously since its creation 8 decades ago, but its effectiveness has not kept pace with this growth. So it has found itself a bigger target from those who question the breadth of its ambitions, or from those who want to weaken the multilateral system itself. The United Nations reform effort needs to rise to the scale of its current structural, fiscal and geopolitical challenges. We will play our part as co-chair of the Mandate Implementation Review, because New Zealand, as a small state, wants the United Nations to carry out bold reforms that can restore its standing with member states. New Zealand is deeply troubled by the humanitarian disasters we see globally. While the international community's focus is rightly dominated by the suffering in Gaza and Ukraine, humanitarian crises in countries like the Democratic Republic of Congo, Syria, Sudan and Myanmar lead us to a deeper concern. Our concern is that the effects of large-scale violence, displacement and famine will create further intergenerational cycles of violence in countries already racked by political instability and conflict. Nearly 17 million people require humanitarian aid in Syria, with a similarly large number displaced. Over 21 million Congolese require humanitarian support. In Sudan, more than 30 million people, some 65% of its population, require urgent humanitarian aid and protection. Basic services have collapsed, vaccination rates plummeted, and violence, including sexual violence, are endemic. Some 13 million Sudanese people have been displaced from their homes. In Myanmar, over 3.5 million people are internally displaced and 22 million in need of humanitarian assistance, making it the worst humanitarian crisis in Southeast Asia. These bold numbers are shocking to contemplate, because they say that in too many places our shared humanity is held in contempt or worse. We need leadership that creates possibilities, not extinguishes them. Leadership that persuades rather than controls. And leadership that appeals to our better angels, not our worst instincts. We most of all need leadership that meets the common desire for shelter, sustenance, to live in peace, feel secure, and to live with the hope that their children will flourish. Most of all, we need leadership that is courageous. It was courageous leadership that saw Egyptian President Anwar Sadat address the Israeli Knesset in Jerusalem in November of 1977 to extol peace. Sadat will pay the ultimate sacrifice for his courage, but his country and Israel have benefited from his courage in the decades since. In that speech, Sadat said, and I quote, "The struggle which took us from war to war, from victims to more victims, until you and we have today reached the edge of a horrible abyss and a terrifying disaster unless together we seize this opportunity today of a durable peace based on justice." End of quotes. We again are on the edge of a horrible abyss in Gaza. But where, we ask, is the quality of leadership that can pull Israelis and Palestinians back from the abyss to project hope to the victims of this intolerable violence? Because without hope, the cycles of violence that fuel and perpetuate this never-ending conflict will not end. It will instead be a terrorist breeding ground, creating the next generation of recruits for those who only hate. That is the current context which the New Zealand government is considering the vexed question of Palestinian statehood. New Zealand is an enduring supporter of the two-state solution and Palestinian self-determination. Our long-standing policy is that Palestinian state recognition is a matter of when, not if. Now, we noted the announcements by some countries in July and August that they intended to recognise Palestinian statehood this week, now confirmed. We have also closely observed the Israeli government's actions in Gaza and on the West Bank following these earlier announcements. And we have listened carefully to the arguments made earlier this week at the Two-State Solution Conference. Palestinian statehood recognition is, however, uniquely complicated given it is embedded in a seemingly intractable, never-ending conflict situation. Very few New Zealanders can recall any period of sustainable peace in the Middle East during their lifetimes. And while New Zealand is furthest away from that conflict in the Middle East, we also acknowledge the strongly held views people have about it. New Zealanders were appalled by the barbarity of Hamas' attack on Israel citizens on October 7, 2023, the worst massacre in Israel's history, and Hamas have no plan and no place in any future Palestinian state. They know only hate. Today, nearly 2 years on from the horror inflicted that day, including the continued holding of Israeli hostages by Hamas, we are shocked to our core by harrowing images of famine in Gaza. We are also revolted by what can only be described as a grossly disproportionate response from the Israeli government. However, there is an old saying about a musical instrument that sums up well the vexed question of Palestinian statehood recognition. If the string is too tight, it will snap. But if it is too loose, the instrument will not play. Those countries who hope their earlier signalling of Palestinian statehood recognition would protect and promote the two-state solution have instead seen the Israeli government snap and continue its widely condemned military actions in Gaza, while continuing to develop illegal settlements on the West Bank in defiance of international law. The New Zealand government agrees with the ends sought by partners and acknowledges their good intentions. We commend to the leadership efforts of those countries trying to bring an end to the violence through their diplomatic efforts. We desperately want diplomacy to succeed, and we believe it is those countries with leverage who are most likely to achieve a breakthrough that would show global leadership. However, we do not believe that the current situation represents the last or even best chance to preserve the two-state solution. Rather, we think a future situation when Israeli and Palestinian political leadership is an asset, not a liability, and where other situational variables have shifted the current calculus away from conflict and towards peace, would be more conducive for recognizing Palestinian statehood. Therein lies our dilemma over any decision to recognize Palestinian statehood now, because statehood recognition is an instrument for peace. As an instrument for peace, also does not play, because there are no fully legitimate and viable state of Palestine to recognize. Palestine does not fully meet the accepted criteria for a state, as it does not fully control its own territory or population. There is also no obvious link between more of the international community recognizing the state of Palestine and the aimed objective of protecting the two-state solution. Indeed, what we have observed since partners' pronouncements reveals that recognizing Palestine now will likely prove counterproductive. That is, Hamas resisting negotiation in the belief that it is winning the global propaganda war while pushing Israel towards even more intransigent military positions. Recognition at this time, we also think, is open to political manipulation by both Hamas and Israel. Hamas will seek to portray our recognition of Palestine as a victory, as they have already done in response to partner announcements. Israel will claim the recognition rewards Hamas and that it removes pressure on them to release hostages and agree to a ceasefire. Ladies and gentlemen, because even now, after almost 2 years of this outrage, Hamas refused to give the hostages back. And then, like over 150 countries before it, New Zealand's recognition of Palestinian statehood now would serve as little more than an existential act of defiance against an unalterable state of affairs. We are not ready to make that gesture. Rather, the New Zealand government believes that it has one opportunity to recognise Palestinian statehood, and it would make better sense to do so when conditions offer greater prospects for peace and negotiation than at present. With a war raging, Hamas still in place, and no clarity on next steps, we do not think that time is now. We have, ever since the October 7 attacks, repeatedly demanded a ceasefire, the release of the remaining hostages, and for Israel to allow vital aid to flow into Gaza. That is where our focus remains. To that end, today the New Zealand government announces a further significant financial contribution to support the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Our focus will not shift from where it's needed most. In Gaza, right now, aid must flow and the violence must cease. Ultimately, however, if leaders and their people do not covet peace or cannot overcome their hate, no actions taken by us will shift them from their destructive and ruinous path. But if they do covet peace, and when we see action, not in the form of rhetoric, but of agreements, and when statehood emerges, then institutions to support it, New Zealand will then recognise Palestinian statehood. Colleagues, Our focus on the leadership gaps that exist in our troubled world goes directly to our responsibility as member states, large and small, to bolster the United Nations to ensure, to our Charter's preamble as it proclaims, to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. Our support for the United Nations has remained unwavering since the creation in San Francisco. Keeping the spirit of San Francisco alive is the work of us all, because the United Nations, as was once said, remains our greatest hope for future peace. And now is the time for those of us who believe in multilateralism not to compromise it, but to stand up and to fight for it. Thank you.
Muchas gracias al ministro.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of New Zealand. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Kaku Gwaja Leon Adon, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Côte d'Ivoire.
Madame Annalena Baerbock.
President of the General Assembly, Ms. Annalena Baerbock. Excellencies, Heads of State and Government. Mr. Antonio Guterres, United Nations Secretary General. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to extend to you the warm greetings of Côte d'Ivoire on the occasion of this session, as we mark the 80th anniversary of our common organization, the United Nations. Madam President, Ms. Annalena Baerbock, we'd like to extend to you our warm congratulations on your stellar election to lead this important session. Rest assured, you have Côte d'Ivoire's full support as you fulfill your mission. I'd also like to pay a glowing tribute to your predecessor, Mr. Philemon Yang. We congratulate him on the high caliber of the work he conducted throughout his term. I would like to extend our greetings in particular to Mr. Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General, for his commitment to the ideals of our organization. As we celebrate 8 decades of achievements of our noble organization in the service of our nations, our recognition also extends to the UN's founding fathers, to successive Secretary Generals, and all staff who selflessly served our organization, sometimes paying with their lives. My country would like to use this very special occasion, which brings us together, to honor the memory of 2 illustrious sons of the African continent, Secretary Generals Boutros Boutros-Ghali and Kofi Annan. Their actions radically transformed the United Nations at a pivotal moment in its history. Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this session is without a doubt a decisive moment in the history of our organization, 8 decades after it was established with a view to enthroning peace and security in our world and promoting economic and social progress of our nations. Thus, we celebrate a world forged by the paths our countries have traveled within the United Nations, as well as the resilience of our organization, which has lived through turbulent times in its history. For this very reason, Côte d'Ivoire would like to commend the relevance of the theme chosen for this year at a time when the international political architecture is undergoing serious upheaval, which is hitting our organization very hard. Ever since it was established in 1945, the United Nations, propelled by the faith of its member states in multilateralism and international solidarity, as well as their determination to build a better world than that was bequeathed to them by the Second World War, well, the organization has managed to make great progress in discharging its mandate. Against this backdrop, the United Nations shaped the fates of many people and countries by contributing to them acceding to independence and international sovereignty. The United Nations also went to great lengths for 8 decades now to shield our planet from any new global conflict, as well as from any recourse to nuclear weapons. My country applauds the essential action and the crucial role of the United Nations and regional partners as regards the prevention and peaceful settlement of disputes, as well as the deployment of peacekeeping and peace-building operations. In a similar fashion, Côte d'Ivoire welcomes the fact that it has been able to contribute to various UN missions over the last few years. We are also proud to be a party to most chemical, biological, and nuclear ban and elimination treaties. At a time when conflicts and disputes have not abated, the United Nations have constantly been the best framework for our common efforts aimed at peace and security. The commitments helped us to prevent and to circumscribe many a conflict. Nonetheless, they didn't always produce the expected results, nor did they always prevent tragedies. I'm referring in particular to the genocide of the Tutsis in Rwanda between April and July 1994, which left an indelible impression on humanity. And I'd like to recall the pressing need to work together against all forms of conflicts and armed crises. President, ladies and gentlemen, as regards development and social progress, the United Nations rallied all partners behind vast initiatives aimed at supporting developing countries. This unswerving, multifaceted support from the United Nations helped many countries to establish their vital social sectors, education, health, and to accelerate the fight against poverty, hunger, global warming, and the various inequalities which sap their progress. Furthermore, in keeping with the mobilization promoted by the United Nations, decades of commitments on the part of the Bretton Woods institutions, the World Bank, and the IMF have broadened the spectrum of resources being funneled to the development of our countries. My country, Côte d'Ivoire, welcomes important initiatives launched by the United Nations, in particular the International Development Decades, the Millennium Development Goals, the Sustainable Development Goals, and the Paris Agreement covering climate change. In a similar vein, Côte d'Ivoire applauds the multifaceted humanitarian activities of the United Nations, which regularly save thousands of lives in instances of natural disasters and conflicts affecting many countries. Indeed, thanks to its specialized agencies, in particular the WFP, the HCR, the WHO, UNICEF, and OCHA, the United Nations remains the best structured, most universal global humanitarian assistance actor, a powerful symbol of international solidarity, that advocated for by the UN Charter. Decades of action, that's what we're celebrating throughout this session. They offer my country an opportunity to take stock of the important role played by the United Nations in strengthening the exercise of human rights and democracy the world over, as well as the United Nations' vast efforts aimed at ensuring respect for international law, which is the very bedrock for peaceful relations imbued with solidarity, bringing together different countries. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, after 80 years in existence, our organization today finds itself at a crossroads. It is confronted with the most serious liquidity crisis in its history, as well as an unprecedented crisis of trust, in particular a crisis of trust in the Security Council. Under these conditions, the coming decades will throw up major challenges which will put to the test the organization's capacity to respond to people's expectations and to fulfill its mission. Given the world's unpredictable trajectory and the weakening of multilateralism, there is a pressing need, now more than ever, to restore the effectiveness of the United Nations on the basis of inclusive and equitable multilateralism. With this in mind, my country invites member states to reclaim the ideals enshrined in the UN Charter, as well as the constraints that fall to them as regards Charter implementation. We call on member states to revive solidarity which has always steered our actions. This is the collective commitment which will allow us, and of this I'm certain, to tackle global challenges such as climate change, terrorism, scarce development financing, information wars, and regulation of artificial intelligence. Regarding the latter, a source of many hopes and fears, Côte d'Ivoire welcomes the adoption of the Pact for the Future and the annexes thereto, as well as the Global Digital Compact, regulating the use of artificial intelligence, AI. We call for the adoption of binding universal standards so as to regulate the use of AI and digital technologies to ensure that it is used to achieve development for the benefit of all. The UN's effectiveness during this critical period calls for, as a matter of priority, the completion of Security Council reform. The paralysis of this major organ consigns the United Nations and regional organizations to powerlessness. It pushes further away all prospects of peace and the lasting settlement of conflicts and the resolution of global challenges which threaten international peace and security. Now, more than ever, Security Council reform is vital for us to be able to adapt to new international realities and to strengthen the Security Council's legitimacy. Given the impasse which characterizes the negotiations process that's been underway for a number of decades, my country would like to reiterate its call for Security Council reform, which would first and foremost grant Africa its rightful place across all categories of this body, in keeping with the Common African position expressed in the Isolini Consensus and the Siet Declaration. Today, more than ever, the world needs a Security Council that is fully functional, so as to be able to craft just solutions to the conflicts consuming humanity. The reform impetus, which aims to mark the renewal of multilateralism, must also extend to global economic and financial governance through the reform of the Bretton Woods institutions and, more broadly, international financial architecture. Côte d'Ivoire welcomes Africa's accession to the G20, a major step forward. We call for everyone to courageously rally, especially our bilateral and multilateral partners, to rally so as to make up for the precipitous drop in the resources being allocated to financing development, especially in the countries of the South. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, under the leadership, the visionary leadership of His Excellency Mr. Alassane Ouattara, the President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, we remain resolutely committed to respecting our obligations stemming from the UN Charter. We are attentive to the impact of geopolitical upheaval that is fracturing our world. Despite this downcast international context, Ivorians are tirelessly continuing their efforts so as to complete the process of building a stable, inclusive, resilient, and prosperous nation. On this note, my country would like to once again express its recognition and gratitude to the United Nations, which, thanks to the United Nations operation in Côte d'Ivoire, UNOSI, contributed to the restoration of peace after a decade of socio-political crisis in my country. On security, Côte d'Ivoire is currently a secure country. Today, we are welcoming, under decent conditions of dignity, thousands of people who are fleeing terrorist attacks in the Sahel region. Turning now to the economy. My country's GDP growth is dynamic. The Alassane Ouattara government is taking action to accelerate the structural economic transformation of my country, making Côte d'Ivoire more competitive, equitable, and inclusive. Within this framework, ambitious policies to reduce poverty and to improve the living conditions of Ivorians, in particular the most vulnerable, have meant that Côte d'Ivoire is in the top 3 countries in terms of Sustainable Development Goal Index progress. This is between 2015 and 2024. Moreover, we've significantly invested in human capital over the last few years. This has meant that Côte d'Ivoire has shown the biggest improvement in Africa, reaching 4th place in the world's Human Development Index. Our political environment is peaceful thanks to the dialogue that the government has been continuously promoting since 2011, as well as thanks to large-scale reforms modernizing our political life, thanks to which political parties and our civil society are freely conducting their work throughout our territory. The human rights state of affairs is satisfactory. It is being consolidated thanks to the reaffirmed independence of the judiciary, as well as to the strengthening of our regulatory and institutional framework, as well as streamlined access to justice. Madam President, following over a decade characterized by significant economic and social reforms, as well as large-scale infrastructure projects which transformed Côte d'Ivoire's image, laying the groundwork for irreversible development, our country now intends to work on locking in democratic values and consolidating institutions. On this note, we are emphasizing the definitive entrenchment of the rule of law in our country, especially as regards the practice of politics, so as to ensure that democracy and peace are irreversible, preserved for the benefit of our young people and future generations. It is in this spirit that is what characterizes the electoral process underway in the run-up to the presidential election scheduled for 25th October 2025. Everything is being done to ensure that this vote, which consecrates my country's democratic maturity, takes place as transparently and peacefully as possible. I thank you for listening to me so graciously.
Muchas gracias al señor.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Côte d'Ivoire. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Abdulatif bin Rashid Al Sayani, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Bahrain.
In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful, Your Excellency, Ms. Annalena Baerbock, President of the United Nations General Assembly, Your Excellency, the Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, may the peace, mercy, and blessings of God be upon you. It gives me great pleasure to congratulate you, Your Excellency, on your election as President of this session, wishing you every success in conducting its work. I would also like to thank Your Excellency, the Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, for his tireless efforts to strengthen the role of the United Nations in addressing contemporary international issues. Madam President, this 80th session of the General Assembly is convened while the world is facing accelerating transformations and complex challenges. This includes geopolitical tensions, armed conflicts, climate change, and major political and economic crises. All of them have great humanitarian repercussions. This situation requires collective effort to strengthen international solidarity, to deepen dialogue and understanding, and to uphold international law for a brighter future for humanity. In this context, the Kingdom of Bahrain, under the leadership of His Majesty, King Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa, and with the support of His Royal Highness Prince Salman bin Hamad Al Khalifa, Crown Prince and Prime Minister, reaffirms its commitment to strengthen multilateral cooperation, upholding international law and the principles of the United Nations Charter. We're committed to deepening our strategic partnership with the United Nations and its agencies in order to fulfill our shared aspirations for peace, security, and sustainable prosperity. The work of this session coincides with my country's election as a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council for the coming 2 years, with 99.5% of votes in the General Assembly. This is a precious expression of international confidence that we highly value. We thank all countries on their support and confidence. My country is also preparing and looking forward to hosting the forthcoming GCC summit this December, thereby reinforcing its role as a key partner in advancing regional and international peace, security, and coexistence within stable, sustainable, and prosperous societies. From this vein, the Kingdom of Bahrain sets forth its vision under the leadership of His Majesty the King for regional and global peace, coexistence, and prosperity. This vision is deeply rooted in our historical and civilizational heritage, our human values, and our balanced diplomatic approach. This is aligned with the principles of the UN Charter and international law. We firmly believe in peace. We firmly believe that any conflict can only find a lasting solution through direct negotiations, political will, and a spirit of compromise. For this reason, we welcome all sincere initiatives for mediation and dialogue, proceeding from our belief that diplomacy is the only path to end the cycles of death and destruction. It will help shape a future of dignity and hope for future generations. The Kingdom of Bahrain seeks to advance this vision through the following main pillars. First, a commitment to the peaceful settlement of conflicts, especially in the Middle East. The Kingdom of Bahrain calls for a comprehensive and lasting ceasefire in the Gaza Strip. We call for the protection of civilians, the immediate release of hostages and detainees. We call for expediting the sustained delivery of humanitarian aid, the implementation of the Arab and Islamic Plan for recovery and reconstruction in the Strip, and the firm rejection of any forced displacement schemes. We also reject any settlement expansion or attempts to alter the historical and religious status quo of Jerusalem, a city that has embraced divine faiths throughout history. My country warns of the repercussions of the war in Gaza on regional stability and global interests. We condemned the Israeli attack on the brotherly state of Qatar, which has long played a recognized role in mediation, together with the Arab Republic of Egypt and the United States of America. They aim to reach a lasting ceasefire in the Gaza Strip and secure the release of hostages and detainees. Accordingly, my country calls for negotiations and diplomatic solutions as the path to resolving the Palestinian question in line with the rules of international law and the UN Charter. We urge the international community to respond to the initiative endorsed by the 33rd Arab Summit, the Bahrain Summit, that calls for an international peace conference in the Middle East. This would lead to direct negotiations leading to a comprehensive and sustainable solution to the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. The Kingdom of Bahrain welcomes the decision of the General Assembly to endorse the New York Declaration on the peaceful settlement of the Palestinian question and the implementation of the two-state solution. We commend the growing international recognition of the State of Palestine and the concerted efforts undertaken by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the French Republic in this regard. Bahrain further emphasizes the need for peaceful solutions to the crises in Syria, Lebanon, Sudan, Libya, Yemen, Somalia, and beyond, in a manner that guarantees their sovereignty, unity, and territorial integrity. It must also secure their people's rights to stability and sustainable development. This approach is based on the principles of good neighborliness, non-interference in internal affairs of other countries, and the rejection of the use of or threat of use of force. The Kingdom also affirms the importance of joint action to rid the Middle East of weapons of mass destruction. It should be spared the risks of any arms race or military escalation. We call for the resumption of U.S.-Iranian negotiations to resolve the Iranian nuclear file in a manner that promotes global peace and security. The second pillar is the promotion of a culture of peace, tolerance, coexistence, and dialogue between religions and cultures. This would be pursuant to the principles of the Kingdom of Bahrain Declaration on Freedom of Religion and Belief. We call for an international convention to combat religious hate speech and racism, and banning the abuse of digital platforms to incite extremism, radicalism, or terrorism. Turning to the third pillar of the Kingdom of Bahrain's vision, it is related to strengthening international strategic partnerships for security, peace, and prosperity. In this regard, we take pride in the Comprehensive Security, Integration, and Prosperity Agreement, CCPA, signed between the Kingdom of Bahrain and the United States of America, along with the United Kingdom. His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince and Prime Minister, described it as a launching point for a multilateral framework that brings together like-minded states to achieve stability and prosperity, and an effective model of a comprehensive vision based on mutual respect and common goals. My country seeks to enhance partnerships with states, organizations, and regional and international groupings. This aims at combating terrorism, strengthening cybersecurity, and ensuring food and water security. We also seek to promote digital innovation and artificial intelligence with the aim of providing a safe, stable, prosperous, and sustainable environment. The fourth pillar reaffirms my country's commitment to strengthening international cooperation for sustainable development and humanitarian solidarity. This includes tackling poverty around the world. The Royal Humanitarian Foundation in the Kingdom of Bahrain undertakes the implementation of numerous health, education, and relief projects worldwide. The Kingdom is also pursuing the implementation of its initiative endorsed by the Bahrain Summit to provide health and education assistance to those affected by conflicts and disputes in the region. This supports the SDGs to ensure that no one is left behind. The Kingdom of Bahrain, proud of its fruitful cooperation with the United Nations, reaffirms its commitment to sharing its experience as a leading model of reform and constant development. We work on modernizing legislations, providing a homeland of tolerance, coexistence, religious freedom, and humanitarian work. We in the Kingdom of Bahrain are proud that reform and development have not been mere slogans, but have become a reality experienced by the Bahraini citizen. Our youth are leading digital innovation. Our women are assuming leadership positions. Our society presents a model of coexistence and pluralism. My country's government's goal has always been to ensure for our citizens a dignified life in housing, work, education, and health, because we believe that human dignity is the foundation of national prosperity. The same spirit should be the starting point for building a more cooperative and stable region. My country has strengthened the rule of law and constitutional institutions. We have made notable progress across all areas of human rights. We take pride in our pioneering initiatives such as the alternative sentencing measures, the open prisons, the special court for children, the programs supportive for women, families and children, in addition to an advanced legislative system. Our economy continues to diversify away from oil with a growing contribution from non-oil sectors and increasing foreign investment. This reflects a growing international confidence. As to the digital sphere, Bahrain ranks among global leaders in innovation, digital transformation, and cybersecurity. His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince and Prime Minister, in his address before the General Assembly last year, called for the adoption of an international convention to regulate and govern the development of AI. My country takes pride in the abilities and competence of its youth. We have adopted numerous pioneering initiatives to empower the youth, such as the King Hamad Award for Youth Empowerment in partnership with the United Nations, the launch of the Global Youth Competitiveness Support Network, the HOPE Network, and we supported the advancement of women through the launch of Her Royal Highness Princess Sabika bint Ibrahim Al Khalifa Global Award for Women's Empowerment, now in its 3rd edition. This comes in addition to our membership in the Executive Board of UN Women for the coming 3 years. Turning to the environmental field, we reaffirm our commitment to achieving net zero carbon neutrality by 2060 through investment in clean energy and green technologies. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, what Bahrain is building domestically in terms of reform and development is an extension of our broader global vision. Building a more just, tolerant and sustainable society in Bahrain is a direct contribution to creating a more stable and secure Middle East and a more cooperative and equitable world. From this podium, the Kingdom of Bahrain renews its commitment to the United Nations Charter. We are keen to strengthen cooperation with the organization through the Strategic Partnership Framework for Sustainable Development, signed with more than 21 UN agencies. As His Majesty the King underlined in his message on the 80th anniversary of the United Nations, Bahrain takes pride in its membership. It is determined to achieve shared humanitarian and development international goals and to strengthen strategic partnerships for a future of peace, justice, and prosperity for the peoples of the world. From this standpoint, my country calls for the reform of the UN system to enhance its effectiveness, transparency, to maintain international peace and security. We need to ensure the representation of developing countries in decision-making. My country, throughout its upcoming non-permanent membership in the Security Council, is committed to promoting dialogue, building bridges of peace, consolidating tolerance and coexistence, supporting the protection and promotion of human rights, advancing sustainable development, and enhancing the Council's efficiency in addressing global challenges. The decisions we take in this session do not only shape our present, but will determine the fate of generations yet unborn. Will they inherit a world torn apart by conflict and division, or a homeland of peace, prosperity, and human cooperation? Let us work together to realize the essence of this session's theme, better together. Better together to rise up to the human values enshrined in the UN Charter. That brings us together. Let us make this 80th session of the General Assembly a turning point toward a more just and humane international order, with peace that upholds dignity and fulfills the aspirations of our peoples, that brings prosperity that secures our shared future. The coming generations deserve a world that embraces their dreams, unrestrained by fear and unburdened by conflict. We pray to Almighty God to guide us all to outcomes would bring goodness and progress for all humanity in a world that is safer, more just, more sustainable, and more prosperous. Thank you. Peace be upon you.
Muchas gracias
My thanks go to the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Bahrain. I now give the floor to His Excellency Ivan Gil Pinto, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela.
Señor Presidente.
Mr. President, Venezuela stands here talking to the world with a sense of truth. Over 5 centuries, the history of our homeland has been marked by one key ideal. That is the goal of achieving a society in which equality, justice, and freedom reign. Simón Bolívar was the greatest man to ever have been born on American soil. He, in word and in deed, universalized the spirit and what it meant to be Latin American and Caribbean. His was the ideal that the world should live in balance, that any and all struggle for a better society must have as its homecoming port, its final destination, peace. Mr. President, the first vessels that arrived on our Caribbean shores came to bring us under control. They subjugated our ancestors for 300 years. More than 90 million indigenous inhabitants were exterminated. There began our long struggle to resist colonialism and humiliation. 3 centuries later, the Liberation Army, comprising black people, indigenous peoples, white people, mestizos, it was an army in which slaves, peasants, and free men from across the continent stood side by side as equals. They came up from the coasts of the Caribbean Sea and rose up to Ayacucho and its mountains to free South America once and for all. Mr. President, we have been a country that has learned to struggle for its own destiny and control thereof. In the 20th century, we saw the beginning of a blockade on our coastlines in the Caribbean Sea and a coup d'etat against our nationalist general, Cipriano Castro, that was financed by oil companies and the government of the United States. The 20th century was one of bitter disputes between the ideal held by a nation that demanded the sovereign right to enjoy its own wealth for its own development and puppet governments that subjugated the country to foreign and imperialist interests. These governments sold our nation down the river and as such plunged Venezuela for decades into the most abject misery, poverty and repression. It was at the end of last century, in 1999, that the Venezuelan people succeeded in giving shape to the historic strength it had built up over decades of struggle. They ushered in a project for an independent, just and sovereign nation. That project drew upon the original ideals of Bolívar and was led by an extraordinary leader, Commander Hugo Chavez. and the project proved itself able to compel a people's movement to rise up to wage a peaceful and democratic revolution. Mr. President, since the very beginning, President Chavez bravely led a nationalist sovereign oil policy and undertook an epic journey to get OPEC back on its feet as a major multilateral instrument and a guarantee for global energy security. Today, 26 years later, global public opinion and the peoples of the world are acutely aware of everything done by the United States government to topple Commander Chavez and everything it did to lay waste to the historic project of liberation that's been supported and given new mandates time and time again by the Venezuelan people in 32 elections. With the passing of President Chavez, the people in myriad electoral and political events have reaffirmed their staunch support for the historic Venezuelan emancipation project, which is now in the hands of President Nicolás Maduro. It is also widely documented and known to all that war has been waged upon us in myriad forms. There is the criminal aggression that in the last decade has been waged against Venezuela to allow external powers to get their hands on Venezuela's natural resources and usher in a so-called regime change. There have been countless aggressions, Madam President, against Venezuela in recent years, actions seeking to destabilize the nation, plots, conspiracies. These included an assassination attempt using drones. There's been the economic war, whose most cruel form has been the 1,042 sanctions that are criminally imposed upon our oil industry and the productive sectors of our nation. We've also seen several incursions using mercenaries. In addition to all of the above, now we have an absolutely illegal and completely immoral military threat hanging over our heads. That threat is a violation of the United Nations Charter as well as of the rights of Venezuela as a sovereign state, and it is even a violation of the very laws of the United States itself. Venezuela thanks this General Assembly for the solidarity shown to it by the overwhelming majority. The governments of the world and the peoples of the world have shown us that solidarity. I'm thinking particularly of CELAC, BRICS, and the non-aligned movements. All of these peoples and all of these groups have repudiated these immoral threats and have supported Venezuelan democracy and Venezuela's right to peace and development. Madam President, in these early decades of the 21st century, we have seen false and tasteless justifications invoked to invade our sisterly country, Iraq. We have witnessed the bombing and destruction of Libya and the 20-year invasion of Afghanistan. The aggression waged by global powers has not let up for even a second. As such, a short while ago, we saw the criminal and cunning bombing of the peaceful Islamic Republic of Iran. Today, the target of this aggression is now Venezuela, a peaceful country built on solidarity. In view of the fact that Venezuela cannot be accused of having weapons of mass destruction or nuclear weapons, today unbecoming and perverse lies are being levelled against us that no one believes. No one in the United States believes them, or in the world as a whole. They're being invoked to justify a $1 billion military threat, which is despicable, outlandish and immoral. Consequently, we're once again grateful to global public opinion and the public opinion of the United States. We're also grateful to the governments and the peoples of the world that are speaking out against this attempt to bring war to the Caribbean and South America in order to usher in a regime change which will allow external powers to rob the immeasurable oil and gas wealth of Venezuela. We are not surprised, Madam President. We are all well aware that the people of the United States have time and time again voted for governments that promised to bring peace and put an end to eternal war. Governments that promised to devote themselves to resolving internal problems. Poverty, the addiction epidemic, unemployment and inequality, which today characterize the U.S. and its society. And we've seen time and time again how the noble people of the United States have been disappointed. For this reason, Today, Venezuela wishes to reaffirm it is dedicated to peace as Simón Bolívar was. We are devoted to our self-determination and, on the basis of the United Nations Charter, we once again affirm that we have a right to defend our sovereignty and to defend peace in the Caribbean and across South America. Venezuela is part of this new pluripolar world that has been ushered in. Simón Bolívar in 1824, in the altitudes of Junín, was driven forward by the same ideal when, on the eve of a decisive battle, said to his soldiers, "Peru and the whole of America is clinging to you as a hope for peace, the daughter of victory. Even liberal Europe is watching you, enchanted under a spell, because the freedom of the New World is a hope harbored by the universe as a whole." President Venezuela defends, struggles always, and works for a world of balance, justice, and equality, a world free of colonial empires. It was Chavez who was the great driver of the process to usher in such a world on our continent. He did so by founding Petrocaribe, ALBA TCP, and the Union of South American Nations, UNASUR, as well as the Community of Latin American and Caribbean States. The people of Venezuela are a peace-loving people, and for this reason, they are always ready to defend that peace. We are not intimidated by threats, lies, or cannons. The love for freedom courses through our very veins. Bolívar taught us to espouse those ideals when in 1818, in the face of a threat levelled against him by an impudent Washington envoy, said, and here I quote, "It would seem to me, sir, that you are attempting to force me to insult you in return. I will not. But what I will tell you is that I will not allow this contempt to be shown for the government of Venezuela or this scorn for our rights. Fortunately, I have quite frequently seen a handful of free men vanquish powerful empires." End quote. President, the revolutionary government of President Nicolas Maduro fully reaffirms its commitment to building this world which respects international law, a world free of hegemonic empires or warmongering empires, a world in which the people of the global south are able to enjoy their right to peace and future. We stand in solidarity with the heroic people of Palestine, and we call for the end of the genocide waged by Israel's Zionist regime. We condemn attacks against the territorial integrity and sovereignty of the Islamic Republic of Iran. We stand shoulder to shoulder with Cuba, and we demand that, as the rest of the world does, the lifting of this murderous and criminal blockade. Moreover, we once again express our unwavering solidarity with the people of Nicaragua, who are worthy heirs to the legacy of Augusto Cesar Sandino. We call for the complete, immediate and unconditional lifting of the unilateral coercive measures imposed upon the brotherly republics of Belarus, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, Eritrea, Iran and Zimbabwe. Mr. President, we support President Putin and the noble Russian people in their struggle against neo-Nazism and the militarist aggression of the Western world. We support the initiatives of President Xi Jinping to build a community whose destiny we share. We reaffirm our historic position, that is, that we support the brave Argentine people in their struggle to reclaim the Malvinas Islands. We support them in their struggle to ensure that Argentina does not become a foreign military base that threatens peace on the continent. We reaffirm the stance of the great liberator Simón Bolívar. He said, just as we do, that sooner rather than later we must achieve the definitive emancipation of the people of Puerto Rico, and we must found an independent, free and sovereign republic there. We also renew our support for the rightful cause of the Sahrawi people. Moreover, we here reaffirm our total commitment to the group of friends in defence of the Charter of the United Nations. That group comprises governments that seek to rescue the system of the United Nations that is now on a dangerous path of decline, which may dangerously culminate in the extinction of the United Nations. the Nazis of today, just like the Nazis of Hitler yesterday, are working to destroy the United Nations. We are striving to restore its dignity and to make it ever stronger. President, today we reaffirm that the Venezuelan people will continue upon the path that they have freely chosen for themselves. The world must know that Venezuela is prepared to continue walking the path opened up for them by Simón Bolívar and the freedom fighters of America. We have given shape to a powerful national union. We stand together. We say before the world that Venezuela has never been, is not, nor will it ever be a threat for any nation whatsoever. Venezuela has been, is, and always will be a beacon of hope in terms of building a new humankind, building a world of equals without empires, with no blackmail and no threats. We will usher in a world where colonialism, slavery and exploitation are vanquished once and for all, a world in which peace can grow stronger, and, as the poet and Venezuelan singer Ali Primera said, a world where humankind is human. Thank you, President.
Muchas gracias.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. I now give the floor to His Excellency Dhananjay Ramphumi, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Mauritius.
Your Excellency, the President of the General Assembly, Your Excellency, the Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. 80 years ago, in the aftermath of the atrocities and horrors of the deadliest conflict in human history, the UN Charter was signed as a promise that future generations will be spared from the scourge of war. States would pursue global peace, international cooperation would be the cornerstone of our shared prosperity and progress, and human rights would be protected. The theme, Better Together, 80 years and more for peace, development and human rights, resonates deeply with these founding ideals of our organization. There can be no peace without development, no development without peace, and neither peace nor development are sustainable without respect for human rights. The UN has stood as a beacon of hope by, amongst others, catalyzing decolonization, adopting the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, deploying over 70 peacekeeping operations, leading global efforts in times of pandemic, providing food aid to millions of people, and working in over 170 countries to help eradicate poverty, reduce inequalities, and build resilience. These are not just facts and figures, these are testimonies of what we can achieve by working together in good faith with a common purpose. These are demonstrations of how the UN is making a difference in people's lives. Unfortunately, behind these figures also hides the continued suffering of hundreds of millions of our fellow humans living in conflict zones, subject to violations of their human rights, and for whom basic human needs remain a dream. The winds of conflicts are blowing across almost all continents, all marked with blatant violations of international law. Each of them represents the failure of humanity to protect its most vulnerable. Each of them is a failure of diplomacy and the upholding of international law. In addition, protectionism and the consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic have put at stake the livelihoods of millions of people, especially in the developing world. Chair, relations between states should not be a zero-sum game. For the last 80 years, the UN has been a forum that allowed coordination and harmonization in the pursuit of common goals. For the continued relevance of the multilateral decision-making system, its legitimacy has to be restored. It should respond to the needs of all, and especially the Global South. We welcome the holding of the various conferences this year, bringing together the world community to chart the path for future cooperation for our common good. For instance, we met in Nice for the Ocean Conference and in Sevilla for the Conference on Financing for Development. Later this year, we will meet in Doha for the World Social Summit and in Belém for COP30. It is, however, unfortunate that we missed the opportunity to conclude the Treaty on Plastic Pollution and protect our planet. But then what matters is how far decisions are translated into concrete actions. Chair, the world today is facing what may be accurately described as a polycrisis. Persistent conflicts, climate emergencies, environmental degradation, growing inequalities, cybercriminality, exacerbated by artificial intelligence. This begs the question, is the UN, with its current operational structure, equipped to face the challenge? We need a more efficient and effective organization. I welcome the Secretary General's UN 80 initiative, an opportunity to reimagine the future of multilateral cooperation, a UN system that responds to the new and complex challenges of today while preparing the ground for future generations. Mauritius supports the long overdue reforms of the Security Council and the revitalization of the General Assembly. Reform of the Security Council is essential for the future of the United Nations and global emancipation. As our organization turns 80, the Security Council membership should reflect the realities of today. It needs to be inclusive, representative, and accountable. Africa makes almost 30% of the UN membership. Yet, it is unrepresented in the permanent category in the Security Council. Africa has the legitimate right to have its say in matters of the world, with no less than 2 permanent seats on the Security Council. India has now emerged as a major global player and should have a permanent seat on the Council commensurate with its constructive role in global affairs. Mauritius also supports the G4 and the L69 in their efforts to promote a constructive dialogue on a more representative and equitable composition of the Security Council. Mr. President, Mauritius is fortunate to have a robust and viable democratic system. The new government elected in November last has been entrusted with the duty of making Mauritius better and bringing the people together, a mission that echoes well with the theme of this 80th session. Mauritius will continue to place people at the center of its national development, with particular focus on women, youth, and vulnerable groups. True prosperity can only be achieved when economic growth, social inclusion, and environmental sustainability advance together. Mauritius remains committed to this path. As a small island developing state, faced with the devastating impacts of climate change, external economic shocks, and geopolitical uncertainties, we value multilateralism. We value the role of the UN in shaping a world governed by the rule of law and not allowing the force of anarchy to take over. Chair, in 2015, we committed to the global ambition of ending poverty, protecting our planet, and ensuring that all people enjoy peace and prosperity through the UN Agenda 2030. We are just 5 years from our own deadline. Globally, the SDGs are far off track. Finance remains the major challenge faced by SIDS like Mauritius. We need long-term investment in sustainable development and strong multilateral cooperation. Climate change is a reality. Mauritius is not spared from its cataclysmic impact. Episodes of prolonged droughts, flash floods, and cyclones are more and more frequent. Air temperature has increased by up to 1.39 degrees Celsius. Sea level is rising by 8 millimeters per year compared to the global average of 3.3 millimeters. The socio-economic challenges posed with these irreversible changes are enormous for us to face alone. Amongst others, our tourism industry is affected, agricultural production is decreasing, and food security is real cause for concern. The historic advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice on climate change last July is clear and unambiguous. We all have a responsibility to protect the climate system. Obligations under the Paris Agreement to provide financial support, technical assistance, and technology transfer are binding. Mauritius calls upon all member states to translate these legal obligations into concrete climate action and enhance support for the most vulnerable groups. The international community should ensure that the assistance that we need for adaptation, mitigation, and building our resilience are made available. Chair, we are pleased to note the greater recourse to the ICJ in recent years. We hope that the reforms agenda will include measures to increase its effectiveness in peaceful settlement of dispute. Mauritius particularly applauds the advisory opinion of the ICJ on the Chagos Archipelago, which paved the way for negotiations that led to the signature of an agreement in May this year between the governments of Mauritius and of the United Nations. This is a vindication of international law. In this context, Mauritius is strongly committed to protecting and preserving the pristine marine environment of the Chagos Archipelago. In this regard, it is in the process of establishing a Chagos Archipelago marine protected area, whilst taking into account the aspiration of Mauritian citizens of Chagosian origin to resettle in the Chagos Archipelago. Mauritius extends its deep appreciation for the support received from UN member states right from the early 70s up to the adoption of the UNGA resolution on the 22nd of May 2019 in support of the ICJ advisory opinion. Mr. President, Mauritius reiterates its principled and long-standing stance in support of the Palestinian cause, which led to our recognition of the State of Palestine in November 1988. 78 years after the adoption of General Assembly Resolution 181, the State of Palestine continues to be denied full membership of the United Nations. Mauritius welcomes the overwhelming support for a two-state solution and endorses the New York Declaration on the peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine and the implementation of the two-state solution. We call on the international community to spare no effort to achieve this solution. Chair, the transformative potential of AI and digital technologies are undeniable, but they also represent real challenges for contemporary society. AI's capabilities should be harnessed responsibly and collectively. There is need to build a global governance architecture through multilateral negotiations that will ensure safe, secure, ethical, and inclusive use of AI. Resource and capacity constraints of developing economies have to be acknowledged and addressed. The digital divide should not be allowed to widen further. We welcome the recent establishment of the UN Independent International Scientific Panel on AI and the Global Dialogue on AI Governance. Monsieur le Président,
I would like to reiterate my country's commitment to fully supporting regional cooperation as well as the pooling of the efforts of Indian Ocean Rim countries in the interests of all of us. This is our regional version of Better Together. Mauritius is honored to host on its territory the headquarters of 2 Indian Ocean country organizations, specifically the Indian Ocean Commission and the Indian Ocean Rim Association. In 2012, we concluded an agreement with the Seychelles, the aim being to co-manage a vast maritime area. We are now working on its implementation. I would like to recall that following the recognition of our sovereignty over the Chagos Archipelago by the United Kingdom, Mauritius now expects the same outcome as regards our sovereignty over the island of Tromelin.
Chair, let me reiterate our strong conviction that we are indeed better together. And to continue to be better together, we must adapt, reform, and reinvigorate the UN. In this regard, the Pact for the Future charts a new course for international cooperation. Let us rise to the challenge. Let us be bold in our actions, compassionate in our leadership, and united in our resolve. No one should be left behind. Thank you.
Muchas gracias al ministro de Relaciones.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Mauritius. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Robert Golan Edop Yusei, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Togo.
Madam the President of the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly, Excellencies, Head of State and Government, distinguished Head of Delegation, Mr. Secretary General of United Nations, ladies and gentlemen, I would first like, on behalf of the President of the Council of Togo, His Excellency Faure Sozim-Nanyazingbe, the government and the people of Togo, to extend our warm congratulations to Madame Analeka on her election as the President of this 80th session of our General Assembly. Faced with the many challenges confronting our common organization, Madam President, I wish to assure you of my country's full support and express my deep conviction that your leadership and relational intelligence will enable you to successfully lead the work of this session. I also wish to pay well-deserved tribute to your predecessor, Mr. Yang, for the practical wisdom and constant availability we demonstrated in leading the work of the 79th session. It's also particularly pleasing for me to commend the effort to the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, to revitalize our common institution, whose effectively is threatened by the return of unilateralism and the law of force to the detriment of the force of international legality. In an international context of extreme confusion, where everything is upside down, it's not easy to be Secretary General of the United Nations. That is why Togo gives you its full support. Madame la Présidente.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, how can I possibly talk to you about global affairs without talking about the remarkable performance of our country, Togo? Rest assured that Togo is doing fine. Togo is doing better than some. In service of our populations, my country, Togo, has in recent years notched up significant achievements, progress that has been largely recognized by many. There is the implementation of the SDG agenda. The government has made Agenda 2030 not a simple reference framework, but rather the real lodestar of its public policy. More than 70% of the SDG's targets have now been integrated into national strategies, particularly through the government roadmap for 2020 to 2025. That roadmap comprises four key pillars: social development, economic development, environmental development, and governance. Some examples of our work now. We have reforms that have been done to improve the public finance management system and reforms of our public investment system. And to improve things on these fronts, we've done remarkable work. We've seen the digitization and simplification of tax and customs procedures, and that has led to the increased tax revenue being collected by the Togolese tax office. We've operationalized a one-stop shop for tax collection and for the submission of accounts. That means that people can submit digitized accounts and tax returns in one place. We have digital issuance of land deeds, and we have operationalized our tax policy unit. We have public-private partnership work, and that's increased public-private partnerships. We can now, in terms of improving our business climate, list the following reforms. You can have online meetings. We've reduced waiting time to process cases through the courts for business recognition, etc., etc. So various reforms have been staged by the government of Togo under the aegis of my president in the 2025 roadmap. This work has led to a number of projects that we can list before you. In Togo now 96% of our territory can access healthcare, and that's been the case since 2023. That's an increase of 19.23% on 2020. We've also seen the launch of universal health coverage for 3 million people. Now 3 million people are covered by such health insurance, including the pupils covered by school insurance. 26% of people had access to drinking water in 2024. That's a 26% increase on 2020. There is now a great deal more access to electricity, and that's reduced dependency on external sources of energy and electricity. That dependency has reduced to under 50%. 24% of the population are now living below the poverty line versus 51.1% in 2020. We've seen agricultural income increase in 2025. Our maize, rice, cassava and soya sectors have all seen their revenues increase by 32%. A lot of our coastline has been protected against erosion. We've had a lot of roads tarmacked properly and restored across our territory, and that had occurred by the end of 2024. We could cite more and more examples to show you, as you will see, that Togo is doing better than it ever has done. 60% of our coastline is actually protected against coastal erosion, for example. We've also planted 40 million more plants across 48,000 hectares. These various achievements all form part of our implementation of our government roadmap, and all of these initiatives have allowed us to accelerate the pace of economic growth in Togo. So we increased that growth to 7% in 2025, and we brought inflation under control. By way of an example, the 2024-2025 report of the UNDP on the Human Development Index emphasized how far Togo has come in terms of income, education, and life expectancy. In the zone covered by the Economic Monetary Union of Western Africa, we are one of the only two countries classed as having medium human development, and we are second in the region in the Human Development Index. In the ECOWAS sphere, Togo ranks 4th on the Human Development Index. These results, ladies and gentlemen, bear witness to the determination of the Togolese government to combine economic resilience, social stability, and ambition for sustainable development. This in a global context beset by manifold challenges. Madam President, my country is modernizing and is looking to the future with confidence. However, the efforts we've made in that regard are still at risk of being undone by the terrorist threats hovering over the Sahel and the whole of West Africa. I wish at this high rostrum to pay a much-deserved tribute to all victims, both civilian and military, that paid the ultimate price in this bitterly difficult struggle. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, in 2025, the United Nations marks its 80th anniversary, 80 years since its birth. And 80 years is the age at which you can say you've become mature and begin to look back at your life and progress made. We've walked a long way together, but we need to overcome obstacles and usher in a fairer world. As such, the world cannot stand idly by and fail to heed cries we're hearing from all corners of the world to change the international order. That was an international order imposed upon us by a handful of states to serve all manner of interests 8 decades ago. Ladies and gentlemen, as you are well aware, the African Union selected a theme for 2025, which was justice for Africans and African descendant persons through redress and reparations. There is a bitter thirst for justice on the African continent, which needs to be understood, and Africa's struggle for reparations should be understood through that lens. Africa is crying out for justice and redress, which is the form that justice needs to take. Africa is calling for justice as a result of having had its resources pillaged. Africa was humiliated through the yoke of slavery, the slavery of its sons and daughters for more than 4 centuries. More than 20 million Africans were snatched from their families. Families were torn apart, and these 20 million Africans were brought to the Americas, where they were enslaved. The souls of millions of men await justice. Africa is calling for justice. Justice, having seen its history upturned through a century of colonialism. It was thrown off its rightful course and wants justice as a result. Africa is calling for justice because it has paid with its blood and its own resources for the prosperity of other continents. Africa is demanding justice because between 80 and 90% of its cultural heritage is today in foreign museums. Africa is demanding justice because African human remains remain in the hands of foreigners outside of the continent, and that violates the most sacred laws of humankind. Africa is demanding justice because its significant contribution to the defeat of fascism in the 20th century was overlooked and cast aside when the United Nations was founded, the United Nations where we are today, in 1945. Africa is demanding justice because she was excluded and has been excluded for 80 years from the decision-making bodies across the globe. Africa is demanding justice because the Security Council needs to properly represent all the peoples of the world among it.
Africa demands justice because its children continue to be victims of racism and humiliation around the world. Africa demands justice because, as has been said, there exists a unique and unprecedented moral debt toward African people, which has not yet been paid. Humanity has never been so humiliated as it was through the enslavement of the Forbes and the colonization of Africa, the cradle of our human civilization. Soyez rassurés, mesdames.
Rest assured, ladies and gentlemen, Africa is not stuck in the past. We do not invoke the memory of slavery here and of colonization to simply reawaken old wounds. We invoke slavery and colonization to build a future of justice and equity for all. Ladies and gentlemen, to illustrate the message I sought to convey above, I wish to begin by showing you a map of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, please look, if you will, at this world map. It is a map that all of us studied at school. This is the map right here. We call it a planisphere. To use a technical term, we call it the Mercator projection. It is named after a cartographer who you all know, the cartographer Mercator. And you can see yourselves that on this map that we all use, there's a problem. If you can't see the problem, I'm going to help you to understand the problem as an African man. Candidly speaking, the Mercator projection is something we inherited from the 16th century. It reduces the African continent to about half its genuine size. At the same time, it swells North America and Europe unfaithfully. Africa extends over 30 million square kilometers. In other words, 3 times the surface area of the United States. However, on this world map, it seems scarcely any bigger. With a surface area of 30.3 million square kilometers, including all the islands, it covers 20% of Africa, the land surface area. 6% of the global surface area of the Earth, with around 1.4 billion. Soon we'll have 1.5 billion inhabitants. That's the reality. In 2025 or 2030, that's where things will stand. So, It accounts for about 18% of the global population. The size of Africa here is intentionally reduced. It's minuscule in real terms. It seems the size of Greenland and Russia are also reduced. Or it's reduced to the same size as Greenland and Russia. And it's all false. It's a distortion. Africa has 54 continents, and we somehow think it's smaller than it actually is. Candidly speaking, Africa alone can contain the whole of the United States, Russia, India, France, Great Britain, and China. It can contain all of those countries. It is for that reason, ladies and gentlemen, in support of the African Union, we call for Africa's depiction on world maps to be corrected. And we seek to do that with the campaign that we ask the United Nations to support. The name of that campaign is Correct the Map. Geography must be decolonized. There needs to be a new political map of Africa.
You also understand why at the Second African and Caribbean Summit, held of the 7th September in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, Africa and the Caribbean reaffirmed their determination to put the fraternal transcontinental partnership at the service of reparative justice for Africans and African descendants, and emphasize the need to move toward the creation of an African Union decade for justice for African and African descent people. I wish here to salute our brothers and sisters in the Caribbean who grasped the meaning of this struggle. You have understood that by standing together for the cause of reparation, we will advance in more effectively. This too is the essence of the Pan-Africanism, a Pan-Africanism for justice and for the cause of reparations. It was the same test for justice that promoted Togo to submit to the deliberative bodies of the African Union, the initiatives that led the decision adopted by the Asamblea of Head of State and Government of our continental organization on 16 February 2000 this year to classify slavery, deportation, and colonization as crimes against humanity and genocide against the people of Africa. This decision marks a major event for Africa and people of African descent, for it counters the logical whereby descendant of perpetrators dictate the term of the debate and name the crimes, rather than the hateful hell the people who suffer those crimes in the flesh. Mesdames et messieurs,
ladies and gentlemen, the United Nations must not remain indifferent to reparative justice, because the crimes and injustices from the past that are not met with redress and reparative justice